You're connected to Noah Melbourne.
This is EFL Saturday.
Welcome.
Let's jump straight into the warm-up.
You're connected to Noah Melbourne.
Good afternoon,
Welcome to Sports
ladies and
Entertainment
gentlemen,
Network.
and welcome
You're
to the
connected to
East
Noah
Ringwood Recreation Reserve this afternoon. And it's probably the clash in all of the EFNL this afternoon. It's the big Division 1 clash here between East Ringwood, who have only lost one game, and they're once again taking on their victor or vanquished in the first one is Mooroolbark. So what a fantastic game we've got set down for decision. We've had to shuffle the deck chairs a bit, and there's going to be a few ins and outs in the first hour or so, but I'm sure we'll get through pre-match. And joining me for the first stint, Ryan Long. How are you, Ryan? How's the calling this morning, mate?
Yeah, good, thanks, Brash. Yes, we're out at Mooroolbark Reserve for the Women's Premier B clash between Boronia and Donval. It was absolutely freezing down there, Brash. That wind was horrendous. I'm assuming it'll be a little bit better here. It's not much of a wind tunnel like it gets at Boronia, but still very cold. Good to be here. I think Matt's described this as game of the year so far. This is a massive game today. Obviously, we know Mooroolbark on a run that now 17 in a row if you want to include those wins at the end of the season last year. East Ringwood have barely done anything wrong all year. Their one loss was against Mooroolbark, as we said, and they were in front of that game by 4 or 5 goals. And I watched the replay during the week, and it was probably just that third quarter that Mooroolbark got on a bit of a run. So I think with the inclusions they've got today, and we'll touch on that a bit later, but I think they're a massive chance, and I think they could be just about going as favourites.
Yeah, Ryan, and look, it's a fantastic. It is a fantastic advertisement for EFNL football, and once again, the deck chairs have once again been shuffled, and it's a very, very good afternoon to our special comments scoreboard person this afternoon, but joining us on pre-game is Blake Tennant. G'day, Blake.
Thank you, welcome. Yeah, really good vibe down here. I rocked up to the people at the gate, and they were just congratulating us, saying thanks for coming. It reminded me of the Kilsyth Croydon North game. Everyone was so excited that we're all here, and it's good. It's a great day for footy. Overcast conditions, can't get better than that. No rain, so it's all good.
Well, Blake, just before we go, mate, I've got to say, I've been listening to the Friday previews, and a little birdie tells me that you've had a bit of a scratchy tonsil over a few weeks, mate, and it causes a bit of angst, doesn't it?
What's this one say?
Your tonsils, they need to be lubricated.
My voice. Voice is all good now. Do I sound good?
You sound good, mate.
There we go.
However, just to make sure we keep it lubricated, mate,
Yeah.
I've got a box of strapsils here for you, mate.
Thank you.
That just shows you how the good Brash looks after his crew, mate.
Thanks, mate. Thank you.
He's been waiting 2 weeks.
I've been waiting 2 weeks to give you those things. So I'm really happy that you've finally got them.
Yeah.
Use them wisely, mate. They're not cheap anymore. Anyway, gents, we'll talk about the East Ringwood Mooroolbark game a little bit later on, because we've got Ben Osborne coming on at 1:25 for the East Ringwood perspective, and it's going to be a massive contest. And okay, we'll open the. I'm going to go from the bottom up, because I think we probably can go through Division 4 and Division 3 pretty quickly this afternoon, Jensen. I'm going to kick it off with Division 4, Ryan, and we've got Churnside Park taking on Nunawading today. And Nunawading's form hasn't improved much from this last year to this year, has it?
Well, it's been unfortunate, because we started looking at that first probably block of games, the first 3 or 4, and they were getting some pretty close results. They almost pinched that one against Croydon North, and I think they were in front in the last quarter before Croydon North ran away with it. So we looked at that as every side is really improving.
Yep.
They've dropped off a bit since then, Nunawading, and that can happen when you're losing constantly each week, and it's a hard thing, football, especially in Division 4, when you can't get on a bit of a roll. It can really stuff your momentum up. So look, 0-12, they're going to want to pinch one win before the end of the season. I don't think that's going to be today, because Churnside Park are playing for that second spot on the ladder. A win today here would probably guarantee they're still 3 games ahead of Surrey Park.
Yeah, I know.
In third place, which is remarkable to see how big of a lead they've got on Surrey Park.
Yeah, they're about 30 goals off the pace against the leader, leader Sylvan.
And that's what
Amazing.
I said last week on the pre-game shows that I just can't get quite a read on them because they're so far off the pace from Sylvan, but they seem to be comfortably beating everyone below them, which is, it's a positive in one way, but still, it goes into September with a lot of work to do. They'll be scratching their heads after the last time they played Sylvan on where they go to beat them. I don't know about you, Blake, but I don't know if you can really picture them beating Sylvan on a grand final day or a prelim final day.
Yeah, they'll be really hard to beat. I think a couple of weeks ago when Surrey Park got them a couple of weeks ago, I think we talked about how angry Sylvan will be heading into the game that they've got. So I expect them to go all the way this year. They've been really played really well. Obviously, we've got Kimpton, and if you have a look at their top 5 goal kickers, all of them are leading through. So pretty much, just the goal kickers they just get is just amazing, and it's really good to see. And we touched on before, we don't really talk about teams who have been dominant, of course. You got your Vermonts and all that, but Coldstream, they're like doing what Coldstream did last year, which was really good to see. They've been really dominant, Sylvan. So hopefully they can go all the way, which would be pretty good.
So gents, we could all agree that Churnside Park gets the points over Nunawading.
Yep.
And Sylvan, Forest Hill, they'll probably put up a fair showing, Forest Hill, but I just don't think it'll be enough up the mountain this afternoon. I would, look, if Sylvan beat Forest Hill by 60 points, I'd be happy with that result.
Yeah, and I mean, we've got to mention Forest Hill are pretty much competing for their sake of a final spot.
They're up against Kilsyth.
Yeah,
it's them and Kilsyth for mine.
Look, they've got them on percentage by 5%, sitting in that 4th spot. But when we did go through the run home of both sides, and Kilsyth had that touch bit of an easier run home, so you'd expect probably Kilsyth to get there. The one big game is when they will play again for a 3rd time. Kilsyth wins that, they should finish in top 4, which would be quite disappointing, Brash, from a Forest Hill perspective, because they've been to the top of the grand final a few years in recent memory, and they just they've had some really close grand final losses, and they just haven't been able to get across that line.
No.
And now they've slid behind. Sylvan have improved. They've recruited well. Churnside Park have recruited. They look to be pushing to try and get back up to Division 3, and then Surrey Park are probably in maybe a similar boat of Forest Hill, but overall, would you be disappointed with their year thus far?
Surrey Park?
No, Forest Hill, sorry.
Yeah, I just think that they're probably they've dropped a couple of games that they probably shouldn't have, and I think at the end of the day, Ryan, I agree with your assessment. That's going to come back and haunt them, especially when it comes to that Kilsyth game. Like I said today, look, if they can get out with a 60-point loss or less than that, kudos to them. But I think Sylvan, I think the only thing that beats Sylvan is a big ground. That's the only thing that I could see beating them in the finals is a big ground.
Sorry, is it played at Jubilee, this one, for Sylvan, like for the Division 4 finals?
I think you're right.
Yeah.
Do you reckon that could suit Sylvan? Like
Well, they play in a little amphitheatre type.
Yeah.
But look, I think sometimes talent, Blake, can overcome that. And finally, Surrey Park, under James Kenworthy taking over the reins, seem to have found a new lease of life and a more attacking flair and style of game. They're up against Croydon North Hemlock. I watched them a couple of weeks ago on the broadcast, and for mine, I think Surrey Park have probably too many winners. I just don't think Hemlock can kick a winning score against them.
No, well, we saw it a couple of weeks ago. I think Ryan was there with me as well for that game. And they were challengeable for about a quarter and a bit. It's all about that consistency. If they can push sides forward. Of course, they tore it up with Kilsyth for a couple of quarters there, but Kilsyth just were too experienced in the end. But Surrey Park, can they do their good form? Like they knocked off Sylvan a couple of weeks ago, but can they back up that form and keep that top 2, maybe top 3 spot alive? Because it's really tight in Division 4.
I just think for mine, there's Sylvan, and then you've got Churnside and Surrey. They're on the next level, and then whoever finishes 4th is going to have to pull something out of the hat to win a final.
And
That's-
just double checked, it's East Ringwood Reserve, so still
Yeah.
a big ground, a
Yeah, it
wide
is,
ground.
yeah.
and it's
May
not
play troubles.
and it hasn't been a happy hunting ground for Coldstream either. I believe a couple of years ago they played finals there and they went out in straight sets. So
Yeah.
you know, look, it's a hard thing, but we'll get to that now as we go into. Did you want to say anything?
Yeah, about that. Ringwood would be very happy they're not playing at East Burwood, you would say.
Yeah. And once again, we've got another member of the team joining us for pre-match, and one of the EFL alumni in the calling team of the EFNL. It's a very warm welcome. We haven't had him for a little while, but it's great to see him back. Ben Warren Smith. Good
He's
afternoon, Ben.
back. G'day, Brash. G'day, boys. Great to be here today. Love coming to this ground. How spoiled are we up here on the balcony? The old club room side, but we've got it all to ourselves today, which is magnificent, and looking forward to what should be an absolute cracking game in this division, Brash.
It is, and we've just gone through Div 4, Ben, so you really haven't missed anything there. Division 3 is a bit of more of an interesting division this year, I should say. I'm going to kick this game off with probably the game that everyone's been talking about, and it was the game that was subject to discussion yesterday on the preview. It's Whitehorse Pioneers taking on Warrandyte, and it's down at the very odd-shaped ground at Whitehorse Pioneers down in
The D,
Box Hill.
they call it. They call it the D.
The D, do
Yeah,
they?
they're straight down one side and curved around the other.
Oh, cool. And look,
You don't usually venture out to these type of lower divisions, do you, Brash? That's
No, I
probably
don't.
why you're not familiar.
well, put it this way, Ben, we're going to put Division 3 on hold, and we're going to focus on the game at hand. And Mooroolbark coach Brett Labers is joining us. Good afternoon, Brett.
Thanks for having us, Chance.
Brett, it's a fantastic season for you so far. 13 and zip, done everything right. You've made 5 changes to the side this afternoon from last time.
We have.
What do you think that the changes that you've made have actually strengthened the side this week for your contest against East Ringwood?
Yeah, I do actually. I think obviously it's a very challenging time with us going so well to actually put some boys out, and there were some really hard decisions and hard conversations to be had. But I feel that the lineup that we've picked today is probably the best one suited to get the job done today. So let's hope we get it right.
I think when you're looking at the season overall, Division 1's been one of those divisions, Brett, that even though there are sides, down in that bottom half, they've still been competitive for 2 or 3 quarters, and it just seems like that sometimes you just can't afford to switch off, can you?
No, you're definitely right. We feel that the depth of the competition, albeit that it might look on the ladder that it's fallen away, the bottom half or probably the middle rung, they can beat anyone any given day, and we've definitely been troubled by a few of those sides. And I suppose being where we are on top, everyone's hunting us, and it's a different sort of spot for us to be in, but we're really relishing the challenge.
When you've got 2 sides like yourself and East Ringwood, you just mentioned then that you're hunted, but they're also being hunted as well in some ways. So it's almost like today, it's like you're both chasing each other for that little bit of edge heading into a final series, and it's only a matter of inches really at this stage, isn't it?
I think you're right. I think thus far throughout the year, I think we've both probably been the best 2 sides in it. I think we'd agree with that.
Yeah.
You look at their list today, that they've made some fantastic inclusions, and they've got a lot of top end talent. And I think that we just need to treat each game on its merits, and we look forward to tackling them today. That we feel that they're the benchmark, and that last time we played them was a cracking game of footy, and we hope that we can replicate something similar today.
Yeah, speaking about that last game, they probably had your measure in that first half. They got out to a bit of a lead, and in the third quarter you went bang, 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 and took it back. What did you learn from that, being down in that half time and really pushing through in that second half?
Yeah, it was the first time that we'd found ourselves in that position throughout the year. We had a really good chat at half time about what we stood for and what the community and the greater world thought of how we were tracking, and I suppose the boys responded to the conversations that were had, and East Ringwood, unfortunately, they got a couple of injuries which helped us get back into that game of footy. But I thought our second half, I think we kicked 9-3 or something similar, and we played a really good brand of footy post half time.
And just one player that we're really looking forward to see. We missed him in action when we're here against for the Mitcham game, Aaron Mullett. Where does he play? Because obviously he hits the scoreboard as good as anyone. He's up there with Jai Jordan in terms of goals, but we've seen him play in the midfield a bit. Where do you sort of put him today? Or do you move him from the midfield to forward? Is it a bit of both, or do you sort of expect him to play in predominantly one area?
No, he's probably going to play a little bit of both today. Our skippers are laid out with Kane Noonan going out, so Aaron will go through the middle, but he also play forward at times, so probably 50-50 split at this time.
Brett, I remember, it's funny, the last few years are a blur really, aren't they? I remember being out at Mooroolbark having a chat to you in 2019, and I remember saying to the guys when we walked off the ground at the end of the day that, and you didn't win that day, and I said, I really like the way that this guy goes about his coaching and just the way you presented yourself, and you really seemed like a really good club person, and I was really hoping that you were going to get re-signed, and obviously the club's had the faith in you, and it's really come to show as well. Talk to us about that, like probably just even that build-up in the last, even in that off period as well. How did you go about keeping everybody together? Because you've come back bigger and stronger and undefeated at this stage.
Yeah, I appreciate those kind words, BWS. It's definitely been a build ever since I've taken over back in 2019. And I do recall the game you referred to. And I think each year we've been, adding layers to our game and being able to get some good quality people as well as footballers into our club. We're really big on when we recruit, they have to be the right calibre of person because that can damage football clubs, as we all know. And I feel that, throughout the COVID break, it's had its challenges. We've lost some players, as most footy clubs have, but we've tried to keep it more at an enjoyment level for them. We're not getting the numbers we were getting last year at training. We're not getting the buy-in at times, but we just have to make that work. It's a changing landscape. Everyone's been touched by COVID. We're dealing with the best we can, and so far it appears to be working. It's a happy place to be around. The culture's really strong, and we feel like, we're a club on the rise, whether that be, where we are now or in a couple of years' time. But, we definitely, we're striving to get to that Premier Division. Has
it, with the way of the world and COVID and everything, has it been a struggle to get people back to the club and even after the game and having a beverage and, because that's where you make a lot of the money as well. So how's that been?
Yeah, it definitely has. There's been challenges, getting them in on a Thursday night or getting them in after games. People have found that without footy, we've got other interests and we can go and spend our time doing other things. And that's definitely the challenge for a coaching group at any club, to be able to keep that group harnessed together and buying into what you want. So, we're trying to encourage them to do that. I know we've got something.
Is there a blanket rule that everyone should go into the club rooms for at least one after the game, and especially at away games as well? It's almost like an unwritten law sort of thing amongst clubs, isn't it?
It definitely is. From our point of view, and as from me as a coach, that will be the message after the game. Win, lose or draw, we go in and support East Ringwood. We would expect they would do the same for us. It's about supporting your local neighbours.
Correct.
We've got to make it work for everyone. Everyone's been touched by this, so definitely I would expect to see those boys in there, unless one of them has work or something. Get in there and support, absolutely.
Well, Scotty Demetrio's been texting every week going, when are you doing our game? When are you doing our game? So we've done two now in the space of a couple of weeks, so just tell him just to calm the farm a little bit.
I will tell him. He's a big fan of yours. Yes.
No, very good. We can't wait for what's happening today, and it should be an absolute ripping game, Brash.
Well, it is. It's like I said, it's probably the premier game in all of the divisions this afternoon, Brett. And the other thing too one thing that I was going to say, going back to that first win, the thing is you must have some confidence knowing that you can give them a start, but you know that you can peg them in. Obviously, you don't want to allow that to happen. So I gather you're going to make sure that your boys are conscious of that and are right on the money from a word go.
Yeah, definitely, Brash. I feel that, it has given us confidence in regards to being able to chase an opposition down, but it's not a place we want to be. We aim to start really well today, regardless of which way we kick with
Will you kick with the breeze?
Definitely.
Yep.
If we win it, yeah.
Yeah. Goes without saying, really, doesn't it?
It's a crazy idea to kick into it, I think.
Yeah. Agreed.
Well,
Yeah.
Brett, thank you very much for giving up your time here and coming up and talking to us this afternoon. Mooroolbark are on the up and up, and they're sitting 13 and zip and looking at a great contest this afternoon. Thank you for joining us on Gameway this afternoon.
No, appreciate it, gents. Hope you have a good day. Stay warm.
I'll be on
We will.
boundary, mate, so I'll be lurking behind you with the breaks, all right?
We're going to take our first break here on EFL Game Day, and coming up after the break, East Ringwood coach Ben Osborne joins us in the hot seat.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice-cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
The warm-up continues right here on EFL Saturday.
Welcome back to EFL Game Day. It's the big clash, big Division 1 clash out here at East Ringwood Reserve this afternoon between the unbeaten Mooroolbark, but they've got to travel down to East Ringwood this afternoon, who are taking on the Roos, who are sitting at 12-1. What a mouth-watering clash we've got in store for you this afternoon, gents. And, Ben, it's always great to come down and see two quality sides battle out. And it's going to be an important game for both sides too, because there's a bit of bragging rights involved here now, isn't it?
There certainly is, and there's already a good crowd that's actually building up inside the Maroondah Sports Club down here. The beauty of this venue and the new grandstand and rooms is you can fit a lot of people in behind that glass, and it's floor to ceiling glass walls. It's a cold day, get in there and get around it, and it's I think it's going to be pretty rowdy in there come the last quarter, Brash, because I reckon this one will go pretty close today as well.
It will be, especially in the fact that, and the thing is, as we said to Coach Brett Lavers, the fact that they've got the belief already, knowing Blake, that they can come from behind if they have to take victory. But I don't think they can afford to do that today, can they?
No, obviously, because you've got the East Ringwood have got stars, you would say, the farmers around there as well, and definitely the experience of, Danelle as well, definitely got there. But I definitely think they've got the firepower as well from Mooroolbark to. They definitely have, the mullets and your Noonans and your Mackies and all that, definitely for sure. And I definitely think if they're down, you wouldn't rule them out because they've been so dominant this year, and it's great to see. So.
Yeah, look, before we get Ben Osborne on, gents, let's just...
Can I just say one thing about
Yep.
being out here at East Ringwood, the doyen of the EFL media team and where it all began, Les Ferguson,
Yes.
who's a stalwart out here at the East Ringwood Football Club, isn't here today. He's moved down to the Mornington
He is
Peninsula.
here.
He is here.
I have seen him.
Oh, you little beauty. Well, do you know what? He's come to the one game that then we're broadcasting. He could have stayed home today.
He could have.
No, we'll make sure that the boundary mic we get a hold of Les at some stage.
I'm sure you'll be able to get a few words out of Les, and it'll be great to hear from him again. One of the founding members of the EFL media team. Well, I've got another one of our fellow people or callers joining us.
I'll settle for people.
Speaking of dulcet tones.
Yeah, who's also got a decent set of tonsils on him as well. It's a very warm welcome to Steve. How are you, Steve?
Thanks, Brash. Judy called this morning, but my other duty this afternoon I'm fulfilling as well, so now keen to get into it.
You'd be looking forward to this clash this afternoon, wouldn't you?
Yeah, first place second, mate. It doesn't get any better than this. I picked these two to be in the grand final start of the season. Yes, you can wind the tape back on that, but no, I think we're definitely in for a treat this afternoon.
Yeah, I think when you we've sort of been very lucky this year, Blake, and gents, that in fact we've been able to call football from some great landings this year, and it seems like it just keeps improving year upon year for us.
Well, me and Steve get to be down at ground level today, and nice to see that he's worn the Bulldogs colours beanie just to stir me up all afternoon as well.
It's actually New York Rangers, but different hemisphere in sport, but we'll go with that.
I tell you what, it's certainly not EFNL paraphernalia on there wearing here either.
No.
It's a mishmash, but you know, look, it's just a pleasure to be out at a ground like this, and you know, and call EFNL football. Let's go. We've done Division 4, and whilst we wait for Ben Osborne, let's just cast our eye to Division 3. And I segued the game earlier quickly for discussion was between Whitehorse Pioneers and Warrandyte. And there was a lot of robust discussion on the Friday panel regarding this game. And I just thought that we'd sort of quickly glance over it again. Blake, a lot of people think that Warrandyte might seem to struggle at what BWS calls the D Oval. What are your thoughts?
For this game, you know, it's a trouble one because obviously Whitehorse, they use their ground pretty well, you would say, and it's going to be a tough contest for Warrandyte. Obviously, they've got to travel, you would say, a fair distance, you would say, probably half an hour to probably...
Oh, mate, it's only a hop, skip and a jump.
Yeah. Anyway, but yeah, I think it could challenge them, but I just think Warrandyte, they'll be too experienced, and yeah, I see them winning today, that's for sure.
Especially with Buckets Phillips back in BWS.
Yeah. Well, what was so robust about the conversation? Because, you know, at the end of the day, Warrandyte's had twice as many wins as Whitehorse.
They thought that Warrandyte might struggle at Whitehorse and might struggle with the ground at Whitehorse this afternoon.
And then Ray just didn't agree with that because he's Warrandyte through.
I think there was a few differing opinions, and we sort of beg to differ. Right, we're going to change tact again very quickly, and this man really needs no introduction. He has really turned East Ringwood around in the last season and a half. It's a very warm welcome to the East Ringwood coach, Ben Osborne. Good afternoon, Ben.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Ben, you're sort of like the hunter in this game because you're the one that needs to get the win this afternoon to even the score. However, I think looking at your ins and outs, you've made 6 changes from the last time that you played them. However, there's 2 players in that side that I think can have a real impact and could be the difference this afternoon, Waitman and Lowson. You must be very happy with the way that the team's going per se, but also the fact that you're getting quality back through when the VFL players aren't playing.
Yeah, absolutely. Those 2 boys are going to be very good for us today, I'm sure, and we're just grateful that we have that opportunity to have them for this game. How long that lasts, I don't know. It might be 1 game, might be 2 games, it might be the rest of the season, but we'll just see how that all plays out. I'm sure Sammy will be back at Coburg very quickly. He's a very good player at that level of football. So, we're definitely the hunters today, but we try to hunt every team every week, and we want to right the wrongs from last time and hopefully take that top spot.
You've certainly, as the season has progressed from that game, Your game has been very rock solid from the week go. I want to just cast your mind back to last week's game. It was a very low-scoring affair. Beaconsfield 3 goals, and you got 7-7. Was it just one of those miserable days down there where you just couldn't get anything going?
Yeah, it was. The conditions actually were surprisingly poor, to be honest.
Really?
Yeah, so I've been there before, and the ground was absolutely schmick, and this time it was pretty much mud across 70% of the ground, and that size ground, it becomes pretty hard to go end to end or get clean footy going forward, and so yeah, we were really happy the way we defended to keep them to 3 scoring shots, and it was a bit messy going forward, but we were really happy with the way we played last week.
Just getting back to having Connor and Lowson back in the side this afternoon, is that something as you as a coach might be able to exploit to your advantage? Because Brett will have to, because you're actually forcing Brett to make some changes to his lineup to accommodate for those 2 players. Do you think that could be a win-win even before the game starts?
Yeah, I'm sure when the opposition coaches see Waitman and Lowson in there, they'll obviously put some time into them, and Sammy Lowson hasn't played for us since 2016, so obviously coming back from an injury, and they've got the bye next week as well, so getting a couple of games with us is going to be great, and Connor obviously has been in and out of the North Melbourne setup all season, and he's been absolutely brilliant with us, so he's been outstanding, and we're really fortunate to have such a 2 East Ringwood boys through and through, and knowing that they're actually excited to play for East Ringwood. They're not coming back from VFL and disappointed. They're actually really excited to play for us.
Okay, Ben, Blake here. Just question, you got obviously picked up the 2 farmer boys, obviously. How much of an influence have they been for you personally? I think Trent's coming equal third, you would say, in the goal kicking. Does he bring a bit of an influence to your team? That's for sure. Yeah, both those boys have been fantastic, not just on field but off field. Their leadership, obviously Trent's been a captain before, and he's just a massive influence on every game, whether he kicks goals or he doesn't. He's not going to get outmarked. The ball's going to come to ground at worst. So, and Mitch's highlights reel is probably as good as anyone I've seen at local footy level. He just does some special things, and he travels from Geelong to play, and he's got some great mates here. That's the reason why he came to East Ringwood. To have a go with his mates, and he's obviously been at East Ringwood before. But yeah, we're really lucky to have those 2 on and off the field.
You were up against a really good side in Croydon here a couple of weeks ago, which was touted as a future final and a really big game for the club. And boy, did you come out to play that day. Really impressive. Where you'd struggled probably in the month or so before that to start games off well, kicking like the 1s and 2 goals. You came out and you were firing all guns blazing from 7 goals. Up against a side that's now undefeated at this stage in the year, a side you know that you'll have to beat to go all the way this year. How important is that start today? And I tell you what, the pressure's on to win the toss, isn't it? As well, a bit of a breeze. Yeah, absolutely. It's a bit of a breeze. And yeah, look, we pride ourselves on starting the game well. I'm sure every coach and every team does. But yeah, we played some really good footy that day against Croydon here, and we got... I think we kicked 7 that game, but we also knew that the 2 weeks before that, Croydon had kicked 9 goals in the first quarter and maybe 5 goals in the first quarter, so we knew that they were going to come hard, and we expect nothing less from Mooroolbark today. They've obviously been the side to beat all year, and they started really well, and we need to match them at worst. So yeah, we're looking forward to the battle that's going to be. So really, really keen. It's going to be sensational, and I think what you did that day was actually prove that your best football is very, very good football as well. So I think that every other club in this division certainly took notice of that as well. So it's just going to be a really great game. We sense it. We sense it. How list-wise, and having not played full seasons of the last few years, how's everyone holding up at this stage? Because we're on the eve of getting into the finals, and you want to have people fresh. Are the boys feeling good? Yeah, well, we've probably had quite a few injuries in the first half of the season. We probably had 6 to 8 out every
every game early on in the season. So there's quite a few like Troy Wright's out there now playing in the twos. Mitch Keetal's back now playing, and they're both missed sort of 8 to 10 weeks each.
So best 22 hasn't been on the park yet together?
No, not at all.
Not even close?
Not even close, no.
Yeah.
We're getting closer now, which is a good time of year to do it. But yeah, I think, blokes like Stevie Donnell, we got him for, coaching and guidance and a lot of good stuff for our young guys. But, he's able to rest, especially with the way that we're sitting on the ladder at the moment, that we're able to rest him when he feels a bit sore and we don't have to push him too much. And so, yeah, look, half of our side is 21 and under, so they're just keen all the time.
Yeah, how good's that?
Yeah.
Love it.
And finally, Ben, you've been quoted saying that you're really, really happy with the mix of youth and experience that you've got coming through the side. Yeah, like you said, there's still a few little tinkerings to happen, but by and large, the buy-in from both age groups seems to have really gelled very well for the club this year.
Yeah, I think you've got to have an eye on the future and the eye on now as well. And also, I think if you look at even AFL sides or whoever, you can have a really young side, but you need some leadership out there and you need some experience, and I reckon we've got that balance pretty well. And look, our 19s are going fantastically as well, and there's 3 or 4 under 19 kids playing today again, and we give them the opportunities if they're good enough, they play, and we feel like we've got a really good balance at the moment.
Well, I think now, I think East Ringwood for many years have sort of been plateaued. They plateaued in Division 1. You've come in with a fresh set of ideas and a fresh mind, and it's rejuvenated the club, so much so that, once again, East Ringwood are now on the verge of coming back up into Premier Division, and the joint's buzzing, and the crowds are coming back, and you're playing really good football, and we want to thank you for joining us again on EFL Game Day, and good luck for today, but the rest of the season, and we look forward to seeing you again come finals time.
No worries. Thanks for having me, boys. Thank you very much.
Very good stuff. And the reserves winning on in a tight one, Brash, but and beautiful goal kicked on. Sorry, it's a 3-quarter time out here. Beautiful goal kicked on the siren there and got the crowd going. So 34-19, but it was gone through both coaches now. So what's your read?
Yeah, look, I think for this game coming up, we've got. I just think that, like I said, we're talking about, the amount of quarters. Like Mooroolbark have won 41.5 quarters out of 48, and East Ringwood have won 40.5, and they're clearly like 3 games in front in quarters. Ahead of the opposition. These two sides are dominant. The other couple of stats.
Let's put 40.5 into like simple people's terms. Does that mean they win 3 out of 4 quarters a week or something
Roughly.
Yep.
So we've had 48 quarters.
I don't need to do the maths.
No, but I'm just saying 52 quarters. They've played 13 rounds. They've played 52 quarters. And on the scoreboard, they've won the quarter by just a pure score.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, look, they're 3 games in front in against their opposition.
Yeah.
And it's no wonder. But the other thing is, too, their points differential over the whole season, plus 43 for Mooroolbark, plus 39. There's nothing in it between these two. So it comes down to who wants it the most, who gets off to a good start, and whoever can take control of the game early and seize the initiative.
The start, I'm telling you, the start is big out here. The breeze is blowing. If you get the start, if you get the wind and you use it, and you're up by 4-ish or so goals at quarter time, you're pretty much in the box seat. If you're only up by 1 or so, you're handing almost a gift. It just becomes a bit of a different game that way. But let's hope that both sides come out firing and we see a goal fest out here today. We want the highlights reel to be packed, don't we, Blake?
That will be terrific. Just seeing goal after goal, It reminded me of a final a couple of years ago. We don't really like to talk about the AFL here, of course, but it was a final a couple of years ago when it was just goal to goal. It was just great footy to watch, and I'm expecting I reckon this will go. I don't know. This is my bold prediction. I reckon this game will go.
Be bold.
Be bold,
mate.
Yeah, this last minute. I reckon we'll go to the last minute. This game, I reckon.
Well, don't just leave us sitting like that. Who's going to get it in the last minute?
East Ringwood, I'm saying.
Okay.
No, East Ringwood.
They're going to come from behind and win it.
Yeah, I reckon East Ringwood. Yep, I reckon.
Well, I think, look, like I said, there's a lot of permutations still to talk about when we get our other panel members back on. But we're going to take our final break, BWS.
Well, I don't think it's the final one, but...
the second one.
And then we'll come back and we'll finally get to go through Division 3.
Yep.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing kickboxing personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
The warm-up continues right here on EFL Saturday.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. EFL Game Day, big Division 1 clash out here at East Ringwood Recreation Reserve this afternoon. It's East Ringwood, the 12-1 East Ringwood taking on the unbeaten 13-0 Mooroolbark. What a mouth-watering clash we've got in store for you this afternoon. We'll get more to that game a little bit later on, but we're going to continue on now with our look at the other divisions, and we finally still haven't got to make a selection on the Whitehorse Warrandyte game, and Steve White once again joining us in pre-match. And Steve, what are your thoughts on the Whitehorse Warrandyte contest this afternoon?
16-point differential between the two teams. I think that tells the story, really. I think Warrandyte's going to be too strong. I mean, Whitehorse have Fair Park next week at Fair Park as well, so I don't see it getting worse for them. I think Warrandyte have the bye as well, so they'd like to go into that with a strong win, then have their 3 games I think after that before they kick into finals. So no, I'm going with the Bloods today.
What do you reckon, Blake?
Yeah, I think the Bloods too strong. I reckon they're top 2. I reckon now, so pretty good for them to get another good win on the board. Yeah, look,
Whitehorse's form this year has been, for mine, disappointing. Warrandyte, now that Ryan Phillips, the big buckets, is back into the lineup, he poses massive headaches for Whitehorse Pioneers this afternoon. He gets on a roll. He kicks 6 to 8 goals, and I think I think he's looming large, and he's priming himself for a big finals campaign for Warrandyte. I think Warrandyte will come. They'll be workmanlike. They won't thrash the Pioneers, but they'll probably walk away with a 6-goal victory, and that's where I see that game heading this afternoon.
Yep. 4 to 5 at least, yeah.
For mine, this is a bit of a danger game for the Gully. The Gully have been riding a crest of the wave in recent times, knowing that they had to keep winning and they could still play finals. That bubble was deflated last week by Warrandyte, and they take on Scoresby, and it's a very and Scoresby on their day. They can creep up on you, Whitey, and this is one of those days that Scoresby could get the job done.
Yeah, look, I mean, they're sitting, 14 points behind Coldstream at the moment, so finals sort of being a difficult proposition for them. However, look, interesting with the Gully, they've got a bit of percentage there, like 105 to 86, so they're generally better on the scoreboard. I'm tipping you. I think this is going to be a 2-3 goal game this afternoon. I don't think it's going to be too far either way. I'm actually going to go Scoresby by 2 goals.
Yeah, look, it wouldn't surprise me, Blake. What are your thoughts on this game?
Yeah, the Gully, I think it was a 20-point loss last week to Warrandyte. You would say that they're pretty competitive there, but just ran out. You would say, but as you touched on, Scoresby, they've been pretty reasonable. You would say this year, and they're sitting 5th on the ladder, so to expect definitely a big game for sure. But yeah, I think it might be a danger game, that's for sure, for Ferntree Gully. So back to you.
If Scoresby can keep the game tight for 2 or 3 quarters and get the game on their terms, I reckon they can get the victory. However, if Ferntree Gully start well, they're one of the very few sides in Division 3 that are capable of kicking 100 points, which is, there's not too many sides. In fact, there's only about 2 or 3 other sides that can kick 100 points or capable of kicking 100 points. If that turns out, then Ferntree Gully will get the victory. I'm going to tip them at home, only because I just think that they're just going that little bit better. BWS, you're rejoined us again. What are your thoughts on the Ferntree Gully Scoresby game from far?
Well, it is pretty far, isn't it, from Wally Chew?
Yeah.
I'm going to go with you, Brash. I think that Ferntree Gully will get this one, and probably by about 5 goals as well.
All right, the next game set down for discussion, and this was another game that was sort of talked about on not too much on the preview. It's Waverley Blues at home to Glen Waverley, and look, for mine, gentlemen, and to you, Steve, look, people are saying Glen Waverley are more than capable of pinching a win, but I'm having nothing of it, because I think Waverley Blues will get the job done, and in convincing fashion this afternoon.
Yeah, I agree. And look, even over the wider ground, Waverley Blues have too much depth out there at Central Reserve to overcome Glen Waverley. Look, Glen Waverley they've only got the 3 victories this year. They've been good thereabouts in certain games, but they've just didn't have the steam, really. I mean, look, they can play. I think they'd be looking to play the role of spoilers, obviously, going into the last 3-4 games of this ground. But even though the top 4 is, pretty much locked up. So, look, I'm going the Waverley Blues quite convincing, 6 goals.
I'm calling the line 50 points, and I'm backing Waverley Blues.
Yep, Blake.
60 plus.
Yeah, that's probably a fair call. Glen Waverley, they're in the relegation race, so they're going to be fighting for their life. But unfortunately for them today, it's not going to come any easier for them. They're going to have to wait another week, I think, for another win. And I think in hindsight, Fair Park, they go up, they travel, they've really struggled this year with the 3 wins. They're going up to play Chad Rogers' side, Coldstream, up at Coldstream. Coldstream sit 14 points clear in 4th position. They're doing nothing wrong, Coldstream. I think they'll get the points. Yeah, well, look, Fair Park are like the Mulgrave of Division 3 this year, where they had that really good start and surprised us all. Because they're the Lions as well. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, red, blue and yellow, but not the Doncaster East Lions. But anyway, they actually had a good start and then they just sort of petered out. So, yeah, exactly, relegation battle. But I think, Fair Park have got Whitehorse next week too at home. So, look, I think it's going to be another win there to Coldstream. Yeah, I think the Cougars, look, it's been a bit of a... They've had to earn their dues in Division Division 3 this year, Ben. It hasn't come easy for them.
It certainly hasn't, and to use Blake's word of the day, toilet paper, bold. I'm going to be bold and say that Fair Park will take it right up to Coldstream today. You've got to remember when you're getting to this pointy end of the season and you are in that relegation zone, that the bottom sides, they'll find that they might have struggled at different times through the year, but they lift right towards the end because no one wants that nugget, do they?
No.
And if they can hold them to a low score, Fair Park hold Coldstream to a low score, they'll go a long way in winning, but I think they'll fall short, probably by about 4 goals.
Let's move on to Division 2, gents, and look, we won't spend too much time on. We probably all agree that East Burwood will get an away win this afternoon against Oakley Districts.
Yep.
Look, it's been a hard year for Oakley District, a real baptism of fire. But at the end of it, they're going to come out a lot better than what they were before they started the season. And I think next year, I think we may see them string some games together and probably get some wins. But I think they're going to struggle this year in Div 2. A couple of interesting games set down for discussion. Baronia and Heathmont, Steve. This one.
Yep.
Where do you reckon this one could go?
Well, given Heathmont played really well against Mulgrave last week, they were quite convincing, particularly after that second quarter. They ran away with it. But Baronia, this is traditionally a pretty good, traditionally a very close matchup, particularly finals time where they've had those classic games. Look, Heathmont with far more to play for in terms of keeping their season alive. I mean, the Basin now just 2 points behind them in 6th. Banging on the door. So I think this is going to go to less than 3 goals, but I think Baronia is going to just get over the line this afternoon.
Blake?
Yeah, I've got Baronia winning, 3-4, as Steve said.
They've got some key ins, Baronia. Harvey Chin's come back into the lineup. No Mitch Mellis yet, but Fairchild is also back into the lineup. So Baronia will be pulling out all the stops this afternoon because they want that 4th spot because you've got Heathmont and the Basin breathing down their necks. BWS. Jets for you?
Jets fly faster than Hawks do, so I'm going the Jets today.
Okay.
They don't run out of fuel though. I'm just being good. No, well, it's interesting because you talk about that. Baronia have Ringwood next week, so this is one game they want to go into with some momentum.
Yeah.
Heathmont have Knox at home next week too, so you'd expect them to win that.
South Belgrave are at home for Mulgrave, and Mulgrave got them earlier in the season, but BWS, I can't see that
Their
happening.
only loss, Brash.
Yeah, I know, but I can't see that happening this time around.
Not a Snowflakes.
What do you reckon, Blake?
Yeah, I reckon South Belgrave, I reckon about 4 goals this time. They'll make amends of what happened last time they played.
South Belgrave are one of those sides that when they say that, revenge is best served, they love dishing revenge out.
They'll be on over 200% by the day's end.
Yeah, they probably will. Mulgrave, they really went up and down in the one area for 3 quarters last week. They really struggled, Steve.
Yeah, and they don't have enough up front. They're relying on too many like Booth and Searcoolis to do most of the work. So, look, I'm really looking forward to next week when it's East Burwood and South Belgrave.
I think Rutley did a fair job. He realised that Booth was their goal kicker. He had one on him and one floating into his space, and just made sure that Booth had no influence on the game.
Absolutely.
Ringwood take on Templestowe. I'm really bullish about Ringwood. They have been so workmanlike. They've gone about their business in a very, very professional manner.
So
this
true,
year.
Brash.
And look, Jubilee Park, the expanses of Jubilee Park, I think it's going to be too hard for Templestowe to overcome this afternoon.
They've shown over the last 3 or 4 years that they've become a really professional football club, and that they probably don't deserve to be in a division like Division 2 as well. But what they're doing is they've been setting themselves up for what the future's going to be like down there with the Redbacks, and today they get the points again.
Yeah, look, Steve, Ringwood, they're coached very well. They know exactly where they are on a week-to-week basis.
Yep.
And I think that's a really good sign. That's a good sign for a club. Jordan off back into the lineup in recent times has really given them stability and some more height. But the thing is, they've got winners on every line, Ringwood, and it's going to be hard for them, even for as good as what South Belgrave are going. That's something that they're going to have to think about come finals time.
Yeah, and the Mitch Jacksons and these kinds of players too as well. I'm really looking forward to next. I'm still bullish on Ringwood. I think, given the 2019 flag, they've still got that in their memory, so they might tip for the flag this year, but it's going to be a good one either way.
And finally, the Oracle has picked an upset this afternoon.
Knox.
He's picked Knox
Falcons.
to beat the Basin, which is I think that's probably disagree with him on that. It's only probably because the fact that the Knox have scored well in recent contests and got a confidence-building win over Oakley District. Blake, but can you see them turning the tides on the Basin, who've got to lay it on the line this afternoon?
No, I definitely think Basin for me personally. I think they're just too, you would say too strong definitely for this one, but Knox, they could chance on their home deck, and they'll be pretty hard to beat on their big deck down at Knox.
Whitey, if it's really wet and muddy down at Argyle Way,
Yep.
it can be really difficult assignment for the opposition coming down there. Does Knox have that advantage this afternoon, and could they fluke a win against the Basin?
Yeah, well, I mean, the Basin are going to be hungry because they've got Oakley Districts next week, so you'd expect them to win that. But they're 2 points back behind Heathmont. They need to keep pace with them for finals. The Basin, as we all talked about early in the season, we expected a bit better from them. But no, I think the Basin are going to do it.
What do you think, BWS? Your thoughts?
I think that that it's going to be very low scoring. I think it's going to be pretty much level at three-quarter time, and I reckon Knox are going to get over the line by under a goal. And I'm definitely not the Oracle.
No.
Just saying.
Because Batterham can mud up not as much as Argyle, but to a certain extent. So that'll be won't be unfamiliar territory for the Bears, I'd say.
I just worry about the Bears. Their differences between the good Bears and the bad Bears.
Yeah, there's the margin of error. Yeah.
That margin of error is still chasms as far as I'm concerned.
Yep.
You just don't know. I mean, with them, normally they split games and they win games when they don't, not meant to, and they win games when they should.
Yeah.
The both sides, the Basin look today and they go, they pencil, they should win. They pencil in the win. Knox look at this game as, well, if we're anything in this division, we win this game today. It's on our home deck. We take it up to this side and we beat them. I reckon it's going to be a close game.
Well, gents, that's game day. When we come back, the call team will come together and we'll talk about Division 1 and Division and Premier Division. But for this segment of EFL Game Day, thanks to everyone for being part of it.
Good stuff, Brash.
Yeah, I thought I did all right this afternoon.
Pat yourself on the back, and you deserve it too.
See, okay, we'll join you after the break for the big call on EFNL Game Day.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing kickboxing personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
On EFL Saturday, it's time for the match of the round. Let's cross to our team and go local.
Welcome back, EFNL game day. Today's clash, massive clash. It's the 12-1 East Ringwood at home taking on the away unbeaten 13-0 side Mooroolbark, and what is probably the clash of the EFNL this Saturday afternoon. And what a fantastic game. The ground is absolutely bulging at the moment with spectators and people, and it's going to be a great game. Joining me, we've got more pre-game to go before we get on into the game itself. And Blake and Ryan, thank you for joining me once again before the game. It's a mouth-watering clash set down for discussion this afternoon.
Oh, definitely. I feel like this, I said it before, and I'll say it again, but I think this game will go right down to the wire, like probably the last minute, you would say. I reckon this game is just set for the perfect scene. It's almost like a grand final preview, you would say. That's how big this game is, that's for sure. And the crowd is definitely buoying, and it's looking great day to be down here at East Ringwood Reserve.
Ryan, it's been a while since we've covered a Div 1 clash, mainly because we've sort of been waiting for a game to actually hit us in the eye and say, come and do our game, and haven't we picked it?
Well,
this is
the
right. Game.
This is it, and I think there was a lot of talk earlier in the year when these two sides met out at Mooroolbark that both sides were undefeated, maybe we could call that, but we knew we were going to get him on that second time because we knew both sides, if they had not lost to anyone else, they'd still be up at the top in that top two, and it's exactly what we thought. They haven't lost a game since either of them, since that matchup, and they've just been a step above everyone. I think Mitcham's the only one that's probably really challenged them at all, but even then you still see the class of an East Ringwood. They don't have to thrash sides. All they need is to lock the game down, win by a couple goals and hold on, and that's what they've done throughout the year, and just recently they've been able to put the scoreboard on two. You can look at that Croydon game where they just piled on goals and really punished them for their errors. So look, it's a fascinating clash, and as Brett mentioned in the pre-game, no Kane Noonan, which is a big blow for Mooroolbark. We watched him out there in the game against Mitcham, and he was fantastic in the middle of the ground. So that is quite a big loss considering East Ringwood have some really important ins.
And we've just having a look at the development squad game, and if that's any indication of what we're in store for this afternoon, I think like I said, it's going to be a ripper contest. And in that grade, it's victory to actually East Ringwood 5-12-42, and they've defeated Mooroolbark 6-2-38. So Blake, I mean, I normally when I'm looking at sides and trying to work out where their strengths and weaknesses are, I look at the reserve grade and I look at the depth. And I look at how their reserve grade is performing, and if they're in the floor, it gives you a great insight into how well the seniors are going to go.
I definitely think it's going to be, the depth is very crucial to see how your team's going and all that. So I think East Ringwood got the win in the reserves, and I think they're flying as well, the East Ringwood reserves. So it's good to see that the reserves, but it's also the line of Mooroolbark's depth as well. You would think if they get 1 or 2 injuries, they've got to rely on the reserves players, obviously, to help fill in your spots. So, it's definitely going to be a hard one for depth-wise with Mooroolbark, because I think their reserves are struggling pretty badly at the moment, you would say. I think they're around 6th to 8th spot, like around there. So, yeah, pretty poor at the moment. Yeah.
Just excuse everyone.
That is an indicator of what it's going to be like out there today.
Whoever wins a toss will be kicking with a howling gale. Whoever wins a toss, and if they actually are in front quarter time against the breeze, I tell you what, that could go a long way this afternoon to deciding the winner. Gents, we've still got some more games and divisions to go through, and we want to get through them sort of pretty quickly. Let's start off with Premier Division and leave the Division 1s till the close end of the game start. South Croydon, they've got all their home games coming up. We've already dropped a couple. This is a danger game for them this afternoon, Ryan against Park Orchards, who are one of the very few sides in Premier Division that can hurt you on the scoreboard because they can kick more than 100 points in a game of football.
You're exactly right, and they've also proven that they can beat sides above them, which other sides, like maybe a Vermont, haven't been able to do this year. So, look, they should be back at their full strength. I think Armfield and Prozenak's back in the side, and that they're massive inclusions because they really missed them last week, and they still competed quite well. They probably were never going to win, but they were able to put the score on the board, as you said. I think they still ended up, kicking 100 points in a loss. So they're going to be able to punish South Croydon on the scoreboard, and especially their mistakes, because when we watched them against Norwood, they were not punished for their errors in the defensive half. They were a bit sloppy. They turned it over, kicked into dangerous positions. Cannot do that today. Otherwise, they could be punished and could hurt them on the scoreboard. But as you said, Cheon Park, they've got a good run of games there now. Good chance for them to get on a roll.
Blake, the only knock I've got on South Croydon is they're notoriously very slow starters. Can't afford to be given Park Orchards a start this afternoon.
No, definitely, for sure. I think we went down to the game, I think you touched on before, the game that we were at Norwood and Park Orchards. When they looked on, they were really good and all that. Of course, Norwood got on top of them early, but I definitely feel like you can't really give Park Orchards the edge, because I feel like if they're a strong team, they've got stars, as we touched on, Armfield and Prozennak, but I feel like with those two coming back in the side, it strengthens their side, and I think South Croydon will definitely have to look out for that.
All right, gents, who gets the points in this one? South Croydon or Park Orchards?
South Croydon.
I'll stick with the doggies.
Yeah, so will I in this one. But Park Orchards, if they win, they put themselves right in the finals calculations. Berwick provided them the monumental upset of the season last year, beating Baldwin. Do they have the cattle this week, Blake, to beat a Baldwin side that was disappointing last week?
Yeah, obviously, I think, Baldwin, they were very disappointed, you would say, against Blackburn. They were 6th place coming into the game. I think they are still 6th place. Don't hold me on that one. No. But no, I think this could be a good game. I think it's shaping up to be a very good game between Baldwin and Berwick. But I think because it's over there, you would say Berwick will struggle, against Baldwin, who would be very angry after their tough loss last week. So I'm going Baldwin this week. I reckon about 5 goals.
Yeah, quite simple. I think Baldwin just need to respond after a pretty disappointing loss against Blackburn last week. So expect a response. They've still got a pretty strong side. I can't see why they it will be a bit. A few warning signs coming if they do drop this one.
Charlie Haley back on the side just strengthens Baldwin, and I think Baldwin will really be able and wanting to make a statement. Quickly, Noble Park take on Norwood. Norwood a win against Vermont last week. Noble Park at home. The Bulls seem like they're going to win that one.
Yep, lock in the Bulls there. They're in too good a form.
Blackburn on away assignment, Blake, against North Ringwood. Can North Ringwood get their first win, or do Blackburn take the chocolates?
Unfortunately, I think Blackburn will win, and for North Ringwood's sake, they want to get it going. So, definitely think Blackburn.
And finally, Roval, the match of the round versus Doncaster East. I think Roval are going to get this one done. this afternoon?
I think they said it well on the Friday podcast. It's hard to tip against them when they're 11-1. They've proven to stand up to every challenge. Doncaster East will challenge them again this year today, but they're probably too strong, especially in the midfield. They'll get the job done.
And for mine, Doncaster are going to get the points.
Could happen
against Vermont this afternoon.
I'm going to stick with Vermont just to oppose you on that, but I think you're well on the money. They've got a big chance today.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's pre-match done, and both sides are now making their way out onto the arena. You can hear all the cheers. Mooroolbark are already on the ground warming up. East Ringwood are now just come onto the arena, and the scene is set for a magnificent contest this afternoon. We're going to take our final break, and Matty Fodier and Ryan Long are going to take over and provide the match day commentating right here on EFNL Game Day and Radio Eastern 98.1.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing kickboxing personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Welcome to East Ringwood Reserve. Ladies and gentlemen, Matthew Fody here for the first time this afternoon for what many have been dubbing, including myself, the game of the season so far, as the undefeated Mooroolbark Mustangs travel to East Ringwood to take on their nearest competitor, the Roos, here at a pretty good conditioned East Ringwood Reserve. You know, I've seen it in worse condition over the years. Beautiful stuff by Wayne Brasher over the course of that pre-game, along with Ryan Long, Blake Tennant. It was a perpetual pre-game team as well with Steve White and Ben Warren-Smith. Conditions have been something of a talking point this morning with the howling gale and so on, and we're going to cross down to BWS and Steve White when we get the chance now to talk about how the conditions are down there, guys, and believe there's one late change as well from Mooroolbark.
Yeah, thanks. Matty, just slight breeze blowing. It was blowing across the winds down here, across the wings, I should say, down here. Will have an effect on the game. It's really cold. So obviously the interchange will come into effect. Just the one change for Mooroolbark. Noonan out, Batten in. He's wearing number 21. In terms of tips, I won't go early. I'll get the crew to go first, and then we'll get ours.
We'll circle back around. Well, I don't think we've done ours yet. I think yesterday, Brash, I recall on the podcast, I hate doing podcast and then game day because I forget who I tip, but I'm pretty adamant I tip Mooroolbark. I've got a reason to change it because Kane Noonan is out, as well as Lowson and Connor Waitman returning from VFL duties. But I'm going to stick with it, despite the fact we're on the East Ringwood balcony. I'm going to stick with Mooroolbark because they haven't lost yet. Haven't lost in 17 games. I think you've got to stick with the team that hasn't lost.
Yeah, you do, but I'm going to disagree with you on this occasion, Matt. I think the inclusions of Lowson and Waitman put the ball a little bit more in East Ringwood's favour. 11 points for me, East Ringwood.
You're right. I was on the fence until I heard that Noonan was out, so I'm going to tip East Ringwood by less than a goal. But again, I really think this could go either way, Blakey.
Yeah, I think I said before, I think it'll be an East Ringwood win, and I reckon it'll be coming into the last couple of minutes.
And Ben Warren-Smith and Steve White down on the boundary. What are your tips?
Done the grass test. It's not really. It's really going towards the old daisies, the breeze as well, and it's probably a couple of goals as well.
Over
now,
28.
That's the overweight. So now it's a Chinese conglomerate bought that area for $1 gazillion. But I'm going today for Mooroolbark to get up by 7 points. Stephen.
My tip, I'm going with the Roos by less than a goal, and I'm tipping BWS to be arrested by half-time with the ski mask on.
Well, it's a good point. We had, he looks like a bit like the mummy. I've used that reference twice today now, Ryan. He's got a bit going on. 4-2 then, going the way of East Ringwood, I believe. It's going to go over to Ryan Long. It's a big game. Game of the year, East Ringwood and Mooroolbark.
Monkhurst and Mundy to take us off. Monkhouse gets the first tap. No Noonan in the midfield today. Will make things quite interesting. So we get a secondary ball up. There's Jared Gilby in the middle for the Mustangs. Again with a tap out. No one seems to get a clear possession. Smith gets the ball first. Just edging forward. Ali back in the side. Lays a good tackle.
So East Ringwood going to the right of screen as well. With would you say that's the advantage, gents?
You would have to at the moment. We mentioned Aaron Mullett going to spend a lot of time in the midfield as Monkhurst tackles, but gets a kick away. He's going to go as far as Cherney, who launches it forward for East Ringwood. Their first chance here, the mark taken. Well done there by Batten, the late in. Lowson, apologies.
I think too, Mullett may have to spend more time in the midfield than what was anticipated, because I think he's going to have to pick up the slack for Noonan.
Certainly going to have to. So here comes Lowson for the first of the afternoon, just a minute into this game. Fair way out, but got the breeze behind him. It's a good-looking kick, and it's right over the top of the umpire's head. What a way to start for the Roos. They lead 1 straight 6. Mooroolbark get the score. A minute gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
That was where I thought East Ringwood might be able to have a little bit of advantage, bringing Waitman and Lowson back into the side. I don't know whether Brett Lavis would have planned for that, but it's something that Ben Osborne has already had to try and make Brett Lavis do, make a few changes to accommodate those inclusions.
It's a pretty incredible forward 6 at the moment for East Ringwood. You've got the 2 Farmer boys, and it looks like Dermy Reynolds got the job in. Jason Coglin's a premiership player with South Croydon. Stephen Nunnell's hiding down there in the forward pocket as well, won a VFL premiership.
It's scary, isn't it?
Benjamin Hickerton at centre forward, and then Sam Lowson, who only 3 years ago was going to be the #1 pick in the mid-season draft before injury, kicks the first goal of the game with his first touch, and you can tell that precision right boot of a AFL-like player as James Beelow gets the clearance for East Ringwood once again. And it's a good intercept mark coming across there from Jonathan Egan for the Mustangs. And first time they've touched the ball this afternoon, the Mustangs, and Egan goes long down the line, held up in the wind a little bit. Underneath him was Jackson Weatherall. And the 19-year-old takes a good, strong mark and plays on immediately. I believe Leo buried it last year in this exact fixture. He might have been ping-ponging the ball a bit early. He got his kick away in time, I thought, but the free kick will go to Braden Dobie. He plays on immediately, got a runner on the outside and finds him on the right half-forward fake for the Mustangs. Short chipping ball inboard, he's intercepted. One on there by Barkas, and East Ringwood will have a chance to repel Ryan.
They certainly do. They've held up all right so far. They'll go send that right back where it came from on the far side. If they can get the mark, punched away, might land in the hands of Dobie. Passes it off to a teammate running by. He'll launch it to the top of the square. Got Hocking there. He'll go over the top of his head and kick a goal. And Mooroolbark get the first response. 1 straight 6 apiece on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and a good response after East Ringwood kicked the first one, Blake.
Yeah, great response there by Mooroolbark to get back to where the game is going, and that first goal would have put a lot of pressure on Mooroolbark, but they bounced back really well there.
Who kicked that one, gents?
I thought it might have been Heath Hocking.
Yeah, Heath Hocking.
Heath Hocking, there you go. Not a noted goal kicker.
Yeah, it's a fair roost from the boundary side too.
Absolutely. So if this is the tone that's set for the rest of the afternoon, Brash, we're in for an absolute doozy.
Exactly.
We're up in the middle again. Mundy and Monkhurst. Below coming through. He's had to spend a lot of time forward in recent years, but now, as we mentioned, that forward line's so dangerous, he can become an out-and-out midfielder once again.
I actually think, Matt, the win has actually changed the perception of how this game was going to play out.
Well, I early during the week thought it was going to rain and suit the Roos, but here we are. Beautiful sunny conditions with a bit of wind. Cherney picks it up on the extended cricket pitch. And we'll have a ball up once again. Monkhurst for Mooroolbark has probably been one of the recruits of the year, coming across from Murray-Alec. Obviously was Premier Division Ruckman of the Year in 2019. He wins that hit out again, but East Ringwood slap it forward on the secondary one. Kennedy ducked his head into that once the umpire said play on. And it's socked forward by Donnell. And it could work out here for Trent Farmer, who gathers on the 40. Dribbles it inside forward 50. Caden Mackey, Box Hill listed. Comes back and intercepts for Mooroolbark, but his handball's poor. It's set up nicely for Stephen Donnell to come in and affect the bump. And we'll have a ball in inside the forward 40.
I think there's always that perception, gentlemen, that when you've got the win, right, that you've got to make hay while the sun shines, and this is probably why the game could possibly be a shootout this afternoon.
We'll make hay while the wind blows, Brash, as Monkhurst just dismissed Trent Farmer in the ruck contest, but overbalanced himself. And then the tackle was laid there nicely by Connor Waitman, back in the side. Every time he plays for East Ringwood, he's been in their best players, I'm pretty sure, so he'll be one to watch. Looks like Jared Gilby's got the job on him. Farmer slapped it to the corridor, dangerous position. Coming off his line there was Hickleton, gave the handball back to the runner there in Samuel Walsh. Creates some room. And it's knocked over the line for a rush behind by Shane Kennedy. So we've got our first behind of the afternoon. 5 minutes gone. It's East Ringwood 117, Mooroolbark 1 straight 6. Eastland match of the day between the top two teams in Division 1.
So Mooroolbark to clear it out. They come towards the broadcast side. They've got Monkhurst there if he can get onto it, but the boundary will beat him, and it rolls over the line.
You can tell already that both sides are matching up very nicely on each other, and both sides are trying to look for an advantage here.
Mundy wanted to claim that as a free kick. As the ball is thrown back in. He's got Monkhurst to compete with, did well, got it off to a teammate. Now they're a chance through Walsh. Walsh goes forwards, but the inset mark there, well done by Shane Kennedy. Standing in defence, he's got Smith open if he wants to go short, but it's over the top of his head. And maybe that was a bit with the wind, but it's gone out on the full. So now through Norton, can put it back inside for East Ringwood. And you can see the ball just turn, and standing under it, a strong mark. And Mooroolbark through Giorgio will have a chance to exit the forward 50. Come back onto this side again. Monkhurst is there. He's got Mundy to compete with, and looks like it's gone over the top of all of them as we go boundary side.
Right in front of us down here, guys. Mooroolbark just ringing through 4 quick changes here with Batten, Sutherland, Keeling coming on, and also Weikart in a second.
Looks like Easter got a spare behind the ball too. Dylan Below, the deepest by himself, as it's on the ground again. Mundy followed up his good work, the ruckman, but his tumble kick forward is marked by Shane Kennedy. So early couple of intercept marks for Kennedy and Giorgio down there for Mooroolbark. Kennedy, though, hasn't been so good by foot so far today. That kick was a poor one again. Set up McManus, I think he might be wearing the number 7, not the number 16, is it? Not entirely sure who's in the 7 there for Mooroolbark. And we'll have a ball in once again in front of our boundary riders. Yes, Paul Yaconi in the Stats Centre.
Well, it feels like a grand final preview already. Both sides have brought the pressure, 3 tackles apiece, and both sides defensively are going well. Looks like they both have spares, particularly Mooroolbark 4 to 2 intercept marks.
Below went long inside forward 50 after a handball from Connor Waitman. Good pressure from Coghlan, but there's a high tackle against Benjamin Hickleton.
And that's 4 to 2 intercept marks in favour of Mooroolbark.
Thank you, Paul. So the free kick will go there to Jordan Roth. He's got an option short. They haven't been good by foot so far today, Mooroolbark, but this one works out. Finds Harrison Keeling, former Hillsville junior. Got a lot of hops in him as well. Was in their best last week. Goes out wide, good kick, but just fades away from him and his target Archer Dibsdale, and we'll have another ball in right in front of our banderoles. They've been in the action early.
I think
we've gone 8 minutes in this first quarter, Brash, 7-6.
I think the hardest thing, Matt, is if you kick the ball in the air, it's going to get carried over the line. I can see why they're trying to keep the ball low to take the wind out of play.
Ball thrown back in. East Ringwood have probably controlled most of the game so far. No real possession there. Mullet just tried to handball it out. In and under, they get a handball. Here's Ali. Onto the right boot is well and truly out of bounds. So Mooroolbark will take it through the hands of Kennedy.
He tried to pin Keeling there, tried to say it was touched with the boot. Blake Tennant.
Yeah, just got some previous scores for you gents. Park Orchard 1 straight 6 to South Croydon, and Ball 1 straight 6 over Berwick.
Here's Ali. Fell through the hands of Monkhurst, and a good tackle there. Gang tackled by Ali and his teammate in Norton as we go boundary side to BWS.
A little bit of how do you do down here, but you'll see number 9, Weikart, donning the Don Mattingly haircut from the Simpsons episode, where Mr. Burns told him to shave his sideburns.
As the ball trickles out, ran over the line there, Waitman kept it in, handball off to Mundy, handball off to a teammate in Delaney, and back they trying to link up, but cut off now Kennedy again, who's been influential early, off to Giorgio, kicks it down the line. Can they get a mark? They haven't got much going forward, and East Ringwood will be happy enough to take that over the line for another boundary throw-in as we go around the ground. We got the stats centre with Paul Uconi.
East Ringwood have established their dominance early on. They're dominating the clearances 7-1 in favour of East Ringwood.
Yeah, it's interesting given Monkhurst is meant to dominate, but Mundy got rid of him once again. Monkey spent more time on the ground than in the air today, but he got the clearing kick. Cherney did well. Here comes Mullet, overran the footy. Norton lays the tackle on Dibsdale, and now Batten, got the handball back. Austin Smith around the corner, didn't factor in the wind, and she curled right out of bounds. And Chris Cherney will get another chance. Lee Green just texted me. I think he told Darryl Strawberry to shave those sideburns. And Doug Mattingly is a haircut you can set your watch to. Different episodes, but similar sentiment as this kid goes out to our banderoles once again.
You can tell Lee that he's wrong. Absolutely wrong, 100%.
Here we go. Confusion over Simpsons episode. My type of confusion.
He might have a run-in with the law, Steve Sachs style.
I'm a real big fan of this Simpsons chat, but it is only 10 minutes into the first term. As this high up and under kick from Reynolds, not really what East Ringwood Mooroolbark would have wanted, but they make it work. Eventually, the ball ends up in the hands of Adam Johnson. He turned it over though. Tom Norton, Coughlin, Austin Smith, good tackle. Ball just pinballing around. Batten picked it up, and then Connor Waitman was steady. Gave the handball back to Weatherall's kick. Eventually found its way to Tom Norton, whose handball was in front of Waitman. He makes it work. Might have been taken high and is. And East Ringwood will get a free kick just forward of the centre circles. They lead by a point. 11 minutes gone in this first term. High intensity, as Paul Uconi alluded to. Handball off to Weatherall from Waitman. Drilling ball to the top of the square. Farmer got the front spot, went through his hands. Kept in nicely by Lowson, but he runs out of room. And we'll have a throw in deep inside East Ringwood's 450.
The game's not pretty, but the pressure's high, and both sides are prepared to make mistakes to gain valuable yardage.
Certainly has been. Does feel like a finals type game. We know both sides will be there come September. The ball's brought back into play. Farmer gets front position, the tap out to a teammate. Almost there, taken, well done by his brother in Mitch. And the good tackle there brings the Mooroolbark defender to the ground. And that was
they nearly look like twins, the Farmer boys.
They do, they're very similar. Farmer takes ruck against Monkhurst again, taps it into the corridor. His brother Mitch gets it again, he's hocking. Takes a bit of time before he kicks it down the line. Mundy's got front position, and they did well. In there is Weatherhill, taps it forward. They've got some numbers here. The gang tackled. Belo was taken to the ground by two or three Mooroolbark players. Doesn't want to give up the ball as the number 7. No, it's we still haven't got the number 7 at the moment.
Number 7
takes
and
the
then
ball.
number 40 for East Ringwood we're looking for.
As goes wide. The mark dropped and stolen. Here's a chance East Ringwood. Through the hands of Lowson. Kicks it up to the top of the square. Kennedy's there for the Mustangs, but East Ringwood have enough numbers as they look to just soccer that off across the boundary line. That was Mitch Farmer there who got there first.
They've had the ball in their inside 50 a lot so far. East Ringwood for no result.
Yeah, you're right.
But Mooroolbark they're holding sway very well there in their defensive.
We've got a couple of those changes to confirm for East Ringwood. So Luke Fairey's wearing the number 40 and Isaac Delaney wearing the number 8, and they've come in for Darcy Powell and Marcus Kane.
Free kick to Farmer here.
Now, this has been his kryptonite, Brash, over the years, hasn't it, set shots?
It has been, Matt, and this is going to be an interesting kick because the wind's going to drag it, I reckon, left to right.
Where are you aiming?
I'm aiming to the left goal post.
Oh,
That's a goal.
Well called, Brash. Trent Farmer finishes it. Aimed it left and it went right through, and that's using the wind at its best. And East Ringwood go to 2-1-13 to Mooroolbark, 1 straight 6. 13 and a half minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, boys.
Yeah, look, it's probably reward there for East Ringwood because they really have dominated possession in the opening 13 minutes, and with the clearances and the going their way as well, they probably want to be coming out at quarter time, maybe with a 3 or 4 goal lead. Gents,
as we go down the boundary side,
feel like they're playing tricks on the new guy. I went down to ask the players on the bench who those numbers were when Matt asked for it. I come back and he saw me, and then he just reeled them off himself.
Well, we've actually got the stats team right next to us, so it helps when you've got the secretariat and the footy option standing right next to you. But
I could do with the exercise, it's all right.
Yeah, well, and you were going against the breeze too, so it would have taken you about 5 minutes. As we go up in the middle again, Trent Farm with a beautiful little outswinger there. There's Mundy, the ruckman, says I don't need midfielders, I'll do it myself. Long ball towards Farm once again, might bounce the way through. I think it has. Hannon Mundy's just launched one from the centre square. The big ruckman. East Ring will get their third, and incredibly their 3 goal kickers are the number 19, number 20 and number 21 as we go to Blake Tennant.
Yeah, just got some more scores. South Croydon hit back 1 straight 6 to 1 straight 6 as well.
Exciting game up the road at Cheong, but we don't care. Right.
No, we've got to be here. East Ringwood out to a 13-point lead.
They are kicking with a strong
very hot
breeze.
start.
They are kicking with a strong breeze, but as Paul alluded to, they are dominating in the middle, and Mundy is doing such a good job of Monkhurst. He's removing the need for midfielders.
The absence of Noonan
could
be a big part of this story.
Mullet hasn't really gone on ball much.
Monkhurst just grabbed the ball out of the ruck and sent it forward for Mooroolbark. They haven't had too many forward 50 entries so far. East Ringwood's defence do well, as they've done all year. The number 1 defence goes towards the wing. The mark not taken by Mitch Farmer. Cleaning up was Dobie. His kick had to be good. Found Hocking and did. Off to Mackie, inside 50. They've got players open, and there's one of them. Well, mark taken there. Well done by Dibsdale. Had Mullet as well in the forward line, and that was just good use of the ball.
Quickly, Paul, what are the clearance numbers?
East Ringwood lead the clearances 8-3.
And inside 50s?
Inside, I don't have...
You don't have that one, Paul? Sorry, I thought we did.
But they're making Mooroolbark turn it over. They're making it turn it over. 6-3 turnovers.
Thank you, Paul.
So Archer Dibsdale to bring the margin back to 7 points, despite not having much of the ball. Here's Dibsdale too far wide, and that's not going to come back, and we'll just register for a minor score. 1-1-7 to East Ringwood 3-1-19 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
It didn't really come back at all, surprisingly, after Trent Farmer got one to absolutely bend. Bit of Mitchell Stark action. So Wetherill, Jackson will run his full measure and then go to the outer side. He's got a target out there. Good looking kick in the end, looking for Callum Norris. And East Ringwood force it further forward with Sam Walsh around that one, but well done by Heath Hocking and co to knock it out of bounds. As we go down to Ben Warren Smith on the boundary.
Let's keep an eye across half-back for Mooroolbark on Lachlan Sutherland, who copped one in the breadbasket about a minute and a half ago, so he's a little bit ginger at the moment, but he's playing as a free man across back line.
So Dibsdale and Mundy in the ruck. Mundy lost the hit out, but then got the clearance, but his kick down the line is intercepted. And Mooroolbark will come again. Here is Sutherland down the line. Straight to Hannah Mundy, who spoils it into the scoreboard, and so much so he's wiped Mooroolbark's score. So East Ringwood 3-1-19, Moorool.
There it is.
Moorool 1-1-7. It's come back to us, but what Hannon Mundy.
It's on fade mode.
Hannon Mundy is dominating at the moment. High possessions and high hit-outs. He'll go up again against Dibsdale. Just half forward for Mooroolbark. Ali and Hocking around it. Hocking got there first. Ali wrapped him up. And then there might be a free kick going the way of Mooroolbark here for a hold. There is. No? Yes, it is. Umpire initially indicated the wrong direction. So the free kick will go the way of, I assume it's McManus wearing the 7 today. Wheels onto the left. Long ball inside forward 50. Should all be East Ringwood, and it is. Good, strong mark taken down there. That's another intercept mark for East Ringwood. And they can try to repel. It'll be Norris. Plays on and goes to that outer side. So it's clear that both sides want to play opposite sides of the ground as Mackie takes the intercept mark this time. He's being instructed to go long. He ignores the calls and goes inboard to the runner. He's going to run to 55. Drew one to the top of the square. Mullet's got the sit. And thudded into the sports cover goal post padding. Mooroolbark get their second behind. They're 1-2-8. East Ringwood 3-1-19. We've got 18 minutes in this first quarter as we go to Paul Yukoni in the Stats Centre.
Certainly been a game of defences early on. Already 6 intercept marks to 3 in favour of Mooroolbark.
It's a good call, Paul. They're number one defence, East Ringwood. They've been good all year as Mitch Farmer's open and takes a mark and wants to play on immediately. Puts on the right boot, right up towards the forward 50. That's a good kick. Mundy was open, couldn't quite take the mark. Does well the second effort to tackle, and the umpire will call a ball up just inside 50 for the Roos.
It's almost like this afternoon, you're going to have 2 game plans, one with the wind and one against. Mooroolbark are going to have to really run the ball inside 50.
Be interesting to see what the coaches say at quarter time as Mooroolbark try and clear it out. The kick was cut off though, not long enough, so East Ringwood under a bit of pressure. Mitch Farmer puts it up towards the square. Got 3 to beat, almost took it. Kennedy on the second grab tried to
Stephen now at the age of 65 and 3'9", almost taking a 1v3 pack mark as we go to Blake Tennant quickly in the score centre.
Yeah, I'll just also back you up there, Matt. He's 38.
38. I was a little bit out.
Yep.
Mundy goes up again. Got it down. Handball quickly came out of there by Kennedy. Giorgio around the footy. I'm tipping Ben and he at the same age, as there's going to be another stoppage. No, holding the ball. It's going the way of Mooroolbark and Lockie Sutherland, who seems to have recovered fairly well from his hit to the breadbasket. We go down to Steve White.
Yeah, just some news for East Ringwood. Trent Farmer's off the ground, getting some extra strapping and getting some work done on that left thigh of his, so I'll keep you updated.
Thank you, Steve, as Sutherland brings it out in our direction. Just holds up in the wind. Big fly from Mullet! He hasn't touched it yet today. And he announces himself with an absolute hanger over James Below, 2 champions of this division going one-on-one, and Mullet brings down easily mark of the day, and he goes longer. Can we have another one from Hocking? He's not in front position, and Wetherill does well and takes another strong mark. He's been impressive early as we quickly go to Blake Tennant.
Yeah, just got some Division 3 scores. Waverley Blues 2 straight 12 to 1 behind, and Ferntree Gully 1 straight 6 to scores to be 2 straight 12.
So kick went down line from Wetherill. Mullet knocked it to the deck, and then Stevie Donnell, the spring chicken, knocked it over the line for a boundary throw in. So
they've really come to play here, East Ringwood. They're really trying to seize the initiative early and try and send a statement to Mooroolbark.
Looks like Trent Farmer's back on the ground with strapping on that thigh, so Steve will be all over it as hooked side inside 450 by Stuart Donnelly. Donnell's there, tried to sock it out of the hands of the Mooroolbark defender, then Coughlin succeeded. Chasing after it first and getting there nicely in the end for Mooroolbark was Roth, and then he hacked it out wide. They've got a runner in Dobie, but the ball just did a wronging on him, and he had to go back and get it. Broke through the Below tackle and then broke through the Coughlin tackle. Runs to right half back, but the umpire says he run too far. You don't see that often, Ryan. And East Ringwood will get another chance to go inside forward 50 as we tick into time on in this first quarter. They lead by 11 points. As we go to Blake Tennant quickly in the score centre.
Yep, just got our Division 4 scores here. Turnside Park 2-3-15, another warning yet to score.
So East Ringwood pump it back inside 50. Farmer's there, it's over the top of his head, and a good mark there taken by Jonathan Egan. And he'll shove a short kick. It's got a player on. While he's tackled, just got a kick away before, and the ball will just roll over the boundary line for a boundary throw in. Not long to go in this first term.
I think defensively, Mooroolbark have done a fair job in the first quarter. East Ringwood probably need another couple of goals, I reckon, to just, put the quarter and stamp it in their fashion, in their way.
So tapping it down, Smith was tackled straight away through the hands of the Mackie. He's got a bit of space. Kicks it inbound. He's got Hocking there if he can run onto it. Got a couple East Ringwood defenders around him. Puts it on the boot straight away towards goal. It's right through the middle. Great goal by Heath Hocking.
And that's exactly what they did then, is they kept the ball
goal
low
number 2.
And just made Mooroolbark run. They ran onto the ball then without having to worry about a kick in the air. 2
for Hocking, 2 for Mooroolbark, 2-2-14 trail East Ringwood 3-1-19 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 22 minutes gone.
You got to just give a shout out to Cade Mackey there. Showed a bit of poise. A lot of his teammates so far this quarter, under the pressure that Paul's alluded to, have just slapped it on the boot, but obviously had a bit of space to run into and assessed his options because East Ringwood had them covered down the line. A beautifully weighted kick, and
yeah, it was. I'll
tell you what, Heath Hocking, I don't think East Ringwood went into this game thinking he was going to be the man to watch in front of goals, but he's got 2. And Mooroolbark will now definitely be happy, given the advantage East Ringwood have got with the wind. Although Steve did say it's sort of going across the ground. It's not a genuine straight down the guts Adelaide Oval, Trent Cotchin kicking against it sort of wind.
No, thank you.
more.
No more.
As we go to Paul Yaconi in the stats centre.
Tackles have been even in this game, 9 apiece, so they've brought the pressure both sides.
You'd expect that from these two teams, wouldn't you, Paul? Is it Hickleton in the ruck? And then coming through and getting tackled was McManus by Mitch Farmer, but Mullet tumbled to kick forward to Hocking. Maybe just isolate Heath Hocking. There's going to be, he was appealing for a free kick, but we'll have another ball up. Centre half forward from Mooroolbark, incredibly. They get one here, they'll be in front after.
Yeah, I know. It's amazing,
playing
really.
second fiddle for most of this quarter, Brash. As we go up again, Hickleton and Dibsdale. Hickleton won it down. Cherney, East Ringwood legend, got his handball away. And then it come into the hands there of Isaac Delaney, the late in. Donnelly lays a tackle there on Hocking, who stood up in it. And we'll have another ball up. Left half forward, flank for Mooroolbark. Trail by 5 points. 3 minutes into time on here. Eastland match of the day between East Ringwood and Mooroolbark. Mooroolbark yet to lose this year. East Ringwood lost just the one to the Mustangs as Connor Waitman gets the clearance. Left foot ball around the corner, looking for Trent Farmer. And then doing well there. Look to be Dermot Reynolds. Knocks over line for boundary time. Farmer wants a free kick.
Well, that ain't happening.
Don't know why he's asking the boundary umpire. I don't know if he can pay them. Unless they've changed the rules. They may well have.
You can only pay an out in the full.
Well, maybe that's what he was asking for, Brash. So thrown in again in centre with Dibsdale. Hit out down to Austin Smith, reigning Kenneth Wright medalist. 1 year, one best and fairest for the league for Austin Smith in the AFL. Decent effort from the Yarra Glen Junior. As we go up again. Dibsdale knocked it forward, straight in the hands of Donnelly. Left foot ball, just grubbers towards centre half forward. Sits up nicely for Donnell, gave the handball off to Norton. His kick went straight into Lockie Sutherland, who's been in the wars today. Farmer playing for a free kick. This time he'll get one. He's within range here, Trent Farmer. Played on. The Mustangs were awake to it, and they end up getting the intercept. And the handball comes wider still, and they find a way to get the ball to Aussie Smith on the wing, who drills one out loud looking for Dobie. Did well to keep it in front of him and then try to spin back into it, but he's wrapped up by two Roos. Handball comes to Mullet. Don't want this man to get free. He gets a step, long ball. Hocking looking for his third, might have been held. Umpire said play on. Ball will sit up. Well done by Dylan Below. Cleared his lines to space, and now it's a foot race.
Here's a chance. It's going to boundary line's going to beat both of them, unless it can be kept in. It is. Well done there. That was Roth. Handball off to Mackie, who sprays that out on the full. And East Ringwood breathe a sigh of relief as we go to Blake Tennant in this score centre.
South Korea have hit the front, boys. 2-2-14 to Park Orchard 1-1-7, and Bourne 3-1-19 to Berwick yet to score.
Plenty of time left in it though, Blake, isn't there?
Yeah, you would say, yeah.
The ball goes towards the boundary side, might just roll out in front of the Mooroolbark players coming onto the field. Very interesting haircut, Richard.
Can't believe it. I did not come here today thinking Heath Hocking would be one out in the goal square. But
ball thrown back in. He's looking very dangerous so far. Mundy back in the ruck. Handball out. Here's Waitman again. He's had a bit of influence early, but he's tackled this time.
They've been hot on that. There's two there where the player probably could have claimed they got their boot to ball in time.
Peacock wanted to move that on straight away. Handball is off to Mackie. He goes down the line. Good mark there taken. And there a chance to go inside 50 through the hands of Batten. The late in from Mooroolbark. Kane Newton out.
50 in the zone. Oh, no.
That hurts.
And he's been outsmarted by a ruckman, Brash, the young fella.
He has, and the thing is, Mooroolbark have just taken control in the last 5 minutes and been able to get these 50-50 contests on their terms.
Now, Ryan, you're... sorry, we'll go down to Benmore and Smith.
He's probably a little bit unlucky because you only really noticed it once you started to come in for the goal. The umpire normally would have said just push out a few metres.
Oh, Dobie's gone short. Oh, Batten's gone short. Aaron Mullet, he'll run in 15 metres out. Doesn't miss these. Mooroolbark are in front, 3-2-20. East Ringwood 3-1-19, so Ben Osborne won't be out with that. A lapse in concentration in terms of the 50 or the 25 and the ability to let Aaron Mullet go free. But just on that as well, Ben, I'm pretty sure, I don't know if the rule changed with us as well, but I'm pretty sure if you're with a player, you're okay to stand in the area. Not exactly sure. We'll go to Paul Yaconi though in the stats centre.
Well, East Ringwood have turned it over 4 of the last 6 times, and that's how Mooroolbark are starting to get back in the game. East Ringwood are still well on top in the clearances, 12-5, but it's the turnover game that's helping Mooroolbark.
Well, 3-2-20, Mooroolbark incredibly in front now by a point, and all their goals have come from former AFL players in Hocking and Mullet. So back in the centre we go. Mundy, who's probably been the best player on the ground, just taps it to himself and then torps it inside forward 50. It just bounced off the head there of the Mooroolbark defender, and then I think Jason Coughlin's kick goal of the day. One touch, one finish. Coughlin puts East Ringwood back in front. Mooroolbark hold the lead for all of 30 seconds. East Ringwood now 4-1-25, Mooroolbark 3-2-20, 27.5 minutes gone. First term as we go to Blake Tennant.
Yeah, just got to Division 1 scores. Montana South 1-1-7 and Mitcham 1-4-10.
I think the one thing that probably Ben Osborne won't be happy with was the fact that, you know, the kicking and the disposal into their forward 50 hasn't been what he would want, and he doesn't want players like Mullet getting a loose, easy possession in the forward 50 either.
So back in the midfield, Waitman almost got her hands onto it. Now through the hands of Donnelly. Oh, the kick forward did well. Got numbers open. Oh, dropped through the hands of Norton, and cleaning up there nicely was Witchard, who goes to the far side, but it's turned over. Now through Delaney. Goes wide, hits a target. 28 minutes gone, they haven't got too long. A Hancock, apologies. That was, as they chip it along. They'll go inside 50. They'll want one more, especially with the win this quarter. Ali's there, he's in the spot. And punched away. They've got some numbers here, and Mooroolbark can kick it out, but it should be turned over unless it can.
Good kick.
Well marked there. That was strong hands by Hager.
I'm starting to think the wind's not favouring anyone.
Two players to beat. Handballed it off to Roth. Kicks forward, finds a mark. That's Jai Jordan. That's a good-looking kick up towards top of the square, and coming in there strong. Well done there by Hancock.
Cross down.
So we go down the boundary side, Ben Warren Smith.
Yeah, when the wind picks up, which is every other second, it is definitely favouring the Maroondah Highway end of the ground. It's a couple of goals.
Okay, thank you, Ben. So at the moment, then Mooroolbark will be very happy to be just 5 points down. As we get another stoppage right in front of the Mooroolbark bench. Can't be long left in this quarter, although 7 goals, couple of stoppages. You never know how much time's left in it. Brash is usually out. He loves the guess. How long is this one going for, Brash?
Oh, about 31.
31. That's our money. So we've got 90 seconds left according to Brash as we go to Paul in the Stats Centre.
It's interesting to point out the 7 goals in the first quarter. There's only been one mark inside 50 for the whole game. That's to Mooroolbark, but they're all getting their goals through clearances and turnovers.
Absolutely. So doing one there was Wycup from Mooroolbark, and then a handball chain leads to Aussie Smith, who can set sail home. It might come back with the breeze. It might come back.
That's awesome goal.
He's gone the crackerjack flipper. It went both ways, Brash. And Mooroolbark hit the front. 4-2-26. East Ringwood 4-1-25. We've seen some of the goals of the year and marks of the year already in this first quarter. We're expecting a big game, and this one's been just as it's lived up to expectations.
It certainly is, and the fact is that this is a real skill for the players this afternoon. How their foot skills are really going to come under scrutiny this afternoon, and whoever can control that is going to win this game, because that's where it's going to get to, I reckon.
High expectations for the best two sides in Division 1. They're living up to it. Monkhurst in the ruck. Tried to grab it out. Here's East Ringwood now with the chance to go forward themselves. The tackle not laid. And getting in there first, Donnelly wrapped up.
No, is there a free kick off the ball? No.
And there will be a ball up. Can't be long left. Almost coming to 31 minutes gone. Monkhurst and Mundy in the ruck again. Mundy's had a good start to this first quarter, but this quarter time, an entertaining first quarter. Mooroolbark 4-2-26 lead East Ringwood 4-1-25.
And the goal kickers singles across the board for East Ringwood. Hannon Mundy, Trent Farmer, Sam Lowson and Jason Coughlin. Also for Mooroolbark, 2 to Heath Hocking, 1 to Austin Smith and 1 to Aaron Mullet. We're going to go to a break here on the Eastland EFNL match of the day. When we come back, we'll bring you the second quarter between East Ringwood and Mooroolbark, plus all the news from the coaches' huddles.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing kickboxing personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported. Available at boobarmour.com.au.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported. Available at boobarmour.com.au.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Welcome back to East Ringwood Reserve for the Eastland EFL Match of the Day between East Ringwood and Mooroolbark. East Ringwood only lost the one game all year to the Mustangs, who are undefeated, and so far this game has delivered. Wayne Brasher 4-1-25 to 4-2-26. It has been end-to-end stuff. There's a howling gale, but it doesn't seem to matter. Two high-quality sides going head-to-head.
No, sometimes we can place a great importance on the wind. However, I just thought that East Ringwood probably didn't take their opportunities. I thought the way they delivered their ball into their inside 50 was a little bit sloppy at times, but the defence led by Giorgio and Kennedy held them up time and time again. Aaron Mallett came into the game in the last 10 minutes of that first quarter, and you could already see the impact that he was having on the contest. He went into the midfield, he started to get possession of the ball, he was dropping back into the playing that one man back, was able to influence the contest and deliver a perfect ball to set up a Mooroolbark goal late in the quarter. Mooroolbark, I just thought with them, they sort of changed their game plan a little bit, and rather than bomb the ball, they sort of lowered their eyes a lot more and made sure that they made a bit of a run fest, kicking the ball into space so that their on-ballers and inside 50 runners could run into the contest. I reckon Brett Lavis might change it on again.
We'll just go quickly. I think we're going to have a band rider talking to a coach soon, but it looks like we'll go to Blake Tennant in the score centre in the meantime.
Well, I've got a big score coming up here. This is a big one. Rowville 117 to Doncaster East 5-6-36.
There's a big win though. There's a big win.
Yeah, there you go.
There's a big win out of Seabeck.
Yep. So that's the biggest score.
What other scores have you got for us, mate?
I've got North Ringwood 2-1-13 to Blackburn 4-3-27. I've got Fairmont 1-4-10 to Doncaster 1-6. South Croydon 3-2-20 to Park Gorge 2-2-14. And Baldwin 4-3-27 to Yet to Score Berry.
Thank you, Blake Tennant. We're going to go down to Ben Warren-Smith, who's with the Mooroolbark huddle.
Over at the Muzzabee's huddle at quarter time, and look, we've seen your coach now, Brett Laver's pretty happy with that against the breeze there. That was some really good football by you boys, keeping it tight as well. So a great start.
Yeah, I was really happy with the start. Obviously, we keep them to 4, and we kick for ourselves in the breeze. I thought our ball movement was pretty good, and the opportunities we got, we just probably conceded a couple of late, with a couple of bad drop marks and maybe one out of the centre there. But yeah, really pleasing start.
It's a tricky breeze, but run and carry message this quarter. Put the pressure on them.
Yeah, definitely. We'd like to get aggressive here and be able to run and carry the footy. We feel that that's an area that we can hopefully expose them and give ourselves opportunities to get some one-on-ones up forward.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, BWS and Brett Lavers. Always good with his time as we wait for a few stragglers to go off the field, including Finchy from the umpires. In the meantime, Paul Yaconi in the Stats Centre.
It's been close. The only real difference in the stats is the clearances, and East Ringwood are winning that 13-7. But you look at the other stats, intercept marks 7-5 in favour of Mooroolbark. So it's been very defensive. 12 tackles apiece. 9 to 8 turnovers in favour of Mooroolbark, and 6 to 4 free kicks in favour of Mooroolbark.
High pressure game as Mundy just grabs it out and kicks it forward. He's been very dominant early. Hickleton couldn't quite cleanly grab it. The handball out, back in the direction of Mooroolbark's goals. They go forward. Here's a chance. Here's Barkers for East Ringwood. Almost thrown without it. Handball out in front of Smith. If he can grab it first, he does. Tackled by Waitman. And the umpire will ball it up in the middle of the ground as we go to Blake Tennant in the score centre.
Yeah, just got a score, massive score here down at Jubilee. Ringwood 1-6 to Templestowe, 4-3-27. So great start to Templestowe.
We'll go boundary side shortly as Mooroolbark had a chance to go forward, and well taken there as we go straight to the boundary with Steve White.
Thanks, Ryan. Yeah, so the message from Ben Osborne at quarter time, he was happy, but he wasn't happy with the little 1%ers, particularly their tackles. They weren't completing the tackles. Looking for a bit more effort in that quarter and going into the breeze just to tighten up the clearances across the back.
Thank you, Steve. So Hickleton took the mark, gave the handball off to the runner in Delaney. That's Damon. He goes out down the line to Stevie Donnell. Dangerous kick too, given the wind is blowing that ball further to the club rooms and the supporters, but nonetheless kept it in play, and Donnell plays on. He's going to try and go around Giorgio. Two of the older horses on the ground, and Donnell did it beautifully, pops it up. Ali was his target, but Shane Kennedy read it best, was in front position. He's been good for the Mustangs. A reliable defender, understated. Takes an intercept mark and goes across goal to Dermot Reynolds. He puts a high one. They've got a player out on the other side. It's James McManus. And he's got a couple of players down the line. Ignores them, gives it off to Caden Mackey, who's a beautiful ball user. Look at that kick straight to Jai Jordan. Jumping Jai, couldn't bring it down in the air, but did the work on the ground. Handball over the top. Barkers came across, did well for East Ringwood. Handballed it along to Below, who flicked it wider still, but the Mooroolbark pressure is up. Cherney's handball was intercepted. Chipping ball over the top might suit the Mooroolbark forwards. Gilby there, putting pressure on, but Delaney swooped on it, and unfortunately ran out of room. And we're going to have a boundary throw in deep inside the Mooroolbark forward 50s. We go quickly to Ben Warren Smith on the boundary.
I reckon it's picked up about 4 degrees down here. Started sweating.
You did have to walk all the way over to the huddle and back.
But it's definitely rised in temperature, guys.
Thank you. That's music to everyone's ears that is here listening. Of course, you can listen Eastern FM 98.1, the SEN app, or Facebook and YouTube. It's in a bit of a grand final preview, and I'll tell you what, if this is the game we're going to get grand final today, I'm looking forward to it. So, thrown up again, Jordan just got rid of his opposing ruckman, put it on the boot, might have wobbled it through! Bounces across the face, Weatherall will keep it in and then just dance step over the line. Two of them line dancing there, Dibsdale and then Weatherall. So, Mooroolbark 4-3-27, East Ringwood 4-1-25. That goal from Jai Jordan, Ryan, would have been good, but it wouldn't have even been close to goal of the day.
No, we've already had about 3 or 4 nominations for the goal of the day as it's turned over and now into the hands of Gilby. And wanted, I think, a bit of a penalty, but he'll go back. He's got some players open out the back if he can get it there. Right up to the top of the square, almost taken by Jordan, punched away. And they've still got them scrummers at ground level. Here's one of them. Here's Hagar, tackled to the ball and caught.
Cross down
well
injury.
Tackled by Below. As we go boundary side with Ben Warren Smith.
Mitch Farmer's left ankle, very, very proppy in the middle of the ground.
I reckon that happened to that far boundary throw-in a couple of minutes ago too.
Would be a big loss if he can't come back out there. There's the ball straight over the top and the hands of Norris. So it'll be a throw-in right in front of us here on the broadcast side as we go to Blake Tennant for around the grounds.
Yeah, just got some scores coming through. Got Warrandyte 3-5-23 to Whitehorse 2-4-16, and I also got Fairtree Gully 2-4-16 to Scoresby 3-1-19, and I've also got Waverley Blues 2-1-13 to Glen Waverley 1-6-12.
Beautiful, Blake. Sped up with the play. I liked it, mate. Some interesting games in Division 3. Whitehorse need to find a win soon, so do both Scoresby and Fairtree Gully. So games to keep an eye on as Dermot Reynolds, he's had some big jobs this year. We saw him watch Jake go against Jake Parenti. Now he's got Trent Farmer as he goes down the line. Mullet was the target, being manhandled by Delaney, but Delaney got away with it. And all fair in love and war, and the ball goes over the line for another boundary throw-in. We've had a lot of boundary throw-ins in the same spots, haven't we? It's been very isolated. As we go quickly to Blake in the score centre.
Yeah, got Division 4, Chancellor Park 4-7-31. to Nunawading to score. Sylvan 2-3-15 to Forest Hill 4 straight 24.
Oh, that's got to be an error, doesn't it? As the ball's intercepted by Egan. Sorry, Blake. Slapped it on the boot. Will it stay in? It will. Go over the line now for a boundary throwing. Back to you, Blake.
And Surrey Park 2-5-17 to Croydon North M-Lock 2 straight 12.
So a couple of interesting games brewing there, Brash.
Yeah,
Forest Hill.
I tell you, yeah, Forest Hill. I mean,
Strong breeze, I'm tipping.
Well, it's their Waterloo day, I reckon, for Forest Hill. They need to make
I'll tell you what, not many local footy games have Waterloo mentioned on the call. I like it, Brash, as the ball goes into the middle of East Ringwood Reserve. Kicked inside forward 50 there by Roth of Mooroolbark, and then collected by Mundy, and then it was rolled out towards Trent Farmer and out of bounds for another boundary thrown in centre wing as we go back to Blake in the score centre.
Yeah, got some Division 1 scores down at the Coliseum, the Montrose Football Club, 3-4-22 to Beaconsfield.
Blake, I'm happy with patriotism. You're not calling it the Coliseum. It's slope. The Coliseum wasn't on a slope.
The tap out by Monkhurst.
Let's get on with the game.
Tackle there. It's been a good first 5 minutes for East Ringwood. Haven't given up a goal.
All right, Blake, quickly another
What was the score?
3-4-22 to Beaconsfield, yet to score.
Thanks, mate.
Here's Aussie Smith, just throws it onto the boot, and that is well and truly out of bounds over the full, over the fence, and into one of the cars.
I tell you who else he won't be happy will be the Roval supporters here in that score at quarter time. I know they give Ray Baird a real drilling. Well, Ray, you've got something to talk to him about.
Well, Ray's out there, big win. We'll wait till half time, Brash.
Yeah.
Ball's out to the back. Here's Belo, just throws it onto the boot up forward. No one can take the mark, bounce to the ground in front of Kennedy, and a pack of players will lead to a ball up.
I'd like to see East Ringwood forwards be in front. They've all been caught out the back when they know the ball's going to drop short, Brash. That's twice Kennedy's sat in front of Ali.
They're falling for that sucker punch. You've got to play in front, even with the wind.
So Mundy and Monkhurst. Mundy is toweling him up at the moment, and Monkhurst spending a lot of time on his backside as Aussie Smith got the ball away to Aaron Mullett, who kicks it down the line to centre wing. Norris got a hand on it. He's got Dibsdale for company. We have another boundary thrown. East Ringwood will be pretty happy with this, Brash, at the moment. They're kicking into a strong breeze, and Mooroolbark can't really get the ball anywhere near the corridor.
No, they can't. And it's like I said, I think this is going to be games where minutes where you're going to only dominate for minutes.
Well, yeah, it's definitely going to ebb and flow. We saw that in the first quarter, didn't we? We thought East Ringwood were on for a very comfortable first quarter-time lead before Mooroolbark kicked the last three. So Waitman to Mundy to Mitch Farmer is back on the ground. Keep an eye on that ankle, though, gents, as he kicks that one out of bounds on the full. So he still doesn't look great, Mitch, but he's back out there.
Oh, it's amazing what a bit of jungle juice and a bit of strapping can do for you.
So Aaron Mullett now. Wheel onto that trusty left boot. He's just on centre wing, kicks it up to the half-forward flank. Big fly from Jai Jordan, couldn't bring it down. That's two now, jumping Jai can't bring down, but those two are competing with each other for Mark of the Year. Blake Tennant in the score centre.
Yeah, got some more scores for Premier. Got South Croydon 6-2-38 to Park Orchards 2-2-14. Baldwin 5-4-34 to Berwick, yet to score. Naval Park 6-2-38 to Norwood, yet to score. North Ringwood 2-1-13 to Blackburn 4-3-27, and same scores for both of the Roeville and Vermont's games respectively.
Caught with the ball there, just got his handball out. Ali's there to put pressure on. Monkhurst gets it, will look to enter a forward 50. Mullet can run onto this, he does. Got a bit of space, puts it up towards the top of the square. Can they get a mark? Up in the back, punched away towards the boundary line. Kept in, well done on the boundary line.
Hit the post. That hit the post, didn't it?
We'll get a check from the umpire.
That's hit the post.
We'll get it.
We'll see.
Jai Peacock, it's going to be, the umpire's going to speak to the goal umpire here.
Well, we've got one of the most experienced goal umpires here, Martin Prizes.
He's giving
He
the goal.
paid it, and the Mustangs love it. That's goal of the day, maybe. 5-3-33, Mooroolbark lead East Ringwood 4-1-25.
Well, we've had 6 Tobin Brothers goal today.
Yes.
Now, it must have hit the goal umpire then, Brash, because it definitely hit something.
Yeah, the way the ball took a deviation,
Let's have a look at the replay before we go to Steve White. Jai Peacock, a beautiful kick across goal. The replay just doesn't catch up with it, unfortunately. Steve, what did you see down there?
Yeah, so just going back to that prior Aaron Mullett kick with a collision there with Connor Waitman, he's pretty ginger there lining up in the middle, so keep an eye on him.
And just because you wanted it to hit the post doesn't mean it did, Matt.
Oh, sorry, I just looked like it hit the post, Ben.
It's probably been a reverse boomerang kick.
You reckon? Well, the wind is pretty strong, Brash. So Austin Smith got the handball forward. The effects mic's about to hit the deck to my right. Mundy goes in and does his own work.
8-goal breeze.
8-goal breeze it's now up to, according to Ben Warren Smith.
I tell you, he's done well. Austin Smith has won some crucial clearances and been very lively so far.
The reigning Kenneth Wright medalist. So Monkhurst lays a tackle on the East Ringwood man standing up in the tackle there.
And had to step up in the absence of Noonan too.
Yeah.
So Steve is right about Aaron Mullet. Still a little bit sore after that hit from Connor Waitman as he kicked before, and we'll have a repeat stoppage here. So the game, it's just, Paul, it's just the intensity's dropped a little bit after that frantic start.
Yeah, it has. They've been getting a lot of clearances both sides, 5-4 in this quarter, but it's been stoppage central. It's been around this area of the ground.
Yeah, exactly right. There has been a lot of boundary throw-ins this quarter.
A lot of boundary throw-ins, a lot of
ball-ups.
A lot of ball-ups and a lot of balls going out in the full, which is, to be honest, been around the whole game, but particularly this quarter.
It has been. The pressure is high as Monkhurst went up unopposed, one hit out down. Waikar got the handball away to Heath Hocking. Got 2 goals already, puts one up to the top of the square. Jordan's got the sit, worked his man under it. Bilo did well. And then off the ground, that one hit the post. That one hit the post, Ben. Socket off the ground there by Jared Gilby. Well done by Dylan Bilo. Could have easily given up on that one after Jai Jordan bodied him out, but it's another behind. Mooroolbark 5-4-34, East Ringwood 4-1-25. There seems to be an injury. Is there, Ben Warren Smith?
Tommy Norton getting carried off the ground at the moment.
Did you see what happened?
I think he's copped one and he's been flattened.
He looks a bit ginger, doesn't he?
So we'll keep an eye on that one.
Play might need to stop here. He says he's right in the direction where this ball's going to go.
Well, the umpire should stop. It's going to land on him.
Jeez, it was very close. Over the back, almost a bit of a climb. Bilo gets it, and he's tackled the ground. Surely stop the play here while Norton comes off.
Surely the umpire, he's like, just let him go off here. This is about time.
Yep. Well, it looked like it's going straight to him.
I'm surprised it takes them a lot longer than, like, it seems to always take them a lot longer than it should.
Yeah. Well, that was quite obvious in front of him.
Especially when there was a stoppage in play as well.
You're absolutely right. As Monkhurst goes up into the ruck, gets the tap out. At ground level, getting in there first was Walsh, and he's tackled. And there will be a ball up. Mooroolbark lead 5-4-34. East Ringwood 4-1-25. 11.5 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Back in the ruck. Tapped out, Bilo first to get in, gang tackled by 2, and there's been awarded a free kick around the neck. I believe that was against Aussie Smith. As he takes the ball and wants to play on straight away. Launches it forward, as they can hit a target. They've been struggling to hit one inside 50. Ball hits the ground, just kicked away, right into the direction of Gilby. He can run onto this. Did well, he tackled without it. On the ball, Barkers gets it, plays on. Puts it up towards the square. Farmer's there. He's got a bit of leap. He gets it. Fell off the hands into the falling down to Lowson. Throws it onto the boot. And that's very nice. No, it's not. It's just a behind. I think it's over the post.
Oh, he was happy
with
it.
He liked it. The boys around him liked it. But that's a minus score for East Ringwood. 4-2-26. Mooroolbark 5-4-34 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Mundy and Farmer spoiled each other there, Brash. Lack of communication.
It's been off-putting for them in this second quarter, East Ringwood. They're just not getting their chains of communication right.
Yeah, that should have been an easy mark for one of the two of them as we go to Blake in the score centre.
Yeah, you got some Division 2 scores. Got Baronia 2 straight 12 to Heathmont 1-4-10.
Turnover in the middle of the ground. Lowson's got it now. Handball over the top to Bilo. Runs to the arc. Sets sail for home. Kick off the boots. No, has missed. East Ringwood 4-3-27. Mooroolbark 5-4-34. Back to you, Blake.
That's all I've got. Back to, yeah.
I just cut you off, so do you want to send that one out again?
Sorry, Baronia 2 straight 12 to Heathmont 1-4-10.
So Heathmont had their chances. Big game, that one for the Jets. They win that one. It's one we didn't expect them to get, and they'll keep a hold of 5th spot on the Division 2 ladder as Kennedy this time brings it back into play from Mooroolbark. Goes long to the outer side. It'll hold up in the breeze. Big fly. Bilo ended up getting the crumb. Ball fell out of the pack, but there's a free kick going the way of James Bilo. If he was at the other end of the ground, you'd say he's within range, Brash.
Yeah, you would, but I'd be putting this right into the square.
So Farmer's got Reynolds. He wants it there. Mundy's another option. I think he's going in the Mundy direction. It's a well-way to kick. Lowson as well. Good strong mark. Not much McManus could do about that. I think it's technically a free kick being paid there by the umpire, but Lowson had all of it as we go quickly to Ben Warren Smith on the boundary.
Yeah, just watch the goal umpire here because he arches the back and then gives a point. He doesn't move, so if he's fooling everyone at the moment.
Well, you're correct, because both Bilo and Lowson have liked their last 2 attempts. Sam Lowson's only had 4 touches, I think. He's kicked 1 goal, 1, and almost set up James Bilo before.
He's becoming a bit of a headache.
Tucked into the pocket, drop punt, pretty good off the boots. No, this time even he didn't like it, so must have been a behind. So they're peppering the goals at the moment, East Ringwood. They are 4-4-28. Just one straight kick behind Mooroolbark 5-4-34. We've gone 14 and a bit minutes in this second quarter. Paul in the Stats Centre.
Well, that was only the second mark inside 50 for the game for both sides, but despite though, ironically, there haven't been any goals from those marks inside 50.
Reynolds' kick just managed to stay in as Whiteshide puts it towards the wing, taken there. Well done by Delaney. East Ringwood plays on immediately, gets around his opponent, smothered, and Mooroolbark now can respond. Here they go, Aussie Smith's in the middle, he's got some space, kicks it forward. Gilby can run onto this if the boundary line doesn't beat him, and it does. The ball moves quickly as we go boundary side with Steve White.
Yeah, thanks guys. The breeze has slightly changed direction now towards the Mines Road end of the ground, so it's gone back to the, I know that because I parked there, but advantageous to East Ringwood right now.
So East Ringwood have got a wonderful toss to win. They've got advantage in the first 2 quarters, Ryan.
They do, as the ball is thrown back into play. In the ruck here, tapped it out in front. That was Mitch Farmer who just got a clearance out, kicking it towards the wing. And good to see he's still out there and doing all right as we go boundary side.
Guys, Braden Dobie has been trying to get on the ground for about 7 minutes. He's about to have a conniption down here.
Well, Ben, he's the kind of guy who sends in his own highlights to the Eastern Football Netball League Instagram page.
I think you can call him the Joker too, because he's got Heath Ledger, the Joker, on his ankle.
Does he actually? There you go. Well, if he gets a kick, we'll get that one out there. As Hickleton took it out of the ruck, pumped it to centre forward. Mundy flew, ball hit the deck. Coming through was Johnson, left it behind. Luke Ferry, the inclusion, snapped it out in front of Tom Hancock. He's got Harrison Keeling for company. Keeling does well. Hancock got his handball away and was socket out of the air. Came back to Mitch Farmer though. He runs to 60, sets sail for home. It should be all the Mustangs. It's going to go right out of bounds on the full, is it? Yes, it is. Don't know how the boundary umpire called it from there, but nonetheless, it will go the way of the Mustangs, and they'll get a chance now through Caden Mackey in the back pocket as we go to Blake Tennant in the score centre.
Yeah, got some Division 3 scores. We've got Coldstream 4-8-32 to Fair Park 3-1-19. Waverley Blues 4-2-26 to Clan Waverley 2-6-18. White Horse Pioneers 2-4-16 at Warrandyte 2-3-5-23. And Ferntree Gully 3-6-24 to Scoresby 3-2-20.
Close games down there in Division 3. Mundy, great tap to Below. He took on McManus and he got away with it. High tackle. And I think the umpire's going to tell him to come with him because McManus was not happy with that. And East Ringwood's James Below will have a pretty simple shot for goal. Although the wind is obviously making all simple shots pretty tough today. We saw that in the women's game, didn't we, Ryan?
I don't think he liked that. I think he didn't like the way that McManus had tackled Below there. It looked sort of resembling...
Oh, it was definitely high, but I assume the descent was the 25.
It looked like a bit of a sling tackle too.
So Below will cross the 35-metre arc, set sail for home, hangs it out right. Will it come back? It will. That one is straight through the middle. East Ringwood level things back up. 17 minutes gone in this second quarter. The Roos 5-4-34, Mooroolbark 5-4-34. As we go, Brash, for your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, both sides are really struggling to get any sort of inside 50 advantage here. It's just really at the moment, the wind is really playing, it's like survival of the fittest. And I think at the end of the day, it's going to come down to who wants it the most.
Paul in the stat centre?
Yeah, you were saying the intensity died down a bit. The tackles, not as many as in the first quarter, only 7 tackles to 5 in favour of Mooroolbark and 2 intercept marks each, and 6 free kicks to East Ringwood in this second quarter to none.
Here's Dobie for all their work.
The Joker.
Still tight, scores level as he hand passes off to a spare player on the wing. And here he is, here's Roth. Puts it onto the boot, up forward. East Ringwood have got some numbers here, should be able to take the mark, and they do.
Dylan
Below. And we'll just slow things down. Taking his time. Got a couple options open. Here's Waitman on the far side. We'll go a bit further in the direction of Trent Farmer over his head and out of bounds on the full as we go boundary side with Ben Warren Smith.
Just an observation, it makes no sense to have an umpire on the far side of the ground doing nothing. They should be on closer to the grandstand, looking into the ground. You'll see so much more of the play.
Ball goes inside 50. Jordan, the right spot in front, took the mark, put the hand up, and he'll have a set shot from here. He'll back himself.
Are you saying the boundary umpires should both be on this side of the ground?
No, field umpires should be actually doing it, coming on the other side. One's doing all of it, and none's doing nothing, and you can't even see half of it.
Jordan plays on. It looks all right, but the wind will take it far right in the end, and it was just sneaking from behind as we go boundary side with Steve White.
The wind is changing minute to minute. It was Mines Road in, now it's Maroondah Highway, and so, yeah, we're all going to keep a straight face down here.
I think with the umpires are instructed to say corridor side if there's 2 umpires. If there's 3, you stay boundary side of the play.
Well, the wind might be coming into the grandstand area this time.
Well, I tell you what, Chris Journey has not spun that once, that football, but it's ended out okay. As it come to Hickleton, to Connor Waitman, showed some toe, handball over the top to Hancock, almost ran into Louse, and he pretty much telegraphs he was going back to Waitman, who's met by Giorgio. Umpire says holding the ball. Tom Hancock telegraphed that. He let everyone know he was handballing it back to Connor Waitman, and Trent Giorgio was up to the task. And now one of the best kicks in the league goes long down the line. He's looking for Aaron Mullet. It might end up in the hands of Hager. Cherney should get there first. Gets the handball away to Walsh. And then Sam Walsh puts a high up and under. Sitting underneath it there was Johnson. And a good mark taken by Hickleton. He's an absolute hulk as he goes long down the line. Half forward flank, Farmer gets front spot, takes the mark. That has to be paid to Mark. Umpire said play on. East Ringwood faithful unhappy. Dibsdale dropped to Mark. Mitch Farmer picked it up. He's got Jason Coughlin on his own, but he'll be intercepted by Ferry. Ali got it one out. Lowson's free. He goes in the alley direction. Keeling had a bit of the jumper. Umpire said nothing. And he just sort of runs it over the line for a boundary throw in. That communication once again, Brash. You know, Coughlin and Ferry. Ferry took the mark when Coughlin had it, and then Lowson was all on his own and was ignored.
It was, you know, once again, you've got to get those chains of communication right, otherwise it's going to fall down very quickly.
So is there a free kick coming here? Because that was punched out of bounds on the full.
It was deliberate.
I'm pretty sure if you punch it out of bounds on the full from a throw in, it is out in the full. But again, rules might have changed since I blew the whistle, so don't take my word for it. Farmer and Dibsdale will go again. Forward pocket for East Ringwood. They're down by a point. Farmer just takes it out of the ruck. Little left foot ball was smothered off the boot. Coming through is Sam Walsh. Couldn't get there. Boundary line wins out. Quickly to Blake Tennant in the score centre.
Yeah, got some Division 1 scores. So far, I've got it out of the Croydon and Upper Gully. Got Croydon 1 straight 6, Upper Gully 1-1-7.
Go Upper.
Montana South 6-3-39 to Mitchell 2-4-16.
Well, the Devils, they're on a roll. They're making a surge for third spot. Jordan Roth wanted a free kick. Umpire said nothing. Keeling kicked it to space. Jonathan Egan showed a bit of toe to almost get there first, but Isaac Delaney met him and then got a little chipping ball inside forward 50, found a target in Donnell. Could that be 25? Yes, it is. Beautiful drama there from the central umpire. Didn't let anyone know until the very last moment, and Stevie Donnell will get a shot at goal from almost point-blank range.
Jeepers, when goals are so hard to come by, you just can't afford to give a cheap 25 like that. Brett Lavers will be...
Especially kicking from there with the wind, it's a very tough, difficult shot. Now, Stevie Donnell, a man of his experience, although the 25 metres is about 12. I would have thought that'd take him a lot closer.
Yeah, I think he's been done at about 10 metres here.
Nonetheless, he should kick this to put East Ringwood back in front. Into time on in this second quarter. Stevie Donnell trots in, makes no mistake. He can't buy experience. Donnell gets his first. East Ringwood will get their sixth. They are 6-4-40. Mooroolbark 5-5-35. We have gone 22.5 minutes in the second quarter.
That's two 25-minute penalties that have led to scoring shots for East Ringwood.
And goals.
And goals. So, it hurts, and especially considering they've got what we think is the breeze that way, they haven't made the most of it, and East Ringwood now jump out to a 5-point lead, Brush.
Yeah, they haven't. It's just going to be one of those games. Which side's going to make the least amount of mistakes?
Yep. As we go, Blake Tennant in the score centre.
Yeah, got the Roeville game here. Got Roeville 1-4-10 to Doncaster East 6-6-42.
There's a certain boundary umpire who's looking a lot more cheery than he was a couple of minutes ago.
And
Good afternoon, Ray. I'm tipping he doesn't have his AirPods in for some reason.
Monkhurst launches it forward. Smith's going to get there. He slams it onto the boot. Up to George. Jordan falls through his hands. Off to Helking. Goal! No! And just a minor score. Thought he had it there. They go to 5-6-36. East Ringwood 6-4-40. Blake Tennant in the score centre.
Yep, got some premier scores. Got Ballard 6-4-40 to Berwick, one behind. South Croydon 9-3-57 to Park Gorges 2-2-14. No scores yet from the other two games between Blackburn, North Ringwood, and Vermont and Doncaster.
Well, Matt Davies just kicked 2 in 30 seconds, according to my source at Roeville, so they've cut the gap in half, the Hawks. Out at Seabeck as Chris Cherney takes the kick in for East Ringwood, pops it up. It's going to float for Hannon Mundy to just run onto and take a strong mark.
Been fantastic.
He's probably been far and away best for East Ringwood. He's handball to Lowson, who's going to take on Mullet, just ran into him and ran through him and then pumped it inside forward 50. Ali can turn around. Shane Kennedy does well, got his hands to it. Handball though was intercepted by Ferry. Missed Trent Farmer going past, went and got his own handball and then just knocks it forward. Inside forward 50 and we'll have a throw in. That was two bulls just staring each other in the eyes. No one took a backward step, Paul, as we go to the stats centre.
The clearances have still been even in this term, 7 apiece.
Well, this one's going to be important because it's inside the East Ringwood forward 50 and they can put the margin out to 10 points. Farmer tried to jump into the back of Monkhurst. It ends up with Connor Waitman. Kick was smothered by Kennedy. And then Austin Smith picked it up. He's wrapped up by Lowson, who might have gone onto the ball here, Sam Lowson.
Here we go.
Our band riders will be keeping a close eye on what's happening here. No love lost between these two clubs, it seems.
And neither should there be.
I don't like the fact that both umpires are right around this. Anything could be going on the ground, and you've got two umpires using 1 square metre, although there looks to be a card coming out. He loves it, this fella. Sam Lowson's got a card, and I think he's given it to Riley Monkhurst as well. So 2 yellow cards. Ben Warren Smith and Steve White will keep it close on this. So I'm pretty sure it's 15 minutes in the sin bin.
Yeah, it is.
So that'll include however long of this quarter, and then the rest of the third, or that into the third quarters. We go to Steve White.
Yeah, you're correct. Monkhurst and Lowson getting. They're having a few.
And they're still going at it here.
They're going.
Shades of.
I've never seen the umpires escort the two fellas off the ground. So you got one umpire looking at the interchange bench, the other bloke looking at. There could be anything going on here.
It's like leading him at the prom, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. He's leading his horse to water there, Bash.
Riley Monkhurst as he goes off the ground.
We'd love to have a mic on those two then.
I tell you what, I saw Damien Monkhurst somewhere too, Steve. So those supporters need to keep an eye out for him. If they say anything over the line, if there's another stoppage.
Crowd as well.
Well, maybe not an East Ringwood game as we go to Paul.
It's all happening here. I mean, 2 players going off with a yellow card. The wind's going over the place, and it nearly looks like a night game. It's pretty dark here.
Oh, good observation there, Paul. As Donnell came through, he's been ping-ponging the ball. This man is the ultimate theatre merchant, this umpire. He's turning around. He gave holding the ball, and then out of, I don't know what's happened, and all of a sudden Steve Donnell's having a shot for goal. What has happened?
I've got no idea.
What has happened?
Oh, it's just...
Nobody gave a high, Bruce.
You've just given him a free kick and
He
you've
said
just taken it away from him.
Smith's going, I didn't do anything. I just stood up to accept my free kick, and all of a sudden Stephen Donnell's having a shot at his second.
Oh, no.
He heard your comment, Matt.
The theatre merchant, or the other thing?
Yeah, the theatre merchant.
Well, he's playing up to it. So Stephen Donnell for 2 in the space of 5 minutes. This will test the leg. 35 metres into the breeze. Runs to the arc. Oh, never should have doubted him. Straight through the middle. Donnell's got 2. Easter got 7. 7-4-46. They lead by 10 points. Mooroolbark 5-6-36. Has been a frantic last couple of minutes, Wayne Brasher.
It certainly has. And, you know, look, it's just unfortunate when you see poor decisions like that, and hopefully it doesn't have a big influence on the game, because that's a telling goal on the stroke of half time, I reckon.
And to Paul Uconi with the stats.
Well, in this quarter, East Ringwood have had 7 frees to nothing, and they've got 3 goals from them. So that could be a telling factor at the end of this game.
Very important. Mundy's not got Monkhurst to compete with now. He launches it forward. Can they get a mark in the late one? The umpire's paid one. Another one to make that 8 free kicks this quarter. And it is going in the direction of Ali, who will take a set shot goal.
But to get shepherded out of the contest. Ball movement was so quick. But Harley's not even in the screen there, so we actually don't know what he's been given the free kick for.
Well, he's quick to make the call, and he's going to take the shot now. It's actually Trent Farmer who's going to kick it off the left boot. Is a bit of a shank.
Well, for those more experienced members of the team, Brash, that has happened before to Trent Farmer.
7-5, 47 to 5-6-36 as we go to Blake Tennant with the scores.
Yeah, got some scores out of the Rowville-Doncaster East game. Got Rowville 4-4-28 to Doncaster East 6-6-42. So,
and Matt Davies kicked the last 3, Blake.
Yeah, that's big game. I reckon that'll be a great game down at Seabeck.
Ball goes over the top and he's well tackled. Nothing paid then. Weatherhill puts it onto the boot up forward. Mark should be taken, and it's well done there by Hancock. Hancock plays on, puts it onto the right boot, launches it up in the sky. It's going to be a hard one to mark. Doing well as Mitch Farmer almost took it, fell out of his hands. The handball out, and the umpire's played another one. Mitch Farmer's going to line up for goal.
Tell you what, the Mooroolbark faithful about to jump over here.
They're trigger happy with the calls.
I want to see this one.
Freddie Jordan's not happy.
So what's he done here?
I think he's given a high again.
I thought he looked like he might have passed. No, I got no idea. I still have no idea.
He looked at him the wrong way.
Well, one thing's for sure, Brash has no idea.
And Mitch Farmer won't care less. He has a shot for goal to give him a 17-point lead if he can kick this off the boot. Doesn't look like it's going to go through a goal, but it could be a mark taken well there back in defence. No. Mark not taken, play on. Ball hits the ground, just sock it up the ground. There's another one. There's going to be another.
I'll be honest, that one was there. It's Stevie Donnell again.
Stevie Donnell. and he'll be able to kick 3 1/4.
All from free kicks.
Stevie Donnell, that's an Academy Award effort there, son, for a beautiful piece of acting there. But it was there.
Boundary.
Boundary side with Steve
If you
White.
saw just prior to that, he was actually Jai Peacock was baiting him into some kind of confrontation, and I think that's just the end result.
Well, it's experience, isn't it, Steve?
Yeah, exactly.
It is.
Stevie Donnell has kicked the last 2. We're looking for goal number 3. We've got the bit of a chant down here in front of us.
Oh, yeah.
I believe they're saying Stephen.
So he comes in.
Stephen.
The goal number 3 this quarter. Right through, and East Ringwood have a 17-point lead. 8-5-53 to Mooroolbark 5-6-36. 30 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, boys.
The old dog's got new tricks, eh?
All of a sudden,
quarter.
School teacher as well down at Cedar College, so big old teacher there, so well done, Stevie.
all of a sudden 17 points. All of a sudden Ringwood have just got a nice little buffer heading into the half-time break, and they're up and about. They need to score. They need to win this centre clearance here. Mooroolbark and kick a goal. They need to go long and hard here.
Straight down to Ben Warren Smith on the boundary.
Just love watching Stevie Donnell do his thing. He's one of those players where you have to say both names, don't you?
You do, as we go to Paul Yukoni in the stats centre.
I've never seen such a massive free kick differential in one quarter. 10 free kicks to nothing in favour of East Ringwood. I haven't seen
To nothing, Paul.
Nothing. I've never seen a big differential, let alone a team not have a free kick in a quarter.
I'll tell you what, don't let the Mooroolbark fans hear that. Blake in the score centre.
Yeah, got some Division 1 scores for the Montrose Beaconsfield game. Montrose 6-12-48 to Beaconsfield 3-3-21. I've also got a score out of Croydon Oval. Got Croydon 5-1-31 to Upper Gully 2-2-14.
Well, the score here is East Ringwood 8-5-53 to Mooroolbark 5-6-36. Monkhurst and Sam Lowson sent off with about 5 minutes ago, so they might not miss that much of the third quarter as this ball tumbles inside 450 for East Ringwood. It's been ill discipline that's led East Ringwood out to this 3-goal margin. They've had Stevie Donnell's kicked the last 3 goals, all from free kicks. And one of them was a 25-metre penalty. And the other goal this quarter was James Below getting a 25-metre penalty. While at the other end, Jai Peacock kicked probably goal of the year as Hickleton took it out of the ruck, put it to the top of the square. Players are flying around everywhere. Trent Farmer wants a free kick. Of course, he missed one from the top of the square. It could have been even worse. We might leave it for a second, Blake, because I'm tipping there's not much longer left in this quarter.
Actually, Giorgio should have got a free kick because Ali was running.
Well, as we know, Brash, Mooroolbark don't get free kicks for some reason in this quarter.
One.
They've got one, you reckon?
Yeah, they're holding
the ball, that is correct. But it was then overturned away East Ringwood, I think, as it's tumbled out of there towards the Wetherill direction. Good spoil from Dobie, the Joker. And line for a boundary throw-in. So 32 minutes this quarter's gone for. Of course, as we said, action-packed. Been plenty happening.
4 goals to 1 in this quarter.
And a whole lot of stoppages. So if East Ringwood get another one here, they'll be over the moon because they're technically into the breeze, we believe. Although to be so chaotic, the breeze, that no one's had any real advantage from it. Mundy got the hit out down, slapped out of Aussie Smith's hands by Mitch Farmer. That might be holding the ball free kick against Wycard. Then Donnelly was taken, holding the ball. There's a Mooroolbark free for you, Paul. And it's going the way of Lockie Sutherland. He's got Mackie for the handball, ignored him. He's just going to have to pump it down the line. Jordan wants it a bit more towards the corridor. That's where he heads. And then good strong hands from Jacko Wetherill. That's stuck. And it's half-time here at East Ringwood Reserve. East Ringwood 8-5-53. They kicked the last 4 goals of this one. They lead Mooroolbark 5-6-36. We'll go to Ryan Long for our goal kickers, then we'll go to the half-time break.
Stevie Nell, the big star of that second quarter, kicked 3 majors. Below with 1, Mundy, Farmer, Lowson and Colganall with 1. As for Mooroolbark, 2 for Hocking, 1 for Smith, 1 for Peacock and 1 for Mullet. We'll be back after a break for this second half between East Ringwood and Mooroolbark.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing kickboxing personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
And welcome back to EFL Game Day here, live from East Ringwood Reserve, where at halftime, the East Ringwood Footy Club have a 8-5 53 to 5-6 36 lead over Mooroolbark. Just quick recap of the goal kickers. Steve Devinell with 3 in that quarter, and single goal kickers to James Bealow, Hannon Mundy, Trent Farmer, Sam Lowson and Jason Coughlin, while for the Mustangs, Heath Hocking with a pair, Smith, Peacock and Aaron Mullett with single goal kickers. Also the story of that Sam Lowson and Riley Moncourt sent off with a yellow card about 10 minutes to go in that quarter, after a pretty not spiteful but pretty testy affair towards the end of that quarter, gents.
I tell you what, it's and look, the Musabi faithful are not happy down there at all. Look, in the end, rightfully so, the umpires didn't cop any abuse getting off the ground, so that's good to see that we are being respectful that way. But they probably have a fair ride in that quarter. I do feel like they were hard done by. There was some really questionable ones. I nearly wanted to interview the umpires coming off the ground just to get some clarity on a couple of them. But yeah, you certainly. You don't, but do you know what the message is? So they've answered back to start off with. They've ticked someone off, and the last thing you do with someone with authority, and Steve, you know this, is you give them a chance to use some spite back against you, and that's sort of almost what's happened there. It's any slight thing they've just blown the whistle again. So Brett Lavers will be absolutely going nuts down there at his boys for the way that they handled themselves in that last 10 minutes to play there, because they've let go of a good lead, and now all of a sudden their backs up against it with East Ringwood kicking with the breeze in the third. Yeah, just leave the spite out of the arrest report afterwards. Anyway, trade secret. No, look, I also just on that sort of niggling thing, Jason Coughlin was actually running around playing a little antagonist role there behind the play. He was trying to rile up Jordan Roth and a couple of other players. So that's sort of come to a boiling point, and we saw that with Riley Moncourt and Sam Lowson. But you're quite correct. Brett Lavers will not be happy with that at all. So, I mean, the breeze we've talked about, it's just such a variable now. It's fluctuating everywhere. How do you see that
how do you see the third quarter unveiling between these two sides?
Look, it's like I think we called it right throughout pre-match that this game was touted as the match of the year so far, and it's going to go down to the wire. And you can already see that happening. It's each side's having their chance, whether they're with the breeze or not.
Yep.
They're playing one side of the ground, which is the grandstand side, which is a gift to us because not always we get spoilt with the play always over on this side of the ground. But I think that you've got to take the most of your chances, right? And do you know what? Those examples of those free kicks in that forward 50 in that back half of that second term is exact meaning of East Ringwood taking their chances, and they made them pay, and they made them pay hard, and they'll be hurting in there. Whereas the Roos, they'll be up and about. They know that they can come out. If they can own the first 10 minutes of the third quarter, they can almost put the game away, and then the pressure's all back on Mooroolbark for the last 50 minutes. That's what their aim will be. Whereas the Mooroolbark will come out, they'll try and hold it in, but they'll also be looking to attack as well. If they can get the first one or two, the momentum swings back the other way, and then the pressure falls back on East Ringwood. We're going to see this go back and forth right throughout the rest of the afternoon, I think.
Yeah, well, Ben Osborne actually, as I did mention at quarter time, he was happy with the clearances out the back. I'd be interested to see what the statistics for the inside 50s were for Mooroolbark. It would have been single digits at least in that term, but they did a pretty good job in that respect. But look, yes, a tantalising potential grand final preview with about 5 weeks to go in the EFNL season this weekend. As we take a look at some of the statistics there, Ben.
Yeah, well, I'm just having a look now. The inside 50s for like quarter. Mooroolbark had only 2 inside 50s. Yep. For the Mark's inside 50. It should. I can't read this, Steve. You take care of it.
Right. Now, with the clearances, 14 to 21 in favour of East Ringwood up to quarter time, and another telling statistics. The tackle count 22 to 10. 20 to 22, pretty even actual intensity around the ball. Free kicks, as we mentioned, was a contentious point, but the turnovers, I think, are the story. 16 to 14 in terms of that. So pretty tight, despite the clearances that we talked about earlier. Also 14 to 21, clearly in favour of East Ringwood. So tightening up across the back. If I'm Ben Osborne, I'm happy going into that. Just more of the same coming into that third quarter.
If you're a betting man,
I'm going East. I think East Ringwood. I think it's still only going to be 2-3 goals, though. It's going to be quite close. Yourself?
Well, you got to stick with who you went at the start of the game.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say.
Close one, so it was probably a stupid question by me to ask you. I think we should go around the grounds and get some scores.
Absolutely. Let's go to Blake Tennant.
Obviously, we've got a lot of games, but I'll go through a couple of the big games going on here. I've got Rayville 5-4-34 to Doncaster East 6-7-43. That's a big one in Premier. I've also got Montrose v Beaconsfield. Montrose 48 to Beaconsfield 21.
Bit of a thumbs down in the column, seeing there, I say.
And Ringwood 2-2-14 to Templestowe 46. So that's a bit of you would say a shock, really.
Well, is Cloak playing today?
I think so.
Yeah,
I think so.
Yep.
And Baronia Heathmont 30-16 there. Couple good games in Division 3. I have Coldstream 50-20 in that one. I also have Ferntree Gully and Scoresby 32-38 right now as we speak. So a couple good games in Division 4. No scores yet from Sylvan and Forest Hill, but I do have a score from Surrey Park though, 52 to Croydon North. M Block 13, so our man Joshy will be very up and about for that one. Churnside Park 44 to Nunawanning 19. So there's your scores there.
Okay, we've got another 5 minutes before we take a break. 4 minutes before we take a break here at half time. So maybe we get a few more scores.
What was Brush's Waterloo game from Forest Hill?
Forest Hill.
Justin Secluna as Napoleon.
So. Yeah, so the Sylvan and Forest Hill game, I haven't had scores for the whole game, so I've got 2-3-15 to Forest Hill, 4 straight 24.
Okay.
So
okay.
got that score, but this hasn't been updated since quarter time, so we'll get back to that shortly, that's for sure.
Yeah, make sure you keep those scores coming in on socials, as keep us updated. It's an intriguing round, as we've got several teams are on a bye next week across a couple of divisions, but approaching the run home to finals. I know it's sort of locked in potentially, basically locked in a couple of divisions. But we approach the business end of season 2022. Only, I think, 4 weeks across at Bar Premier, I think, is 5. So how do we see the permutations in regards to East Ringwood and Mooroolbark in their run home to the finals?
Well, it's all about working towards getting your best team fit and on the park, isn't it? At the end of the day, it's and you're resting where you need to, and you're just massaging what you need to until that time comes, because they're both playing finals. They're both going to go deep into finals. They know that. So you just don't want to do anything stupid or take any major risks leading up to that as well. As Mooroolbark enter back onto the field.
Yeah, and I'm not too keen to get down back on boundary side beginning the score, but anyway.
We've still got to share that one fun-sized pack of M&Ms that was left for us.
I'll fight you for it downstairs with it. The Sub-Zero over there might take him. Anyway, so Blake, one quick score before we go to the break.
I'll give you it also. Just go score down at Vermont Recreation Reserve. Got Vermont 24-16 to Doncaster 24.
Okay, thanks, Blake. And Vermont looking like they're going to miss finals for the first time since 2010 to disappointment of one Wayne Brasher.
I think it was 2013 Vermont's last finals.
I'm fairly certain it was 2010, but we'll fight for it afterwards.
Got 18 players out that would be in the side.
Anyway, we'll take a short break here at EFNL Game Day, and we'll be back with the third quarter of play right after this.
Trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Welcome back to East Ringwood Reserve. Almost ready for this second half. Top of the table clash between East Ringwood and Mooroolbark. It's the Roos 8-5-53 leading Mooroolbark 5-6-36. Great halftime show there. Ben Warren-Smith, Steve White and Blake Tennant. One thing, Ryan, before we start this second half, East Ringwood were in front by 26 points in the round 5 clash and Mooroolbark won by 14. So the Mustangs, as Brett Labour referred to on the pre-game show, they won't be panicking at half-time, although the way this game has panned out, it looks like East might just have their measure.
You're right, and also we've got to mention Monkhurst still on the bench
as will be Sam
with that yellow card as the ball's hit out. Smith just boots on the ball forward. Mooroolbark at the first clearance. Mark not taken by Dobie here, and he's tackled high. and will be awarded the free kick.
Here we go.
Mackey's open, passes it to Mullet instead on the left boot. May just go all the way. It does, floats through in the wind. Mooroolbark, the first goal of the third quarter in 20 seconds. They go to 6-6-42. East Ringwood 8-5-53 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
And look at that bend, Brash. Look at that bend. Jimmy Anderson's like.
Yeah, beautiful. A little bit of left to right. A bit of a googly there, Matty. I think the one thing that Brett Lavis would have had to have done at half-time is taken the emotion out of what happened in that second quarter, the hard done-by factor for the Mooroolbark players. Best way you can respond is to come out and kick the first goal of the third quarter when you're behind the 8 ball.
And watch for Mullet to have a big impact on this. He looks like a man on a mission. He and Connor Waitman going head-to-head, Below and Smith. Some really big matchups in the middle. Dibsdale doing well as a second ruckman against Mundy, who was probably best on ground in the first half. Might have been a free kick against Hager there on Waitman for in the back, but nonetheless, play continues. Mitch Farmer slaps it inside forward 50 for the Roos. Stevie Donnell around this one. Kick 3 in that second quarter. Farmer picked up the ball, tucked in on the boundary line, just slapped it on the boot towards the top of the goal square. Giorgio flies from the side, got a fist to it. It's on the goal line. Hickleton out of midair. Through for a rush behind. So a hot start. A hot start to this second half. East Ringwood lead by just 2 straight kicks, 8-6-54. Mooroolbark 6-6-42. Mooroolbark looking for 18 straight wins, and if they win this one, you could say they're probably going to be undefeated all season. East Ringwood, though, will be confident after that first half. Giorgio kept it low. Beautiful kick to Sutherland. Sorry, not Sutherland, Johnson. Johnson goes out wide looking for Jai Jordan, who's been relatively quiet by his standards today. Going back in and getting that was Batten, and then Norris. Spun out of it for the Roos, gave it to the ruckman Mundy, hooked it back in the Norris direction. Austin Smith came across and spoiled his opposite number, and then Batten will put it inside forward 50 for the Mustangs. Going back was Hancock, couldn't take the mark, and then Dobie, the Joker's around this. Wants a free kick for in the back, and the umpire says, give it to me. So 30 metres out from the Mooroolbark goal. They have started really well in this second half. Come out with a point to prove. Dibsdale goes up with Mundy. Mundy won the hit out down. Delaney is around there. He's wrapped up in another tackle, and we'll have another stoppage. Any matchups that are jumping out to you, Brash? Has any magnets been moved?
No, not that I can see.
Half Alley's playing deep as 4.
Yeah, I think they're probably going with the same structure. Probably what you said earlier, Smith and Mullet, probably the 2 crucial changes into the midfield.
Yeah, starting. Yep. Mullet didn't start in the midfield in the first 2 quarters,
no.
So they've clearly pulled the trigger on that one as we've had a couple more stoppages. So we've just edged towards Mooroolbark's goal. 25 metres out now. Dibsdale got rid of Mundy but forgot about the footy. It's ended up in the hands there of a Mooroolbark player who was taken high, but he had ducked his head. So I think it's going to be a free kick at 25. 25 against Chris Well, I assume it's not against Chris Journey because he was lying on his back. So the 25 must be against another East Ringwood player, and Mooroolbark are going to have the simplest shots of goal going the way of Braden Dobie. The Joker, he's going to run in and kick it. So Mooroolbark, in the space of 3.5 minutes, have closed the 17-point halftime margin back to 1 straight kick. They're 7-6-48. East Ringwood 8-6-54. We've gone 3.5 minutes in this third quarter. Wade Brasher. Yeah,
look, it's exactly how you want to respond. Mooroolbark, they're unbeaten for a reason. You know, they've shown that they can come back, and they've got great self-belief. This is now going to be a test for East Ringwood. They had a nice 17-point buffer. Now it's up to them to try and get the game back on their terms.
And interesting, I think, of the last probably 8 goals of this game, 5 of them have come from 25-metre penalties.
It's true.
Very odd, isn't it? Doesn't normally happen that way, does it?
And in between that, we've had goal of the year from Jaden Wycard. Aaron Mullet kicked one on the run, and as Lee Green said, a lot of the goals going against what we thought the scoring end was going to be, Ryan.
Bit of deja vu from the last time these players. Mitch Farmer launches it forward for East Ringwood. Up towards the hot spot. Kennedy in the right position. And he's roved by East Ringwood. Takes one player on. Puts it on the boot. Stevie Donnell's touched just before it crossed the line.
Didn't want to pin the hamstring, put his boot through it, Brash.
No.
He looks dangerous, doesn't he? Giorgio will take the kick out and play on immediately as he goes to the far side. Finds a target.
You can see
it's Kennedy.
Every time he gets the ball near the Donnell, you can see those eyes lighten up.
Certainly does as Kennedy goes towards a pack of players. A big fly, mark not taken, ball hits the ground. They'll re-enter the 50. Here's Ali, gets his first chance, handballs it off to a teammate running by. He's got Donnell again. He takes on about 3 players. Back to Ali. He'll handball it back, retreat a bit of ground, and it's been pinged for throwing the ball. And Mooroolbark will take the free kick. They currently trail by 7 points. As we know, they're a very strong side. They can come back from margins as the ball goes down the line. They've got some players open. Not taken, and now East Ringwood have their own chance. Launches it forward. Hinkleton's there, so's Farmer, and standing his ground in the right position, and he'll look to put his second of the game in and just give East Ringwood a bit more of a breather, Brash.
Yeah, just to stem the tide here. Very handy mark here by Trent Farmer. He does have the yip sometimes.
Well, let's see how he goes on this one. He knew it straight away. He got the fists out. That's he's second, and East Ringwood now go to 9-7-61. Mooroolbark 7-6-48. We've gone 6 minutes on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Interestingly, I was just talking to a couple of Mooroolbark people at half time. One guy, probably the best mark in the competition because of the conditions, is really struggling to get into the game, is Jai Jordan. If he can find a way in this second half to take a few big grabs, that's really going to help their cause.
Yeah, you're right, because he and Mullet have kicked, 70 or 80 goals between them this year. And it's probably been turnovers again. It hurt Mooroolbark in the first quarter, but that one there, I think the kick came from Wycard. He tried to pick Dobie off in the middle. It didn't work out. Bilo gets it straight inside forward 50. So East Ringwood's forward line is so dangerous. You can't avoid them a clear look like that. As Mullet got the clearance, but his kick went straight in the air, and Chris Cherney, club legend down here at East Ringwood Reserve, takes the mark, just defensive side of the centre square. He's going to go long down the line towards half forward. Farmer one-on-one with Reynolds, got the front spot. Farmer free kick. Norton could have taken the advantage. Good to see Tom Norton back out there after he was taken off during the second quarter. And Trent Farmer can go back and have a shot for his second inside a minute. The distance will not be a problem because, as we said, the arc at East Ringwood is a generous 40.
Well, it was mauling him there.
Yeah, that was.
I think,
and Dermot Reynolds, the same thing we saw out when they played Mitcham. I think he's just not quite up to the level of like your Parentes and Farmers. And to be fair, he's done very well. He's done very well today. But you can see one-on-one there, he panicked a little. So Farmer from outside the arc here at East Ringwood doesn't even kick through it, just hangs it out left, watches it come back. Trent Farmer's got 2 in a minute. East Ringwood open that 3-goal margin back out again. 7.5 minutes gone in this third quarter. Incredible game of footy opening up before our eyes are on long. There's been 4 goals already this quarter. Trent Farmer now has 3, 2 of them this term. And as I said, the Roos 19-point leaders. 10-7-67 to Mooroolbark 7-6-48. Paul Yukoning, I'm going to catch you off guard in the stats centre, mate. What's going on? What's catching your eye so far?
Well, the clearances are pretty even so far. The tackles East Ringwood have come to play in this third quarter, 5-1.
Paul.
For all that good work and for Mooroolbark's sake in the first 5 minutes, just been a race with 2 Farmer goals. So the ball's back in the middle, Mundy with the tap out. And they get a clearance out, almost caught with the ball there, dropping it was Coughlin. Now a free kick being played, it's advantage. Mooroolbark go inside 50, the kick will go over the top of the head. Mark not taken by the defender there. Kick off the boot by Smith. Is too far right, just a minor score. Mooroolbark 7-7-49 as we go to Blake Tennant in the score centre.
Yeah, just got some scores down at Chingon Park. South Croydon 13-2-80 to Park Orchards 5-4-34. So accurate kicking there by South Croydon, that's for sure.
As East Ringwood clear
they
it
need
out.
the percentage, don't they, Blake?
Well and truly
100%.
out. Mundy came off the hands. Kicking it forward was Coughlin. He's got a target up there. That free kick not paid. Might fall into the hands of Roth here. Handballs it off. He's got Sutherland, who goes down the line. Mark needed to be taken, and it is.
Hager.
Strong hands by Hager as he goes inside the 50 himself, as Smith got too much to beat here, and East Ringwood should be able to mop up, but it's dropped here by Cherney, and he's tackled. Could be in big trouble here, and he's not. It will just be a ball up on the far side. So we go Blake Tennant around the grounds.
Yeah, just got some more premier scores. Got Berwick 1-3-9, so they've finally kicked the goal to ball 8-6-54.
Mundy just launched that up in the air. Here's Jai Jordan, who Brash wants to see a bit more of as we look to get another ball
I'll tell you what, just slightly off the topic of the footy, God, the barbecue smells good here at East Ringwood.
I was just thinking that.
Wafting beautifully. Blake Tennant, score centre.
Yeah, just got one more score. Probably the match of the round in Premier, you would say. Rowville 5-4-34 to Doncaster East 8-7-55. So 20-point lead at Doncaster East. So I wonder who's actually kicking to the win because...
well, Donny East had it in the first quarter.
Okay, so Rowville kicked to the win in the last quarter.
So free kick going the way of Jackson Weatherall for a high tackle. He goes up the line, big fly from Giorgio. Not quite as good as the Aaron Mullet one earlier on this game, but a beautiful one nonetheless. And speaking of good left footage, drills it in the Austin Smith direction. It got out the back. Handball from Isaac Delaney was intercepted by Jai Jordan. Hasn't kicked a goal today. Puts it up to the top of the square. Hocking will mark in the forward pocket. He immediately goes across goal to Mullet. Couldn't get there on the full. Doesn't matter because Aaron Mullet is Aaron Mullet. He kicks his second of the quarter. Mooroolbark closed the gap once again. Back to 11 points, 8-7-55. East Ringwood 10-7-67. Heath Hocking, smart, quick thinking. Didn't waste his time thinking about having a shot, Brash. Immediately turned in, looked inside and found Aaron Mullet.
Did the team thing, and Aaron Mullet, he botched it, but he still made something of it.
Well, that's exactly right, isn't it? Doesn't matter what Aaron Mullet does, he's always probably the favourite to win out. He's kicked 3. He and Trent Farmer going head-to-head as well as Stevie Donnell.
Well, that's the space they gave him. He had enough time to be able to recover it. And
just quickly, Sam Lowson, his jumper was ripped in that skirmish with Riley Monkhurst. He's going to be wearing 24, although I'm tipping we'd know who he was.
So ball back in the middle. We can get the next clearance. Here's Waitman. The inclusion this week. Handballs over to the top to Hinkleton. He's able to get his kick out. Almost high there, the tackle. And 2 Mooroolbark players jump on top.
And it looks like, obviously, speaking of that, Lowson and Monkhurst both come into the interchange benches, Steve. Are they 10 paces away, or what's the go?
Going to have to touch gloves and go back to the corners.
Tackle not rewarded.
Too high.
Looking another ball up.
No.
I thought I saw referee Herb Dean in the crowd, actually, before this one.
Who would you back in?
Clearly 3 weight classes division here, so clearly Monkhurst.
Almost 12 minutes gone in this third term. Ball hits the ground. East Ringwood here through Waitman. Lays the tackle on Dibsdale. We'll get another ball up in the middle.
I'd be afraid to take on any Monkhurst, let alone O'Reilly.
Go to Paul in the stat centre.
Well, East Ringwood have had more tackles in this third quarter than they did in the second quarter. They had 8 tackles in the second quarter. They've already had 9 in this third quarter, and the tackle count in this third term is 9-5.
Mooroolbark go forward. They hit a target. Here's Mullet. It's a darting kick forward in the direction of Jordan on his chest. And Jordan will take a shot as we go boundary side with Ben Ryan Smith.
I reckon we get Steve White to do his best Michael Buffer as the players come back onto the ground here now.
Let's get ready to rumble.
Just talk about that mullet kick. That
I was about to say,
beautifully done.
Brent Osborne's in the coach's box to the left of us, and the one thing that'd be worrying him is the fact that Aaron Mullet is starting to get his hands on the football.
He's starting to make an impact, you're right, since he's started in the midfield this quarter. And Jai Jordan, a chance for him to get involved.
Well, he needs to now.
So lining up, this would bring the margin back to a goal. They definitely need it, the Mustangs. Jordan comes in, good off the boot. He likes it, grabs the jumper, and Mooroolbark cut that lead back to 6 points, 9-7-61. East Ringwood 10-7-67 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, boys.
Well, you know, we mentioned that needed Jai Jordan to lift, but the delivery today, Brash, hasn't been what he's been used to all year. But that's exactly what he needed, because if you get him a clean footy, he's going to make the most of it. Aaron Mullet so far this quarter, 2 goals and a goal assist as we go boundary side.
You actually resent that Michael Buffer comparison. I'm more of a Bruce Buffer fan. It's time! All 3 UFC fans got that reference, and I'm saying it.
I love that.
I really enjoy the fact that the guys right close to the boundary riders, down the supporters there, must be thinking, what are these blokes talking about? As the ball's tumbled out of there by James Below towards centre forward for East Ringwood. This game has been fantastic all day, but especially this third quarter, already 6 goals on the board, 4-2 in the favour of Mooroolbark, and they've got a free kick through McManus. He goes out wide to Jordan Roth, who marks on centre wing. Tom Norton, has he got like a blonde streak through the hair? It's a bit off topic, but Roth pokes it up to Giorgio. He's almost within range. He's going to wheel and go on that left boot. Pokes it into the pocket, but great work from Jason Coughlin. Made it tough, and it's out of bounds on the full as we go to Blake Tennant in the score centre.
Yeah, got some Division 3 scores. Got Coldstream 10-9-69 to Fair Park 5-3-33. Waverley Blues 11-5-71 to Glen Waverley 5-7-37. Whitehorse Pioneers 5-8-38 to Warrandyte 7-5-47. And it's an all-in draw at the moment between Frederick Gully and Scoresby, 38 apiece.
Well, the winner's probably safe for another year as there's a scrap on the half-forward flank. Monkhurst straight back into it with Tommy Norton at the bottom of that pack.
Trent Giorgio's had a pretty fair game. That was the only blemish on his
I can see what he was thinking too, because he definitely had the journey. Like I said, he's probably one of the best kicks in the comp, if not the best, as this ball will go over the line for a boundary throw-in. And, you know, at Sylvan back in, a couple of years ago, he used to have shots from the kick-out. A bit like the Oz kick days.
Yeah, he was just taking them for fun up there, mate.
Yeah, so I think he's closing in on 200 games, so I think he might have done it recently. Become a life member of the Mooroolbark Football Club. So, amazing player and has been for a long time, as Heath Hocking lays a strong tackle there on East Ringwood's Mitch Farmer.
But this way, both sides are going to come off the ground tonight knowing they've been in a contest, I'll tell you that.
Well, it's one goal the difference here is Bilo, who's been impressive these last 2 quarters, bursts away from that defensive boundary line stoppage and launches it long inside forward 50 towards Lowson, who's back on the ground. Here comes Stevie Donnell, that had to be high. Umpire said play on. Higgleton outside of the boots. Goal! Roos put it back out to 12 points. 11-7-73, Mooroolbark 9-7-61. This game has come alive in the third term, Wayne Brasher.
Yeah, it has, and the game's starting to really open up now. No such thing as defence anymore. It's let's go, boys. Who's gonna win on the crapshoot?
Look how worried they were when Donnell got the ball there. Almost gave away that free kick.
Well, I've seen umpire pay them, but maybe they've just put the whistle away for a tiny little bit as we go to Blake in the score centre.
Yeah, got Division 4 scores. Got Chernside 10-11-71 and Unwarning 3-1-19. Silver 10-7-67 to Forest Hill 5-2-32. So we finally got a score there. And Surrey Park 7-10-52 to Croydon North and Lock 2-1-13.
As Mundy just launches it forward, got to play here in, through the hands of Norton. Into Hinkleton. He could kick 2 in a minute. Talk about Hinkleton just finishes it off, and not happy there is Jai Peacock, who's getting stuck into the East Ringwood.
Well, that's now so this quarter's got an amazing bit of symmetry, Brash. So Mooroolbark kicked 2 in a minute at one end, Trent Farmer kicks 2 in a minute at the other. Mooroolbark go down and do the same thing, and now Hickleton's done it. Incredible symmetry within 16 minutes of football.
Yeah, it just shows you what the 2 top sides can produce. It's something out of the extraordinary at the moment.
Paul Yukoni in the stats centre.
That's 2 goals in a row they've kicked from clearances, East Ringwood. They're winning it 5-3 in this term. Both sides are 9 tackles apiece in this third quarter.
Yet now, East Ringwood still sit that 3 goals in front as they were at half-time.
Back in the middle, Monkhurst grabs it out of the ruck. He's tackled by Mundy. Just got it away. Here's Smith. He'll get it forward for the Mustangs. Mark not taken there by Keeling. And East Ringwood have got some numbers around the ball. They can clear it themselves and make an attack of their own. Up towards the half-forward line. Goes over the top of everyone's head. Might fall into the hands of Lowson here. Changing numbers. He kicks it inbound, and well done by Kennedy. He's been back there all day. And he's done well as he goes to the far side. Kicks and looks for a target. Got a couple of players there, but East Ringwood do well to almost punch that out of bounds. Peacock's there for the Mustangs. Holds it up. And the ball will just roll out. No, it's kept in. High tackle around his neck. So East Ringwood will recover it. We've got a 3-goal lead.
They're in an absolute tangle, these boys.
He's not getting him out. So the free kick going to Weatherhill. And he plays on. Goes towards the middle of the ground. Who's going to get there? Here's it falls into the hands of a teammate and Farmer. Farmer goes forward. His brother's up there. And it's a down free kick. It's a downfield free kick against Mitch Farmer.
No, to Mitch Farmer.
So to Mitch Farmer. So he will take a set shot. And a real bit of ill discipline from the Mustangs. So it just didn't need to happen.
So Trent Farmer looking for his third of the quarter here, Brush.
Yeah, and it's amazing, really. This is just this game has just had so many twists and turns.
He's found his kicking boots, Trent. He likes it straight away. And East Ringwood will skip out to a bit more of a lead. 13-7-85. Mooroolbark's 9-7-61 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard as we go to Blake Tennant in the score centre.
Yeah, we've got Division 1 scores. Got one Turner South 9-4-58 to Mitcham 6-4-40.
Yeah, that's an interesting scoreline, that one, Blake.
Yeah, well, I think a lot of people would have tipped Bonnie South, I think, Brash. The form they've been in.
I would.
I tell you what, though, having watched this game and watched Mitcham a few weeks back, I think they're all racing to finish third.
Did we get the Oracle for that game?
I think the Oracle had Monty South winning by a goal.
Yep.
The Oracle, mate, he doesn't miss. Doesn't miss the Oracle. So 3 goals in a quarter for Trent Farmer. That's the second time an East Ringwood player's done that this game. Stevie Donnell did that last quarter. 13-7-85, Mooroolbark 9-7-61. So in the space of 5 minutes, the game's gone from back to a goal to slipping out of Mooroolbark's reach as the handball came out to Dobie, the Joker, poked it inside forward 50. Jai Jordan's coming. Weatherall came across, ball up in the hands of Johnson, swings around, runs through, got a handball, right foot snap, goal! He zigzagged through 3 roos and slammed through Mooroolbark's 10th. This game does not disappoint. 10-7-67 the Mustangs. East Ringwood 13-7-85. Blake Tennant.
Is that goal on track for the Tobin Brothers goal?
Well,
today?
I'll tell you what, I can't keep a track. I can't. I'll tell you what, Jared Gilby, that one's up there. It's up there, but I think Wycard's, was it Wycard, sorry, or Peacock? Peacock's effort in the second quarter.
Really, there is no, that goal down in the second quarter, that...
Jai Peacock, the one where I willed it to hit the post.
Yeah, no, that's goal of the day. It just isn't anything that's going to beat that.
It hit something, Bruce. It hit something. So we're back in the middle of East Ringwood Reserve. We're into time on in the third quarter.
You know what it did? It hit your imagination. That's what it
hit my imagination. A lot of things have been hitting that recently. Incredible 5 goals apiece this quarter. We're back to just 3 goals.
God.
That was the halftime margin. Austin Smith was wrapped up. Heath Hocking got the handball. Now he's going to be wrapped up. I think that one was less holding the ball than the first one, but all's well that ends well. In the case of East Ringwood, it's almost like he's shaping up to have a shot here, Mitch Farmer.
The two farmers have actually flexed their muscle.
I reckon he's having a shot here. He's running to the edge of the cricket pitch, pops over top of the square, big fly at it. Is that Hickleton? Couldn't bring it down. Donnell off the ground. 3 for 1 behind. He's got 3 goals, 2. Trent Farmer's got 4 goals, 1. Benjamin Hickleton's got 2 goals, 1. And then Aaron Mullett has 3. For Mooroolbark as Giorgio brings it back into play for the Mustangs. They trail by 19 points, 21 minutes gone in this third quarter.
So again, that 3-4 goal margin is just not going to be enough going into the last quarter. As the ball goes towards the Mooroolbark's forward 50, punched away and well tackled. There's about 3 or 4 East Ringwood defenders around the ball. Can't quite get a clear possession here. And it's called up for a throw-up as we go to Blake Tennant in the score centre.
Yeah, got a score down at Seabeck Oval. Got Rowville 5-4-34 to Doncaster East 8-9-57. So big game going on there down there at Seabeck.
East Ringwood able to clear it out, not as far as Kennedy, who makes the spoil. They'll try and get it back. Good tackle there. Well done there, laid by Gilby. Impressive play for the Mustangs. We're on 22 minutes in this third quarter. Mooroolbark with a 19-point lead. East Ringwood with a 19-point lead, apologies. As the ball not going anywhere from that tap out. Aussie Smith just tries to burst through the pack and it's going to be called for another throw up. Blake Tennant, score centre.
Yeah, quick one down at Montrose Recreation Reserve. Got Montrose 9-18-72 to Beaconsfield 4-3-26. So massive win here for the Trows, that's for sure.
For the Trows. For the Trows.
Yeah.
That is not going to catch. The Trows.
Yeah.
Not sure about that, Blakey. Tap out from Monkhurst. Here's Hocking, caught high almost, and he's going to get the free kick. We'll go back a bit. Look, wants to play on.
Mullet
he's going to have to
square.
now. He goes up towards the top of the square, and mark drop taken by Delaney. And under a bit of pressure, the Roos.
Watch Aaron Mullett at this stoppage because he's playing deep forward, and now that it's turned into a stoppage, Brash, does Dylan Belo stay with him? Because he's probably not the kind of guy that's used to Aaron Mullett's stoppage work.
Very dangerous spot. Monkhurst tried to get a tap out. Takes one on the left boot up towards... Mark dropped. Couldn't quite take it, and East Ringwood here can take it out to the wing. Mark not taken. Falls through the hands. Egan here gets it first. He's tackled by Hancock and will get a ball up on the wing.
So right in front of us here, 3.5 minutes gone in time on of this third quarter. It's 19 points of difference, which is just 2 more points than it was at halftime, but an incredible 10 goals in this quarter. Aussie Smith there at the bottom of that pack. So is Monkhurst now, wrapped up by Donnelly and Mundy. As we go to Blake Tennant in the score centre.
Yeah, got some scores down at Changon Park, South Croydon, 15-6, 96 to Park Orchard, 6-4-40.
Well,
I think that's game over.
Yeah, that pretty much locks in the top 6 as Aussie Smith gets the clearance, tumbles it inside forward 50. Wetherall sits in front of Mullett and his opponent and takes an intercept mark. He's been very impressive today, Jackson Wetherall.
He has. He's been solid all day. Just
only 19, 20 years old. He's got a bright future ahead of him.
Nice build to him too.
Low kick towards Mackey and Lowson, the 224s, and it just come all the way out to Hickleton. Gave the handball to Lowson. He's going to run past Monkhurst, take one bounce, run to 40. Got Farmer at the top of the square. That's where his head's. Will it get to him? No. Spoil. Beautifully well done there by, not Dobie, Roth. Kennedy got a handball away. Sutherland runs onto it, or Johnson, sorry, soccers it up the line. And Mooroolbark have alleviated the danger for now, and then Johnson toe pokes it even further, and they have gained about 80 metres and kept the ball in somehow. And East Ringwood, though, will get another chance as Belo got the handball back into Mundy to Waitman. He's tackled by Wycard immediately. Umpire sets himself and says holding the ball. So somehow out of that, Mooroolbark have ended up with a free kick on centre wing, and they wanted to take advantage, but they couldn't.
Just
and
keep
then they'll
your
get
eye
another
on.
chance. So Weikart short, McManus through the centre circles. Goes for Mackie, kick doesn't get there on the full. He's under pressure from Below or Farmer. And the free kick is going to go the way of East Ringwood.
Yeah,
And it is to Below.
You rode him into the ground there. What are you expecting?
So we'll go to Paul in the stat centre.
Well, the tackle count is basically mimicking the first quarter. In this third quarter, the tackle count is 15-13 in favour of East Ringwood.
So Mitch Farmer dropped the mark and then kept going. He'll want out of bounds on the full. I think it came off a thigh, the umpire says. So we're going to have a ball in right in front of the East Ringwood interchange bench. Trent Giorgio, a bit disrespectful there, just completely missing the boundary umpire with his return throw. Another East Ringwood goal would really hurt the Mustangs. They will finish with what we predicted at the start of the game as the win. Monkhurst slapped it forward, but Donnelly was there for East Ringwood. Around the corner, Hancock, the meat and the sandwich. Scores over the line for a boundary throw-in. So 40 metres out from the East Ringwood goal. 26 minutes gone. Third quarter, 19 points the difference. As we go boundary side with Ben Warren Smith, who's down with Mooroolbark President Scott Demetriou.
Yeah, just down at the Mooroolbark Brethren with the President Scott Demetriou. Scotty, it's I tell you what, it's a pretty tough game out here at the moment, and what's proven is both sides can kick goals quickly, so you boys are still well and truly in this.
Exactly, kicking with the wind in the last quarter. Hopefully we can come home with a wet sail.
Brash thought that last one down here, he was running to the ground, it was a free kick, but we saw it, he just took a knee, didn't he?
He did, certainly did. Yes, Brash up.
So Monkhurst took it out of the ruck. Good insight here from the President live on air. Don't get that anywhere else except for EFNL, Facebook, YouTube, SEN app and Eastern FM 98.1. Ben, you still there with Scott?
I'm still down here, yep.
Go on, what else has Dimmer got for us?
Oh, what else have you got for us, apparently?
What magnets are you moving, Dimmer? What magnets?
We're amongst our EFNL royalty as well. The chairman's down here. Lauren Wood, former media manager's down here as well. So it's a place to be. I told Steve to come. He didn't want to walk that far.
Chance for Farmer here. Takes him on. Takes on two people on the left boot. Shanks it. But he could be able to work out if he can hit his target. He does. Running into a goal. Got it. Walsh goal. East Ringwood goal. 14-8-92. Lead Mooroolbark 10-7-67 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Blake Tennant Score Centre.
Got some scores down at Croydon Oval. Got Croydon 8-5-53 to the Upper Gully 3-2-20. Still the same scores. All Montrose 9-7.
We don't care about the Tros, mate.
9-17-71 to 5-35.
You're updating behinds at the Tros.
They're not feeding hawks to the Demons yet, mate, at the Coliseum.
No. They're Eagles, aren't they? Beaconsfield?
Yeah, that's what I said.
You said Hawks, didn't you?
No, Eagles.
Oh, okay. Ducks for his records. Great goal to Sam Walsh. Trent Farmer, even when he stuffs up, it still works out. That's how good he is. Great piece of, 2 pieces of candy and then an absolute shank. And Sam Walsh has been impressive on a wing. He's been understated, but there's a lot of big names out there, so it's easy to be understated late in this third quarter. We'll get to you in a second, Blake. Coghlan wanted a free kick off the foot. He won't get it. Monkhurst down to Weikart, and he's wrapped up. We'll go to you now, Blake.
Yeah, got some Division 2 scores down at Jubilee Park. Got Ringwood 3-4-22 to Templestowe 8-5-53.
Isn't upset.
There we go.
Yeah.
The Dockers.
Final still alive.
The Hee-Ho.
Oh, absolutely. What about Bryony Heathmont? You got anything?
Still no scores. 4-6-30 to Heathmont 2-4-16.
The Hawks in front just, so Below knocked off it by Weikart. And then McManus got spun around. Umpire might ping him. No. Says give it to me. 29 minutes gone in this third term, but as I mentioned, there's been 11 goals and a lot of stoppages.
Might go 33 minutes.
Well, the first two have been 31-32. So Below, good smother by McManus. Then Ozzie Smith put his head over the footy, then McManus rode Below into the ground. Oh, sorry, Mitch Farmer into the ground, and there'll be another stoppage. We go to Paul Uconi in the stat centre.
Going by the symmetry of this game, Mooroolbark, you'd hope that they'd get a couple goals to close the gap because.
Oh, here we go, Paul. Monkhurst got the clearance inside forward 50. If they can slap it out wide, Mullet was circling. He'll just try to go off the ground, but in the end, let Weikart pick it up. He pokes it inside forward 50. Jai Jordan lets Gilby run onto it. Already kicked a great goal this quarter. Off the ground! That's Tobin Brothers' goal of the day! Jared Gilby!
Cross down.
How's he done that, Ben Warren Smith?
I tell you what, that's as good as it gets, and what an angle we had for it. You guys are calling on goal of the day already, and then that pearler goes through.
Oh, what do you expect?
Well, I said we had a lot of contenders. You should have your phone out recording that one,
Brash
mate.
already called it, mate.
Brash, you know what Brash is like. He likes to go the early crowd.
You're a bit off today, Brash.
But Jared Gilby, just when Mooroolbark needed a goal, Paul, they pull something out of nothing.
Yeah, it was a great goal there, and the clearances are pretty even in this third quarter, 7-6. But
cross
yeah,
down.
they just keep coming. Mooroolbark.
We're back in the centre of the ground. Monkhurst taps it down. We're going to go down to Ben Warren-Smith with Scott Demetrio again.
Got a score of Baroni at Heathmont, 4-10 to 6-8. Jets up by 10 points.
There is a strong breeze, though, as the Mustangs go inside forward 50 again. Well done by Dylan Below on Jai Jordan. Taking on the tackler there was Weatherall. Got spun around, got his handball away. Hancock around the corner. Roth came through. Ball just pinballing around off hands. Lowson's around it. Lets Connor Waitman pick up it. The footy. Handballs out wide to James Below. Hooks it around the body. Might work out to Donnelly, who marked it. Played on. He runs past Giorgio. Takes one bounce. Takes a second. Runs to 60. Pops it up for Farmer, but the wind will just hold it up. Farmer dies. He's going to claim that. And the umpire's paid it. On the siren. He's not marked that, but the umpire's paid it. Trent Farmer can go back for his 4th of the term. Incredible piece of play.
Oh, that's hit the ground.
That hits the ground.
That is absolutely hit the ground.
That is hit the ground.
But nonetheless, Trent Farmer has been paid the mark. It'll go down in the book as a mark inside forward 50. And if he kicks this, it'll be 4 1/4. For Trent Farmer, it'll be 7 in the quarter from East Ringwood, and an incredible 13 goals in the quarter for the both sides.
The umpire's saying he better not.
Well, where can he run? He can run around, but he can only run to his line.
Correct.
So Farmer for 4 1/4. I think he'll kick these. He hates drop punts. He loves snaps. Wheels around.
And miss.
Skinny.
No.
Skinny. Put the moz on him. Sorry, guys. 31.5 minutes that quarter. We go into the 3/4 time break here. East Ringwood 14-9-93 and kicked an incredible 6 goals for that quarter to Mooroolbark's 6 goals won. They're 11-7-73. 20 points the difference. Ryan Long will go to the goal kickers.
That quarter, Trent Farmer, as we said, 3 goals for him. Hickleton kicked 2 that quarter. Donnell still has 3 himself from Mooroolbark. 2 from Mullet that quarter, while singles to Jordan, Dobie, Johnson and Gilby. We will back for all the action in this last term. It's East Ringwood with a 20-point lead.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Welcome back to East Ringwood Reserve. We have got an absolute humdinger on our hands here. 1v2 in Division 1. Mooroolbark yet to lose this season. 17 wins on the bounce. East Ringwood just the 1 loss, and they fancy themselves today at home. And at three-quarter time, they lead by, 20 points. 14-9 to 11-7, but it's about a 9-goal breeze. It's picked up during the three-quarter time break here from Mooroolbark to the Mount Dandenong Road end of this ground. It's been an incredible game. That last quarter had an incredible... 12 goals, 6 goals apiece to both sides there. Incredible stuff. The goal kickers, Trent Farmer leads the way with 4, while Stevie Donnell has 3. So does Aaron Mullett, Wayne Brasher, Blake Tennant. Who's going to win from here, and how do they do it?
I still think East Ringwood now hold all the cards, but Mooroolbark are going to have to throw the baby out with the bath water and go for broke. And I'll tell you what, how they're going to do it. Single out, put Jai Jordan at centre-half forward, open up the forward line and kick the ball long to him, because I reckon that's what they're going to have to do.
Blake?
For me, I reckon East Ringwood. I think they've led the whole game, you would say majority, and the firepower of Farmer and, Hickleton's starting to get involved now, which is good to see, but I definitely think East Ringwood. Unfortunately, as we say, all good teams are due for a loss, so I think East Ringwood are in this one.
There's a big ball from the East Ringwood huddle. I think Steve White's amongst it somewhere, so we will cross down to him in a second when he has Ben Osborne. I think Ozzy comes upstairs too, Steve, so he'll be able to walk to your position when you get a hold of him.
Cross down.
We've got Steve White now with East Ringwood coach Ben Osborne.
Yeah, I'm with Ben Osborne, mate. Game broke open there in that third quarter. Your thoughts?
Yeah, it was probably not the way that we wanted to play it, but we look really dangerous going forward, but equally so do they. So we need to stop it at the source a bit more and not let the likes of Mullet get on the outside. Obviously, class player. So, it was interesting. Probably great for the viewers.
Contributions from the vets, Donnell, Farmer, etc. You happy with that?
Yeah, they're really good. Dins is very clever around goals, and he gets in the right spots all the time, and Trent's just a competitive beast.
Thanks, mate. Good luck.
So just as well, some news from the East Ringwood camp. Looks like Sahar Ali's done for the day. He's in the civvies, so he's got the hoodie on, and he had the wrap on, so it was ice on the knee as well, so hopefully nothing too drastic for Sahar Ali, but a loss there for East Ringwood going into this last quarter. And I think Ben Warren Smith was at the Mooroolbark huddle. He's circling around to get the microphone off, Steve.
No, he's not.
No, he's not. Yes, he is. I think he's just having a methanol.
He's got a different kind of cylinder in his helmet.
So as well, more East Ringwood. And just before we go to Ben, more East Ringwood news. Luke Ferry has done a hamstring as well. So they're 2 down on the bench of the Roos. Go, Ben.
Okay, over at the Mooroolbark huddle, they're really confident boys. I tell you what, Brett Labor's really happy with that. He got in that quarter, but like this quarter, the messages are keep it to the high side, keep your bloody feet, build the tempo, be daring, believe in yourselves, and just make it happen. Who are we? We are Musa B.
We are Musa B. They do that sort of basketball thing, and I like the fact that Brett has steered into the Musa B. Stay true to your culture, Blake.
Gary Ayres always did that.
We don't. We're not here. We're not talking about Montrose, Blake.
It's good to have you back, BWS.
Go right.
Ball up in the middle is Money and Monkhurst. What a big final tournament we have in front of us. First versus second. East Ringwood with a 20-point lead. Mundy had a fantastic first half. Monkhurst back on the ground after a yellow card. Tap out. No one quite get a clear possession yet. Monkhurst is down on ground. And we'll get a secondary ball up.
There's just one big ball in there.
Massive unit.
I sort of agree with Paul before. We need to turn the lights on here soon.
Tap out by Mundy. Stolen, and here's a chance for East Ringwood. Going through the hands of Below up towards a Mark. Mark taken. Juggled it.
Lawson.
Well done by Lawson.
And he been good this afternoon, James Beerlow. Since quarter time, he really has stamped his mark on this contest.
I thought he was one of the best players last quarter, particularly.
Certainly stamped his authority on the game, as Lawson will be lining up for goal number 2. Kicked the first one in the first quarter.
Not short of confidence, Sammy Lawson, though.
Would put East Ringwood 26 points up. Lawson comes in. Off the right boot is way too far wide and will maybe just sneak in for a behind. It will. 14-10, 94, 11-7, 73 Mooroolbark. Was it go to Blake Tennant in the score centre?
Yeah, got some premier scores. Got Berwick 1-4-10 to ball won 13-11-89, and down at the bull ring they call it, 11-6-72 to Norwood 5-2-32. Back to you.
Thanks, Blake. So the kick from Giorgio found its way onto the chest of Austin Smith at half-back. They're keeping it to that high side. He goes out wide. It's still to Caden Mackey. He's a good ball user. Comes in board looking for Hager. Good spoil from Isaac Delaney. And then Barkus got a handball out wide, and now Sam Walsh kicked a crucial goal last quarter. Mungles one forward towards Trent Farmer. Spoil came across from Reynolds. Waitman got the crumb, and he's wrapped up by Smith and Hocking. And we'll have a ball up.
Love Smith's game so far.
Flank for East Ringwood. 2 minutes gone in this last quarter. East Ringwood lead by 21 points.
Whoa.
Just sort of whacked out of air, and then Smith volleyballed it further forward, and then Barkus punched it back towards centre forward for the Roos. Hancock gathers it, got the handball back to Donnelly, got a ball inside forward 50. They've got numbers. Lowson takes another mark. He played on. Umpire said it must have been touch. Handball to Hickleton outside of the boot. That's never coming back. Had to be against the wind. Out of bounds on the floor. Must have been touched off the boot. As we go to Blake Tennant.
No, he played on.
I can only assume he thought it was touch off the boot then. Blake Tennant, score centre.
Yeah, got the down Seabeck, got Roeville 5-4-34 to Doncaster East 9-12-66. Also got a score down at Vermont Recreation Reserve. Got Vermont 6-10-46 to Doncaster 4-7-31.
Thank you, Blake. As Monkhurst just slapped it forward, it's worth another kick. Hager gathers it. Can he get a handball away to a teammate? He can, but Batten left it behind. Barkus went back to Sam Walsh, and he'll have a chance to repel again. Up in the Norton direction, big fly. He got nowhere near it. And the mark is taken back there by Roth, who handballs down the line to Mackey. They like getting it to him. He's a beautiful user, and off a standing start, though, kicks it to 3 East Ringwood players, and Wetherill takes the mark. And East Ringwood can just take a bit of juice out of this game. He'll go long down the line. Nice piercing kick. Trent Farmer on the lead. Couldn't quite clunk it, but ended up in the hands of Connor Waitman, whose handball was intercepted. Now Hocking goes underground to Mackey. Left it behind, might get a free kick. Umpire says nothing doing. And now we're going to get a free kick going the way of East Ringwood for a contact below the knees. And we'll go the way of Mitchell Farmer.
Mackey didn't like it at all. As Farmer takes possession of the ball, Brush.
Yeah, well, he thought that maybe that the kick off the ground might have been near enough to his head.
So here's Mitch Farmer. A high kick in the direction of Hinkleton. He's got front position, punched away, and should go out of bounds, unless he wants to keep it in, Reynolds, but no. There will be a throw in right in front of the East Ringwood faithful. They're going to be loud this quarter, willing their side home. They have a 21-point lead. 4 minutes gone into this last term. Boundary throw in. Monkhurst in the ruck. Tapped it forward. And almost caught it in the back by Norton there.
No, it's a free kick. He's given
a high tackle. Norton's going to have a shot.
Well, I think it wasn't the first.
Was it there, Brash?
Yeah, it sort of slipped high, didn't it, Brash?
No, it was it was this guy here that came into him. Yeah,
he slid in, didn't he?
Yeah. It wasn't the first tackle,
now,
it was the second one.
Now, I know a little bit about Tom Norton, and he lives for this situation. There's a bit of Jack Ginnivan about Tom Norton. He's going to soak.
What's his celebration reaction?
Well, I'm not quite sure. Now, he's shaping up to go the drop pump, but I'm pretty sure he's a right footer, so I wouldn't be surprised if he checks sides this, Ryan.
Listen to the crowd. You'll be able to tell if he's kicked it by the boys are behind the fence. Snap around the corner. It's good. He's there. East Ringwood 15-10, 100. Lead Mooroolbark 11-7-73. 5 minutes gone in this final term. Blake Tennant, score centre.
Yeah, got to Division 1 scores. Got Montana South 9-4-58 to Mitcham 6-4-40. Down at Montrose got 11-23. 89, sorry boys.
No, Blake, keep reading scores, mate.
11-23-89 to Beaconsfield 7-5-47.
Thank you. Anything from Mulgrave and South Belgrave, mate, in Division 2?
1 second, Matty.
Back in the middle of the ground. Monkhurst won the hit out. Aussie Smith was around it. Waitman picked it up. Just looked at Wycard and danced past him. The handball out wide to Sam Walsh. He goes in the Norton direction. He's just taken that mark. Falling over. Got rid of his opponent, fell over, still took the mark. Crowder up and about in the pocket, low drilling ball for Lowson. Went through the hands of Lowson, and Hickleton dropped it by mistake. He was surprised that it got all the way through to him. Comes back out to Norton, might have been taken high, has been. Another free kick to Tommy Norton. Another free kick to East Ringwood and another shot at goal for the Roos.
Mooroolbark look a little bit rattled here now, Matty.
Well, what would this be, Brash, about the 8th shot at goal that's come from ill discipline as we go to Steve White in the boundary?
Jordan Routh is looking for a dance partner. He's getting into Norton and Donnell down there, so some frustration from Woodsy.
So Tom Norton, there's a big crowd brewing over there too.
I tell you what, this could actually put the game beyond Mooroolbark's reach here now.
Well, I agree with you, Brash. It edged it out to 33 points. Yep. Norton for his second in the space of 2 minutes. It's been a common theme of today's game. Crosses the arc, kick off the boot, loves it. Standing ovation for Tom Norton. East Ringwood get their 16th, their 16-10, 106. They lead by 33 points. Mooroolbark 11-7, 73. We've gone 7 minutes in the last quarter, Wayne Brashford.
Yeah, look, it's going to be a tall order now for Mooroolbark. The crowd's right in the contest now, and that's going to be hard to take out. The ball just seems, East Ringwood just seem to be able to win those 50-50 contests now. Mooroolbark, they're really struggling to get the ball inside their 50.
Well, they've got to win it out of the middle, Paul.
They can't win it. They've got to throw it.
What are the clearance stats this quarter?
2-0 in favour of East Ringwood.
Well, let's see if they can turn this around. Waitman gets the ball first, sort of just kicked it off the ground. They get it going forward. Mooroolbark really need a goal now. They're going to get inside 50 through the hands of Hancock. Short kick over the top, not 15. Passed it off. Now Coughlin. Kicks it far to the right side. Farmer's there. He's almost being held. Bounce off his chest. Mackie should be able to recover it for Mooroolbark. The kick was smothered. East Ringwood now with another chance. Mitch Farmer handballs it back to the far side. Kicks it up towards the hot spot. Mooroolbark got some numbers. And Farmer over the top. Almost not taken. Hancock. Crumbing in the right spot. Puts it on the boot. It's a goal. And they may just be home. Almost home. 17-10, 112. To Mooroolbark, 11-7, 73. Is that it, Brash? Are they there? 8 minutes gone in this last term on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Yeah, well, you know my record on going the early Crow. I'm going to have to go the Crow here because I can't see them making up 40 points here now, Mooroolbark.
They've got to kick 7 unanswered, Brash.
And it's just not going to happen. I can't see it happening.
Well, they've kicked 11, as you said. They've kicked 11 in 3 and a bit quarters. To now kick 7 in the next 20 minutes. Unanswered would be incredible. East Ringwood are 2 down on the bench though, but still
won't be enough.
They are absolutely storming home here, the Roos. Mundy hit out down, does his own crumbing, got the handball away, but Hocking's there. Aussie Smith burrows through and you get a free kick for high.
And the thing is, East Ringwood
goes quickly. Sorry, Brash. Low drilling ball in the direction of a leading target there in Gilby, who loves a good goal. He kicked 2 in the last quarter, and he'll line up from about 45 metres out.
Really, he needs to kick this goal, Gilby, but I know they need a lot more. But you know, they've got to keep attacking Mooroolbark. They just can't afford to go into their shell.
Update from Seabeck Oval. Doncaster Reed lead by just 1 goal. So Roval have got the opening 2 there. As Jared Gilby will kick from 40 metres out, slide angle. And a much needed one for the Mustangs to keep their undefeated streak alive. Not great off the boot, but it's curling back. It's a goal. He didn't connect with that at all. Umpires convene. All clear. Mooroolbark get their 12th. 12-7, 79. The Roos 17-10, 112. He got that off the instep there, Blake. It just curved back nicely, didn't it, Jared Gilby?
Yeah, definitely for sure. Another goal, great goal. Jeez, he's been solid all day.
Yes, we know you're friends with him, Blake.
Yeah.
You got friends in high places there.
Yeah.
Or Jared has friends.
Well, I'll give you a fact here. He's actually on the Bulldogs VFL list. They have a bye today, so
it's not who you know, isn't it, Jared?
Yeah.
Back in the middle, Mundy to Waitman, caught high. No free kick given. We'll get a secondary ball up, but you're right, Brash. Got him very high. Blake Tennant.
Yeah, got Division 4 scores. Got Chertside Park 19-16, 130 to Nullarbor 4-2-26. Silver 15-13, 103 to Forest Hill 8-6-54. And Surrey Park lead 85-14.
Ball on the wing here. Here's a chance for Mooroolbark. They're 33 points down. Weatherhill again has been good all afternoon. The kick towards has to be good. And that's a great mark, one-handed. Pulled it in, Waitman. Strong hands, just the right hand just stretched out to take the mark. He has a short kick forward, looking for Farmer. And all off the chest, not taken. Hancock kicked the last one for the Roos. Kicked it forward. Now a chance for Mooroolbark. Caught in a tackle. We'll get a ball up. They are 33 points down, but the way this game has been going, they can easily get 3 or 4 in a row quickly. That's what they're going to need to do. 11 minutes gone in this 4th term. Down the ruck, Monkhurst got it to Kennedy. Now they've got some options. Kicking it forward. It might be turned over. The kick's got to be good. It is. Finds a mark. Not a whole lot in front of him, so he wants to take his time. Goes down the line. Got Peacock there, falling at ground centre in front of Jordan. That's what he did.
Good
Kicks
kick.
it in front of a teammate here. He can, strong hands.
Sutherland.
Taking the mark by Sutherland. Got to go back and kick it. Got to be quick. Can bring this margin back
That's
to
great
27
poise
points.
back by Peacock, wasn't it? Easy for him to just slap it on the boot towards the top of the square, but good vision.
Yeah, and good. Kick the ball to space. Made Sutherland lead to the ball.
And put himself in the right spot right in front of Jai Jordan. Dropped right into his hands as Sutherland, to keep the Mustangs in it, must goal. Looks all right off the boot. He loves it. He's running it off. Mooroolbark get a second in a row, and they move to 13-7, 85. Trail East Ringwood, 17-10, 112. 12 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, Brash.
Well, they've been unbeaten for no reason, because they're behind, but they're still coming, and that's the thing. It still shows a sign. You might be behind, but it's still important to keep fighting and fighting, because you just never know.
Well, on the average times as well, they've still got about 20 minutes of game time left, and it's it's a small ground. And they've got plenty of good players. And as we mentioned, East Ringwood 2 down on the bench, rotations-wise. But Belo's back on the ground. That's James. And he got the ball straight from Hickerton's hit out and got it inside forward 50. Big mark coming out of Lowson, can fly. Almost brought it down. Did bring it to ground. Farmer crumbed. Broke the first tackle. Wheels onto the left from 50. Set sail for home. Across the face. And Giorgio marks on the last line of defence. He wants Mundy to backpedal, as he should. And Giorgio now. He's going to go straight up the guts, is he? No. He'll draw the defender and then handball in front of Egan. He'll kick down the line, looking for Batten, who's got Trent Farmer with him, and then Trent Farmer, for the first time I've seen him do it, gets a defensive spoiler across the line for a boundary throw as we go to Blake Tennant in the score centre.
Yeah, got some premier scores. Got South Croydon 21-8, 134 to Park Orchard 66-42. Got some score for Berwick. Berwick 36-24 to Bourne 13-12-90. I've also got Naval Park 11-6-72 to Norwood 5-2-32. Blackburn lead 88-39. And still no scores. Oh, I've got one here, got 5.
Blake, I hate to hurry you up, mate, but there's a game going on here. Thank you, Blake, as Mooroolbark got the free kick on centre wing. Towards centre forward, Mullet's got the sit. Big fly, Aaron Mullet burst through the hands. Norris got the crumb, got met in a tackle, and then Keeling wrapped up the final East Ringwood defender down there, Dylan Belo. That could have been his second hanger of the game, Aaron Mullet. Quickly, Blake.
Yeah, down at Seabeck, got 5-4-34 to 10-12-72. Doncaster East lead.
I think that score might be different.
I think it might be different too from what I've been texted by Ray Babb, but nonetheless, game in front of us is our major focus, as there's another stoppage on the half-forward flank for the Mustangs. If they get another one, Brash, that early crow might be coming back to haunt you, although I'm sure you weren't the only person in the ground that went with it.
I'm used to that, Matty.
27 points the difference. But East Ringwood doing well to just stem the momentum of Mooroolbark at the moment, create repeat stoppages.
The one thing that I have noticed between the two sides, I just feel that East Ringwood have got more scoring options than what Mooroolbark.
Absolutely. Their forward line today is scary. So hit out down. East Ringwood might get a clearance here, but it's a good Mooroolbark tackle. And the umpire has pinged him holding the ball. That's incredibly harsh. And the free kick's going to go the way of Mooroolbark. I think it's going to go to Caden Mackey, is it? No.
Richard.
But Wycart, he's got Mackey circling, but Trent Farmer does the right thing. So Wycart, he doesn't look confident getting the distance, but he's going to run around on the right boot. Norton's smother attempt was good. It's right to the goal line. It's across the face. Through for A- score. 13-8, 86. Mooroolbark, East Ringwood 17-10, 112. 26 points the difference. 15 minutes gone last quarter.
We'll take at least 5 goals to win this game from Mooroolbark. Still plenty of time. Quarter, you would think, would probably go for another 30 minutes. We'll go to 30 minutes, another 15 minutes from here. There's a kick to Belo, takes it well. Yishnu is in the right spot. He's had a massive second half, hasn't he, Brash?
He'll be closing on that Eastland player of the day.
I think so.
As Belo goes forward, right down the line, got a couple of options. Can a mark be taken? Over the top, Kennedy does well to hold it up, and we'll be happy that that goes over the line.
I tell you, he's done some nice things on that half-forward line in the second half. Is Hancock done some nice 50-50s.
They swung him. He started back and then obviously kicked that goal before, Brash.
Yeah, a couple of nice one-percenters too, which doesn't go unnoticed by the coaching panel.
Ball thrown back in, tap out towards the boundary line. Hager handballs it over. It's cut off. Now here's a chance for Waitman. Puts it onto the boot, up towards the top of the forward 50. Trent Farmer came back from the fly, couldn't quite take it, grabbed it and then caught, and there'll be a ball up just outside their forward 50. You would think a goal here would probably just about ice it.
Even time, even if they can take a couple more minutes.
16 minutes gone in this last quarter. Farmer in the ruck. Stoppage is good for the Roos. They'll be on top of the ladder if they win today.
Yep, percentage was superior coming in.
So back in the ruck, Mundy has been really influential. Coughlin with the tackle, brings it to ground. Another positive, they edge a bit closer to the goal and they take another 10, 20 seconds off the clock.
I think Monkhorst and Mundy can split the battle at the moment.
All right, here's Mundy again, just grabs it out of the ruck, throws it onto the left boot, can hit a target, bounce off the ground. No, it's a mark.
That one was a mark. That one was a mark. Beautiful work from Sam Lowson.
And out of the ruck, Mundy did extremely well.
That's an outfield catch, Brash, diving forward. Glenn Maxwell.
Oh, yeah, that's a good catch.
It's a great mark.
That's
so Lowson can ice the game with this.
He's not missing this, Ryan.
Tell you what, he's got a serious sleeve on that leg of his too.
He's not missing
and
this.
And listen to the East Ringwood faithful behind the fence if he kicks this. To put the Roos on top of the ladder. It's gone left.
I've done that twice.
Not quite.
I've done that twice.
Matt's put the Moz on them as we go Blake Tennant and score centre.
Got a massive score check coming. The Redbacks are coming at 6-9-45 to Templestowe 8-7-55. So here come the Redbacks.
What about Mulgrave, South Belgrave?
Still nothing on that game.
Still nothing. Okay,
Still
thanks,
nothing.
Blakey. Yeah. Thanks for checking in for us. So Sam Lowson's got 1 goal for. It could have been a very different day for him after he kicked that first within about 2 minutes of this game starting. Giorgio might go up the guts here. No, that's an incredibly low ball drilling onto the chest of Batten. They've got runners surging forward. Mullet's heading back to goal, but he's gone short and Waitman can pick it off, and he does, Connor. Got the handball to Sam Walsh. He ran around Dobie. Under pressure, got his kick up and under. Big fly from Stevie Donnell, got off the ground. Handball intercepted by Smith, and then James Below wraps up Dobie. And we'll have a ball up defensive side of the wing from Mooroolbark. They trail by 27 points. They need 5 goals unanswered in what you'd say about 10 minutes of game time remaining.
Plus a bit of time on.
Yeah. So tap down again. Smith got ridden into and you got a free kick. Half back for the Mustangs. Got to go quickly. Giorgio's in the corridor, ignores that and goes out wide. He's got Roth. Roth goes up the line. Looking for a target. Good spoil from Norris. He'll get it over the line for a boundary throw in. Half forward flank from Mooroolbark. Need to probably get a goal out of this stoppage, you would have thought, to keep the dream alive. You're listening, of course, on SEN app and Eastland FM 98.1, watching on Facebook and YouTube. Eastland FNL match of the day, top of the table clash, East Ringwood and Mooroolbark. Grand final preview, we suspect. Aussie Smith got the clearance to the left foot ball around the corner. Here comes Journey. Did affect the spoil. Thought he might have been a little bit late. Then Isaac Delaney is wrapped up by Jai Peacock. There looks to be a bit of running repairs between Jaden Weikart and Connor Waitman. Waitman's got cramp and Weikart was just helping him out. Good sportsmanship between the pair. Up we go again. Dibsdale in the ruck with Mundy. Free kick going the way of Mooroolbark. Don't know where they pulled those ruck free kicks from.
Mullet gets
it's gone to Mullet, so it must have been at the stoppage. And he's just going to go back and have a shot here, Brax. This is what he's paid the big bucks for.
You got to come with the man, come with the hour.
Exactly. So he's going to kick from 50 metres out. That won't be a problem. He's hemmed in. It's the Buddy Franklin side for a left footer. Aaron Mullet for his 4th of the afternoon. Looks skinny. Near side, so 13-9-87, the Mustangs trail by 26 points. We've got 20 minutes gone in this last quarter.
Blake Tennant score centre?
Yeah, just got some scores. Montrose 12-21-93 to Beaconsfield 8-5-53.
Is there any chance one day that Montrose might be able to kick a bit more straighter, mate?
I talked to him at training.
Here's Jordan, hand passes off into the middle. Takes a player on his Roth. Goes up towards the top of the square. It's a one-on-one contest. Can it be punched over the line for a behind? They move to 13-10-88, trailing East Ringwood 17-11-113.
I think Roth didn't understand how far he can kick it with this wind. He could have almost had a shot because he's just caressed that.
Well, he did. I think he was looking to pass it off as Belo's in the middle, can take the mark in front of Mullet. Doesn't bounce off his hands. Teammates there to pick it up and will kick it down to the far side. They've got players on. Can pass it off to Norton if he wants to. Walsh that is, and instead it's turned back over to Roth to Mackie. Cut off the handball. They've got to be able to score quickly. They are running out of time. Here's Delaney. His kick is smothered. Out on the far side. Walsh, the handball back into the direction of Coughlin. If he can pick it up cleanly, he can, passes it off. They're losing some ground here. Mooroolbark with a chance. Now through the hands of teammate in Batten. Goes forward and that kick is too far out
Out of bounds
Out of bounds on the full. 21 minutes gone. Blake Tennant score centre.
Yeah, the Gully have got home, you would think. 12-14, 86 to Scoresby, 7-5, 47.
So Furniture Gully in the 5th. Scoresby back with the pack. As Norris will bring it back into play, hemmed into his back pocket, but time is the friend of East Ringwood as they lead by 25 points. Kennedy might fly, he'll take the mark. Offensive side of the wing from Mooroolbark. Got to go quickly, Shane.
He's tried hard.
He's been good, but he's got to go quickly, Brash.
Yeah.
He's played on now. He's just going to have to go short out wide and does. Can he hit his target? He can. Umpire said play on though because he did drop it. Great tackle from Sam Walsh. And now Mitch Farmer's got the footy. East Ringwood do incredibly well. It'll be kept in play by the Mustangs, but they just look a bit unsure of themselves. Haven't been in this position all year. Dibsdale stepped out of one tackle, got the handball off to Johnson. Left foot ball works out okay to Hocking, but too hot for him to handle. Aussie Smith goes in and gets it, got slung around in a strong tackle. And we'll have a ball up just for the centre wing for the Mustangs. They have got, we could say, max 8 minutes to kick 5 goals. Well, really 4, actually. Only 25 points, and then you throw it behind in there, Brash. We could have a draw. Clutching at straws, though. Sam Walsh been really impressive in this second half in particular. Down the line to Norton, who's owned this last quarter with 2 goals early on, including a check side from the pocket.
Cross down.
And the Mooroolbark player, Lockie Sutherland, just trying to worm his way out of that stoppage as we go down to Ben Warren Smith. I can't find him. Where is he?
We're going up, actually. I'm up in the rooms in East Ringwood, and I'm with the doyen of the club and the Radio Eastern Airwaves, Les Ferguson. Les, you've got the best seat in the house, mate, and your boys, you're going to be on top of the ladder today.
It's just cutting out a bit there, Ben, so we'll just go back to the footy as it's a stoppage on centre wing. Mundy, great fly, almost took a hanger in the ruck contest. Aussie Smith got the clearance, slapped it on the foot.
More steady than what the...
Slapped it on the foot, ball goes into the centre corridor, spoil from Smith, and then there's a free kick to Mooroolbark. It'll come the way of Hocking in the centre circle. And he's got it. He's going to play on immediately, Heath Hocking. Head to that left half forward flank. Sitting underneath it is Jordan. Both East Ringwood defenders miss it. Now Jordan's got it. Right foot snap. Has wobbled its way through. Is there still time for the Mustangs? They're not celebrating like it is, Brash.
No, well, they can't really afford to celebrate.
He's got another goal, though, Jai Jordan. His second of the game. Mustangs closed the margin to 19 points, 14-10, 94. East Ringwood 17-11, 113. 24 minutes gone last quarter.
Look, it's been pretty... The way they've moved the ball into their inside 50, it probably hasn't been the way they've wanted it this afternoon, Mooroolbark. But they're still still hanging in there. They're just hoping that they can get a couple of breaks go their way, and they're still in it.
So back in the middle, probably got about 6 minutes at most left. Hinkleton trying to get a clearance here for East Ringwood. He's tackled.
On the ball.
Under pressure, holding the ball. Heath Hocking, I believe.
And they can sense the
They've
urgency.
got to go. Got to move.
But this is like, go quickly.
The kick forward, up towards the hot spot. East Ringwood got some numbers around the ball. If they can mark it, the fly. Didn't quite get there. Socket off the ground towards the boundary line was Keeling. They'll get a boundary throw in.
That was poor communication then. That was Jordan's mark all the way. And the other Mooroolbark guy got in his road and interfered.
The Roos were set up well behind the ball there. They had some numbers in the contest. And the soccer by Keeling gives them a chance. Back in the ruck here. Hinkleton and Jordan can get it clear. Mullet's around the area. He's Hocking, looking for maybe a free kick. Mitch Farmer in there with the tackle, and it'll be another ball up.
It'd be quite ironic if Mooroolbark got a couple of goals from free kicks, wouldn't it?
It certainly would after that second quarter. 25 minutes gone in this last term. Ball up.
Some people might see that as poetic justice.
Jordan in the ruck, couldn't quite get there. Tackle by Weatherhill. How important has he been this afternoon?
They need to score right here, right now, Mooroolbark. They need a goal now.
Absolutely right. Jordan, what can he do? Ball hits the ground. Very hard to get anything out of this. They're probably going to look for a free kick.
So they've had the ball in there forward 50 now for about the last minute and a half. They've got to score now.
25 and a half minutes gone. They trail by 19 points. It's first versus second. Here's Below. Free kick given. It's a Mooroolbark free kick. Aussie Smith. Well, they've got to get the ball back to him. Who's got the ball at the moment?
Well, it's Chris Cherney. He's got to give it back quickly. Don't waste time.
Almost lucky not to give away a 25 there.
Aussie Smith.
I don't think they know.
Kicking probably not his number one.
I don't think they know who they're giving the free kick to.
No, it's going to Jai Jordan.
Oh, it's going
to Jai Jordan.
That's probably a better result then from Mooroolbark. Jordan's got to go back quickly. 26 minutes gone. Can't waste any time. Jordan.
Left or right,
to bring it back to 13 points.
Oh,
the
no.
kick is just coming back. Not enough. Just looked terrible off the boot. But it does make it a 3-goal margin.
Handy
It's a
point.
3 kick.
Handy
Maybe
point.
a draw, Matt Fodia.
Handy point from Jai George. He's kicked 2-3 today. I tell you what, I thought off the boot that was heading out down to the bottom ground and then just worked its way back. So I'm not sure how much time's left. I'm sure someone somewhere around us has got a stopwatch going, but 26.5 minutes gone.
Gee, I thought Maroondah Hospital was going to get a look in there.
Well, it was. That's the direction it was heading in. Hickleton, can he claim the mark? He can on about the 4th attempt. Ben Hickleton kicked 2 goals in the space of a minute in that third quarter, that frantic third quarter. And really, gents, since half-time, the game's been goal for goal. It was just that second quarter where East Ringwood kicked 4 goals against the Breeze. Speaking of, that Breeze holds the footy up. Numbers come from everywhere. Keeling got his hand to the footy first, but it's all East Ringwood as they push it over the line for a boundary throw-in. 27 minutes gone. The Roos by 3 kicks, 18 points. Winner will be on top of the ladder. Mooroolbark looking for their 18th straight victory. East Ringwood looking to square the ledger between these two sides as we head closer to the Eastland finals in 2022. Thrown in, Monkhurst had the front spot. The ball didn't end up getting to them. McManus wrapped up by Farmer. The 2 number 7s going at it. And we'll be ball up again, centre wing. Time ticking away from Mooroolbark. They'd have to pretty much play perfect footy from here. Hickleton went up in the ruck against Monkhurst, and then Mitch Farmer picked it up. East Ringwood just doing the right thing here. Hit it straight down to your feet, Brash. There's the siren! East Ringwood get an all-important win. 17-11, 113 to Mooroolbark, 14-11, 95. They're on top of the ladder, Ryan Long. They were the pre-season premiership favourites. And after an impressive game of football here where we saw an incredible 31 goals, it was really the second term where the Roos kicked 4 goals 4 against the Breeze to Mooroolbark's 1 goal 4. And Brash, it actually came down to 5 minutes of ill discipline from Mooroolbark where they gave away 3 25-metre penalties that led to goals for Stevie Donnell.
Yeah, it is, and it's hard to, when you look at those 3 incidents in isolation, it's actually hard to get your head around that. I just still thought though over the period of the game, Matt, is that the East Ringwood forward 50 setup was a lot more potent on the afternoon than what Mooroolbark had to offer.
Yeah, got to agree with that one. Paul, stats-wise, mate, what jumped out to you? What changed the game as we wait for our band riders to grab an interview?
Well, it was the clearances, and East Ringwood were on top of that all game. It was 5 clearances each in the last quarter, but 33 to 25 in favour of East Ringwood. It was pretty close for the last 3 quarters. It was just the first quarter where East Ringwood were on top of the clearances. Tackle-wise were very, very close. I'm just filling him in.
Mate, don't worry. It looks like we got a boundary. We got Stevie White with Stevie Donnell.
I'm boundary side with 3 goals today. Stevie Donnell winding the clock back, mate. How big is this win in the context of the season?
Yeah, it's a really good win against really good opposition. So obviously undefeated for a long time, Mooroolbark, and yeah, I mean it's home and away game. It's not the be all and end all, but it's nice to get that win before finals. Yeah.
And do you think that 3 goals in the second term sort of was the difference against the Breeze, broke the game open?
Oh no, not at all. We had a lot of forward time in forward half in that quarter, just repeat entries, and yeah, as a small forward, sometimes you get a few go your way, and sometimes you get a few go the other way. So it was nice to get on the end of the couple. Yeah.
And just a few games to go now towards finals time. What's the vibe around the club like, and how are you guys feeling going into that?
The vibe's great. I haven't played finals for a long time, and obviously we've been having a good season, but it's all about the end of the season. So we want to finish off the year really strong and hopefully put ourselves in the best position possible for the finals. And yeah, across all the grades, we've got lots of good teams at the moment. Yeah.
Steve, great game from yourself tonight. Go and enjoy this one with the boys, and I'll hope to see you in final time.
Yeah, thank you.
Steve White there with Stevie Donnell. The 2 Steves, and I'm sure BWS and Steve will try to get that East Ringwood song. This game's run a long time compared to Heath Mulgrave last week. We had to pad an hour. This time we've only got 10 minutes, so we better do some votes in the meantime while we're waiting for the song to be sung.
Press down.
We'll go to Ben Warren Smith and Steve White.
Someone's car's on fire behind the goals down.
Oh no, I think there's a fire in there. That would really sum up the day. Ben, Steve, while we've got you, give us your votes because I don't know how much time we're going to have left after the song.
All right, I'm going 3 votes to James Bealow. I'm going 2 votes for Steve Donnell, and I'm going 1 vote to Sammy Lawson.
Yeah, go with it, BWS, before you chase him in.
I left my clipboard upstairs, mate, so leave me out of it, but the sausage roll is fantastic.
It did look yum when you were hoeing into that one. I hope Dimmer and Les Ferguson enjoyed you accosting them as the game went on. Tom Norton's just thanking the crowd here. Hugs and kisses for everyone as he's walking off after a couple of...
Big fan favourite here.
Yeah, well, absolutely. Brash, who's your best of field?
3 to Bearlow, mate. No, number 9, easily best play. Weatherall 2 votes, and I'll give... I
had Mundy 1,
the
ruckman.
Yeah, Mundy, the ruckman.
I had Weatherall 3, Below 2, and then Mundy 1.
That's my 3-2. 3 to Below, 2 to Weatherhill, and 1 to Mundy.
There you go. So it looks like James Below is the winner of the Eastland Player of the Day. It's Sam. We're going to catch the song here. East Ringwood, top of the ladder. East Ringwood Reserve, top of the Division 1 ladder as we go on and crown the rest of our award winners. Blake, you were a big you were a big favourite of Jared Gilby for Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day. Do you think Tom Norton's check side in the last one might be able to swing you back, or are you still going with Gilby's toe poke?
I'll go with Gilby. Yep.
Brash?
No, I'm going with the original one I went with.
Peacock. Yeah, that was a pretty good effort. Ryan?
I'll go with Gilby. That's fresh in my memory.
Paul?
I'll go with Gilby.
Looks like Gilby's winning that one, so someone's going to have to do the dirty job of going into Mooroolbark's losing rooms for the first time in 18 weeks to tell him that one. And what about our 4 workers, workman of the day, Blake? Who impressed you with their work rate?
I'll give it an honourable mention. I thought Waitman was really good all day.
Yep.
But I thought Weatherall just superb all day.
He was second best on ground, wasn't he?
Yeah, I thought he was composed. Everywhere.
We got Ben Warren Smith.
Well, have the votes been tallied?
The votes, looks like James Below is the runaway winner.
Oh, how convenient that is as well. Been named game day best player on the ground today, James. Fantastic win, mate. How good was that, just singing a song inside as well? The whole club's up and about now.
Yeah, no, I felt really good. We really set ourselves for this game, and credit to Mooroolbark. They're a fucking fantastic side. They moved.
James.
No, they're a really good footy side. They move the footy well. They want to move it on quickly, and they're dangerous if you let them play how they want to play.
Yeah, it's look, you came to the challenge when you played Croydon a couple of weeks ago here, so you like the big games, and the club really seems to rise to that occasion, which leading into finals is the perfect remedy.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yes, this is why we play footy. Set ourselves to the best teams. Croydon and Mooroolbark, both really, really quality opposition, and that's why we play footy. We're working on our game, as best we can.
It's been hard to get the best team on the park as well all year, and you've been working towards that gradually. And talk to us about those players that they're still going to make their way in, because you've got to make your way into a good side as well. So it's not as easy as you think.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We're pretty fortunate. We've got a lot of good footballers at our footy club, and a few of them are at VFL, and they filter back, week in, week out. So that's great. I mean, I wouldn't want to be sort of on the fringe at the moment. We've got a pretty good side, and guys are fighting for spots, which is always good.
Well, you're not on the fringe, mate. You're our player of the day, and we'll be coming down with a nice voucher for you very soon. But get in there, enjoy it, get warm, and looking forward to seeing you boys play finals.
Good on you, mate. Thanks for that.
On under Ben Warren Smith and James Below there. I tell you what, Lee, you're lucky the camera couldn't quite peel around, because Ben originally had his arm up like he was just wooing James Below there against the rail. Well done to Ben Warren Smith. Back in action and doing really well on the banner today with Steve White. So Jackson Weatherall, our 4 workers, workman of the day, we think. I thought Sam Walsh was good on a wing. I'm sure Carlton fans will want me to say that in about 4 hours' time as well. But Jackson Weatherall seems to be getting the nod of approval from everyone.
My pick. Yeah, I reckon too. Yep.
So Jackson Weatherall there gets our 4 workers workman of the day. Blake, we've got a couple of minutes, mate. Run us through some of the more interesting scores, particularly that Roval and Doncaster East game.
Yeah, I'm at Division 3. I'll go through that firstly. But I've got Coldstream 96 to 46. You'll think they're home there. Waverley Blues 109 to 46.
They're home.
Whitehorse and Warrandyte, the game that we said that could good get tested for Warrandyte. 46-59. The Gully get home by 50 points. I'll get to that.
I've got the Seabeck score. Rowville 10-7-67. Doncaster East 10-13-73. So Donny East win. Noel Park top of the ladder.
Jeez, that's a big win for the Donny East. That's big. Any other scores? Or?
It's a shame, Ray.
Well, no, you're in the score centre, Blake. You do the scores, mate. What about the Trows? How'd the Trows go?
The Trows. I think we had a good win. Last time I checked.
Well done, the Trows, mate.
No, hang on.
What about Division 1? Come on, Blakey.
Here we go. We're getting it up very shortly.
Take your time,
Montrose won 13-24, 102 to Beaconsfield 10-6-66. So big win there. Croydon and Upper Gully score still hasn't changed. 8-5-53 to 3-2-20. So no scores from.
What about other grounds? Wanty South Mitcham?
Wanty South, the score hasn't changed. 9-4-58 to Mitcham 6-4-40. So no changes there. But I want to see the Ringwood Templestowe score because that was a really interesting one because the Redbacks were coming back.
What about Forest Hill?
No, I think Waterloo was won. I think Waterloo was won a long time ago.
Okay, that's all right. Do they feel like they win when they lose?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
So I got the score Jubilee and still same score. So 45-55. So
well, Blake, you no matter what you do, Blake, you make it entertaining, and that's something that cannot be taught, mate. It's something that cannot be taught. Gents, what a game of footy. You know, we've probably had a bit of a, Steve especially, last week, Heathmont-Mulgrave was exciting for two different reasons, to see Mulgrave for the first time in a long time and Heathmont win themselves back in the five. But you then come and watch this game and the intensity and the passion around the ground. The atmosphere is fantastic.
Yeah, it was a shootout for a lot of it too, but also, you had the faithful at both ends, the travelling and everything else. But no, the vibe was really good and just fantastic to see. I still think these two teams are playing grand final for.
I don't think anyone's going to argue with you.
Maybe they will.
Well, maybe they might. People do find a way to argue with a lot of things.
Finals are a different game too.
They are a different game, Blake.
Yep, finals are different.
You got any more scores for us, Blakey, or just pearls of wisdom?
Put the hose on the Trows. That's pretty much all we've got. Pretty much.
No worries, mate.
Haven't you got any Premier Division scores for us?
Oh, you want that? Okay.
Can everyone stop teasing Blake?
Yeah.
Started it with the Trows.
South Croydon won by about 80 points. I've just double checked.
You got 1 minute, Blake, quick, because I've got to sign off here, mate.
141-62. South Croydon won. Bowen 91-37. Naval Park 72-32. Blackburn 98-60 over North Ringwood. And Vermont. Doncaster.
Okay, we've got to go. Well done, Blake, racing to the finish there. Good to have Ben Warren-Smith back on the call team.
Ryan Long, what a call today.
Ryan Long in the call center next to me. Did 2 games today, Ryan Long and myself, out at Boronia early this morning. Wayne Brasher, as ever, hosted pre-game as well. Blake Tennant, ply of fun in the score centre. Lee Green on the carrot, Bruce on the buttons. Paul in the stats centre and Steve White on the boundary. It's been the Eastland Evenell match of the day.
And Bruce.
East Ringwood, already said Bruce on the buttons, alliteration. East Ringwood top of the ladder after they won 17-11, 113.